Welcome to The Prince Redemption, a supernatural fantasy romance, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Catherine Edwards. In a universe where love knows no boundaries, not even between worlds, comes a story that will challenge everything you believe about destiny and second chances. What would you do if grief threatened to tear your world apart? Would you cross realms, defy magic itself, and risk everything for a glimmer of hope? This is the journey of Prince Caedmon, whose heart refuses to accept the finality of loss, and Alyna, a powerful mage whose duty to protect becomes entangled with a love she never expected to find. This isn't just another paranormal romance. This is a tale where ancient magic meets modern strength, where duty clashes with desire, and where transformation, both physical and emotional, leads to the kind of love that transcends realms. From the mystical world of Judaism to the shadow-filled streets of Earth, prepare yourself for a story of redemption, acceptance, and the kind of love that doesn't just heal, it transforms. This audiobook is part of D.N. Leo's acclaimed Multiverse Collection, where each story stands alone but weaves into a tapestry of interconnected realms and destined hearts. Before we begin our journey across worlds, if you're enjoying this series, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more enchanting stories from the Multiverse Collection. Your support helps us bring more magical tales to life. Now settle in, Multiverse Traveler. Your journey across worlds is about to begin.
Chapter 1. New Earth, Distant Future. Alyna tilted her head to watch the two glowing bullets flying as if in slow motion toward the two men's heads. She had practiced her two-handed shooting skill for years, but couldn't say she had ever perfected it. She would normally hit around 95% of the targets, but the remaining 5% bothered her. She holstered her two guns and punched a button on the wall. At the far end of the shooting range, the two dummy targets glowed in a neon green light, and her shooting score hovered in the air above the targets in a light green color. Her left-hand score was perfect, but her score from the right-hand gun wasn't so good. She had missed the head by 4 inches. The floating screen printed all kinds of statistics: her accuracy, her track record, her probability of hitting the target if she changed her shooting position, pose, arm movement, and even pressure on the trigger. She ignored them all. A miss was a miss. There was nothing more to it. She jiggled her right shoulder and felt a slight tingling in her collarbone. Perhaps Pukak was right. Amarak, the magic tribe she had grown up with and fought for, had won battles by the sheer strength of individuals, strength magnified by martial arts skills. Pukak disliked technology and weapons of mass destruction. But for Alyna, the ultimate aim of engaging in a fight was to win, and her simple philosophy for winning was to do whatever it took to get the win. As long as the end was morally justifiable, she needn't worry about the means. She hadn't been raised to be righteous. She had been raised to serve and protect Amarak. Her ear pricked at a faint noise from outside her compartment. It sounded like someone, or something, was shuffling through the trash cans she knew were empty. Her compartment was one of a stack of 6 units right in the center of the city. It wasn't too shabby, and she'd gotten it at an affordable price. When she decided to buy the compartment, the deciding factor had been the extra basement where she could build her shooting room. In 2 steps, she sneaked out the side door. A human-like shadow was bent over, shuffling through her neighbor's trash can. "Hey!" she called out. The person jerked his head up and staggered a few steps back when he saw her. Then he turned around and dashed into a nearby alleyway. She raced after him. It wasn't much of a race because she caught up with him in no time. She grabbed him by the collar, pulling him up after he tripped and fell. He was taller than she was, but apart from that, there wasn't much in his body that would prevent her from breaking him in half with one swift move. He struggled in her grip. "Let me go," he cried. "I saw you at the market," she said. "I don't know what you're talking about." She pushed his face into the fence with one hand and used the other to keep him still. "What's your name?" "Don't have one." She slammed his face against the fence. "Ouch. Sam." "Okay, Sam. I saw you picking pockets at the market." "Hey, that's none of your business." "That's right. Otherwise you wouldn't be standing here. I'll break your neck if you go anywhere near my people." "Who are your people?" "You don't need to know. But I don't want to see you near the trash cans at my compartment again." "That's what happens when I don't pick pockets." "How old are you?" "It's none of your—" He looked at her raised eyebrow. 19. "A few years late, but better late than never." "Late for what?" "You can join Amarak." Sam stepped backward. "No way." He waved his hand in the air dismissively. "I don't want that." Then he walked away. "If you don't want it, why did you watch the open audition on the north side? If you don't want people to know, you either don't do it, or you erase the trace properly. The door stamp is still on the nape of your neck." "Damn it." Sam stood the neck of his jacket up to cover the mark. "I'll never make the entry comp. I'll get killed." "What?" "Well, not literally, but you know." He flexed his skinny arm muscles, or lack thereof. "I'm not strong enough or big enough. I'll get squashed like a bug." Alyna pulled out a couple of credit tokens she had in her pocket. "Eating food from trash cans isn't going to help you get bigger and stronger. 1 credit for tonight's dinner, 1 for tomorrow's breakfast. In the afternoon, I want to see you working at the door of the Amarak, north side. I can give you some private training until I think you're ready for the entry comp." "Who are you?" "Alyna McCabe." "You're joking. You're the Alyna McCabe?" "It's the only name I have. I didn't think I was famous." "You should hear what they say at the fighting ring." "I'm too busy to listen to gossip. I'm not giving you these credits for free. I want them back in a week. With interest. So get working. I'll be calling Amarak North Side in the morning. They'll be expecting you." Sam looked at the shiny credit tokens in his palm. "Why are you helping me?" She looked him up and down, then shrugged. "Why the hell not?" She turned, planning to head back to her shooting room, when her communicator buzzed. "Yes, Pukak?" "Alyna, I need you at the south side. They found a body." She lowered her voice, looking behind her to see if Sam had followed. He hadn't. "You mean the body?" "No, other one." "I'll be right there." She hung up the communicator and saw dust whirling up into the air in the distance. It must have come from one of the factories outside the city. The dirt must be thick, since she could see it from such a distance inside the transparent dome that protected the air inside the city. Amarak was the strongest private security agency in the city. If they lost the city, they would have to be stationed on the outskirts, out there in that whirling lump of dirt. Chapter 2. Polluted. That was the first impression Caedmon had when he stepped out of the portal to New Earth. They called it New Earth, but it wasn't so much different than when he had been with Sedna in Greenland. He should have treasured every moment he'd had with her. He shook his head to escape his brooding mood. He couldn't afford that right now. Focus. He had to come to the future only to alter his past reality. One wrong move, and he'd be stuck in this future oblivion forever. He could still feel the sensation of the heat wave from the explosion, the one that had robbed him of his family, and the multiverse of the previous traces to the Scorpio Key. He had reminded himself every waking moment over the last month about the mission he had to fulfill by coming here. He was a commander with silver blood energy, a special source of energy that could destroy almost anything in its way. An important skill he had learned over the years was to control the energy so he could use its destructive power against those who deserved it. But he knew his disadvantage when coming to Earth from Eudays, a faraway universe, and being on his own. His father had approved of his mission, but wouldn't have approved of the way he had approached it. Thus he had no military support. The injury his father had suffered from the explosion had limited his capacity to work for a few weeks, Eudasian time. That means he'd have years on Earth to execute his plan. He stepped into a corporate transport, a hovering private car that was waiting for him. Inside he was greeted by a computer screen that flashed a scanner beam at him and then faded away immediately once it recognized him. Apparently, asking for consent wasn't a part of the identification process on New Earth. There was definitely room for system improvement, but he had no attachment to Earth, neither the old one nor the new one, and he had his own problem to deal with. He punched the green start button on the control panel. As the car automatically departed the station and drove itself, he settled next to the window to look outside. He saw nothing but red dirt. The multiversal teleport terminal must be quite a distance from where people lived. After a while, the transport crossed a transparent dome that covered what looked like a city. It was similar to London, New York, and other places he had been to when he'd visited Earth before. But he didn't recognize any of the landmarks here, and the liquid map on the dashboard didn't show the shape or size of any of the countries. He could have done a more thorough investigation of the place before he came, but he had been using a rather shady source of information to get what he needed, so he was in and out of the databank too quickly to obtain anything more than the bare essentials. There it was, the LeBlanc headquarters in the center of the city, in a small but elusive area called Old Sydney. It was apparently a piece of what used to be Sydney, a city in Australia, if his memory served him right. Some of the landmark architecture had been preserved and treated like rare pieces of art in a museum. It was quite charming. The floor-to-ceiling steel door slid open as he approached. He noted that the lightweight steel his father had invented when he was a kid had been used for the office door. It looked just like any other door, but the properties of this steel could protect the people inside from a multiversal war of the worst kind. A stunning woman approached him. "Mr. LeBlanc, welcome." "Caedmon, please," he said, and glanced at his wrist unit, which by that point had scanned and identified the woman as his executive secretary. "It's very nice to meet you, Leanne." "It's an honor to be at your service, Mr." She hesitated, then smiled graciously. "Caedmon, the LeBlancs have never before sent a representative to this corner of the earth." "I'm happy to be here. We need to interact much more with our associated branches." She gestured to a smaller steel door, and he guessed his office was inside. "I have arranged everything you need inside," she said. "Your computer, your workstation. Also, food and beverages are there as well." "Food and beverage?" "Oh, I don't know about Midland London, but eating the wrong foods here can have nasty consequences, especially for out-of-towners. If you need more, I've programmed your contacts. Just call for service, and whatever you need will be delivered to you. please don't wander around the city, especially in the unsavory areas, without a security escort."
"I can take care of myself."
"I'm more than sure you can, Caedmon, but it's my top priority to make sure you're safe."
"You seem so tense. You're making me feel unsafe already."
"Really? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to."
"Leanne, I'm just joking. Relax."
"I'll try,"
she smiled. "Okay, just to make you feel better, I promise not to head into any bad parts of the city, okay? So what places are at the top of that list?"
"The north side."
"All right, north side it is." He grinned at her and was pleased to see her relax a bit more. But then her shoulders tensed up and her smile vanished.
"Mr. Tan,"
she whimpered and looked down. Caedmon turned around. An intimidating man with a hard face and a scar along his left jawline approached, reaching his hand out for a handshake. "I'm Louis Tan," Caedmon smiled. "The man in charge." Louis smiled. "Only when you're not here. To what do we owe a visit from the Midland London Central, Mr. LeBlanc?" "Don't worry. I won't be in your way for long. I guess that's where my temporary office is." He pointed at the steel door. "Sure is. As permanent or temporary as you like it." Louis gestured for Caedmon to go ahead of him. Caedmon turned and grinned at Leanne. "I promise I'll only eat the food you recommend." Leanne smiled and then looked down when her eyes fell on Louis. On the way into the office, Caedmon quickly scanned the area for the layout, entry and exit points, and number of staff. "I trust you received the memos, Mr. Tan?" "Yes, and I still don't understand them. The business here is doing well. Why do we need to take on Amarak's burdens?" "It's called a business extension." "Look, Caedmon, private secretary business isn't our thing. We're not into fistfights and gang business." "But it can be lucrative if done the right way. That is, using advanced technology and weapons street gangs can't afford. And it's the LeBlanc's profits we're talking about here." "Yes, but it's not a safe business." "Are you suggesting we should start selling flowers?" "LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals is our strongest business line. Why deviate from that?" Caedmon smiled. "You obviously haven't gotten the full picture of the takeover proposal, Mr. Tan. Amarak has two main businesses, and the private security business is a byproduct for me. I am interested in their natural medicine business, which is bankrupting them at the moment." "How do you know that?" "Because I'm from Midland London. You don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Tan. If I turn Amarak's natural medicine business into a success, you'll keep your job doing whatever you do here." Mr. Tan nodded. "I'll need to survey the area, along with the clinics, so I'm going to take a walk around. Where do you suggest I look first, Mr. Tan?" Louis Tan smiled. "The north side." "The north side it is. I'll let you know what I find." Mr. Tan nodded a goodbye and strode out of the office. Chapter 3. Alyna walked into a small natural medicine clinic that Pukak managed and used as his office on the north side of the city. She knocked on the crooked office door, but there was no answer, so she pushed her way in. Pukak was the leader of the clan, a powerful mage with ultra-sensitive ears that could hear faint sounds even a mile away, and his light energy could burn the entire block of compartments. Well, that had been during his heyday. He was nearly retired now. Or if Alyna understood him right, he could retire if he found a rightful successor for the clan. But he cared too much to let go. Pukak startled and jerked up from his chair. Don't you know how to knock, Alyna?
I did, but you seemed too busy sniffing your piles of paper to hear me. He rubbed at his temples and leaned back in his chair. She noted the bags under his eyes. He looked 10 years older than when she had seen him yesterday. Is everything okay? Apart from the 2 dead bodies? He shook his head and sighed. I have friends in the investigation business uptown, she said. They can help.
What's the point, Alyna? A thesis wants to ruin us. If they don't do it in one way, they'll find another.
Pukak, we are the best in the business. There is nothing a bunch of scumbags on wheels like a thesis could do to threaten us.
We are the best in the private security business, but not in natural medicine. A thesis is the second best at everything in the outskirt territories.
I thought medicine was just a small business. Pukak shook his head. His eyes drooped, and with that the skin on his face sagged even more.
It's small because I failed. With today's technology, people don't appreciate natural medicine anymore.
She approached the table. She wanted to do something to comfort him, but she always felt awkward when it came to showing compassion. She could help with a fight. She could physically protect him. But she didn't know how to help when it came to his sentimental attachment to Amarak.
Have you given the successor role some more thought? He asked.
No, I'm sorry. She shoved her hands in her pockets. I'm not a mage. Pukak chuckled.
As if I didn't know that. Thank you for the reminder. I've been taking care of you since you were 16. You're my protégé. Nobody says the successor has to be a mage. We elect by competition. And you are the best, Alyna.
I'm only good at combat, Pukak. As you said, the business is more complicated than that. I don't think I'm fit for the role. He nodded.
If that's the only reason.
What do you mean?
You're not an ordinary human. You know that, Alyna.
I don't know that.
No human could have survived that car crash. Your parents did. When I pulled you out of the wreck, I swear to you, I saw your light go out for a moment and then return.
You told me that, and I don't have an explanation for you. Maybe it was a near-death experience, but it still doesn't make me anything different from how I was created.
You're absolutely right. But I'm an old mage. I have seen a lot of things you couldn't imagine. And I can see the dark energy in you. Something returned with you during that experience.
Yes, Pukak, you've said that several times. But I don't have any supernatural power. That much I know. The blow I took from the Ethesis thug the other week injured my right shoulder. I didn't get away unscathed. And if I'm ever in another car crash, I'm pretty sure you won't pull me out alive.
All right. I won't push you. Anything new about the dead body?
She shook her head. If the death toll rises, it will set the private security business on fire, Pukak. And it's not just the business. We can't let them kill our people. We have to stop Ethesis. We have the manpower.
We can't go to war with them for no reason. We have no evidence they have killed our men.
I can.
No, Alyna. We can't afford to lose you. I don't approve of you going anywhere near Ethesis territories by yourself. If we fight them, we must be better prepared. They have the wheels, but we will have weapons.
It's about damn time.
Excuse me?
I mean, it's only fair if we get more guns. Fist fighting against a motorbike gang won't do us any good. Pukak nodded.
I understand. We're skilled fighters, but yes, weapons help. But they cost money." He looked at her with eyes that told her she was about to hear something she didn't want to. "I've sold Amarak's business." She didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. "Our spiritual practice will stay the same. We'll still operate the same way. It's just that the financial matters and business practices will be handled by the LeBlanc Group." The LeBlancs? The super uptown, living in the cloud with the gods LeBlancs? Pukak chuckled. "They're not that exclusive. In fact, one of the LeBlancs handled the business purchase himself. He didn't even send his minions. He's coming here to do a site visitation." "You're kidding." "No, I'm not. The contract is still in the cooling off period, so we'd better behave, Alyna. We need the money for the business. And I promise you, Amarak's spirit will stay the same. Nothing is going to change that. The LeBlancs aren't interested in our spiritual practice anyway. They vetted us carefully. I've done my homework too." "I'm sure you know what you're doing." "But I can't do it without you. Now I need you to host the visit for me." "Host? Me? What do you mean?" "Well, we have dirty laundry to hide, don't we? I'm not asking you to lie. All I'm asking is that you get them to see the negative aspects of the business in perspective." "Got it." They heard a knock on the door. "And here he is," Pukak muttered and stood up. "The door is open." Alyna turned around, and in front of her was a face that left her speechless. She had seen him before. For a week she had seen his face repeatedly in her dreams, dreams that woke her up in the middle of the night. Longish dark hair, strikingly haunting gray eyes, and a beautiful God-given face that didn't bear any mark of a hard life. He straightened his posture after bending over to get through the low doorway. "Hello," he said. She swiveled to his right side, reached her hand up, and stopped his head an inch before it hit the broken, low-hanging ceiling lamp. As she moved, the photos of the dead bodies she had just taken slid out of the folder in her hand and landed on the dirty floor in front of him. He glanced at the photos and looked at her, smiling. "Thank you. Caedmon LeBlanc." He reached his hand out to shake hers. She shook his hand quickly and bent down to pick up the photos. Pukak wanted to walk around the table for a handshake, but there was no room, so he reached over and across it. Caedmon advanced to the table to shake his hand. Pukak's elbow hit the pile of papers on his table, scattering them all over the floor. Photos, unpaid bills, an eviction notice from the building owner, complaint letters about water leakage from citizens living around a clinic in Midtown drifted all over the room. Alyna scrambled on all fours to pick up as many pieces of paper as possible. Caedmon crouched. "Let me help," he said. Pukak pushed his way to the front. Oh no, it's okay. I'll handle this, Alyna," he said. "Please, take Mr. LeBlanc to visit the clinic in Midtown, the one that's open today." That means the one that doesn't have water leakage, she thought, and winked at Pukak. Caedmon stood up. "Go, both of you. You're crowding my office." Pukak was all but pushing Caedmon and Alyna out of his office. "All right," Caedmon said and turned to the door. Then he sneezed because of the dust, lost his balance, and hit his head on the low doorway on his way out. "Are you okay?" Alyna asked. He rubbed his head and grinned. "What a smile," she thought. "My father always told me I have a hard head." "You might," But still, competing with a doorframe isn't a good idea. Totally agree. Before she could react, he slid his arm around her waist and guided her out. She felt like a true lady. Now, is someone killing your men? Those dead men in the photos were Amarak fighters, right? Chapter 4. The Beginning of Time. He picked up a shard of ice that shone a deep blood red. It wasn't just ice. It was frozen dragon blood. He glanced behind him and saw that Thunderchild was still sleeping soundly next to a large rock. It had taken them days to get here, and she was tired. He should give her a better name than Thunderchild, but he had no idea what to call her. He didn't even have a name for himself. People called him Keymaster because he made keys. Not just any keys. His keys unlock the sources of energy and power, unlock the doors between worlds. He considered himself an artist in the key-making business, and thus he didn't come cheap. If creatures in the multiverse needed his keys and couldn't afford them, they'd kill to get them. And to that extent, he knew he had indirectly created some chaos and casualties in the multiverse. But it was just business. He got paid to make keys. That was all he did. He couldn't control what people did with the products they had paid for. He couldn't even remember how many keys he had created. A few hundred, maybe? Some were more difficult to make than others. But this one might be the most difficult one. The Scorpio key. He chipped into the large piece of ice to break it into several shards that he could transport easily. The freezing conditions weren't ideal. He needed to get the ice back to his studio so that he could work. He went back to the child and tucked the cloak around her to keep her warm. He brushed aside the hair on her forehead. She was beautiful. She was a child born of angels, after all, and he wouldn't expect less when it came to her beauty. She must be 8 now, or maybe 7. He'd lost track of time. He had picked her up as an infant, sitting next to the dead body of her mother, clapping her little hands and flapping her tiny wings. Before he knew it, she had given him instructions on how to make some of the more difficult keys and had become a significant part of his life. And just now, she had showed him the way to the rock of dragon blood. He kept telling her she should go to the Daemon Gate, or go back to the angels, but she preferred to stay with him. She winced in her sleep, and he knew what was coming. He picked her up in his arms and clutched her tight. "Come on, don't do that to yourself, child." Her shoulders twisted, and her body shook. Tears rolled down her face. He held her tighter. Otherwise, she would clap her hands together, and the thunder would come. He had seen that before. Her thunder could devastate a mountain. Her nightmares came often, and it pained him as much as it tormented him. She never talked about it, but he knew she had seen what killed her parents, and it haunted her dreams. The older she grew, the more frequently the nightmares came, but if she wouldn't talk about it, there was nothing he could do for her. Her body shook for a while, then eased off. He lay her down and wiped the sweat from her beautiful young face. "One day you will tell me what killed your parents, Thunderchild," he said. Her eyes fluttered, and then opened. She smiled at him.
"Did you find the blood rock?"
"Yes, over there." She sat up and looked in the direction he pointed. A smile brightened her angelic face. She rushed toward the rock and traced her little fingers along the rough edges of the ice shards. She remembered nothing about the dream she just had, or how much she had shaken in his arms. She had no conscious recollection of her parents' violent death. Yet
In dreams, it came back to haunt her. Perhaps she remembered, but didn't let on. There had been so many times he'd wanted to ask her, but he had no clue when she would be old enough to handle such a conversation, so he always let the thought go. She turned around and smiled at him.
Bloodstone.
She grinned again and raised her hands. No, don't clap. You know you have a clapping disorder, don't you? She giggled and then put her hands down. He exhaled in relief and flopped down, leaning against the rock she had just slept next to. That was his eternal nightmare. He didn't know when one of her thunderstrikes would explode him right out of his immortal life. She shrugged, then picked up his hunting knife and used it to chip away at the rock. A thin stream of red liquid leaked out.
Look, Keymaster.
She pointed. He approached. Holy cow! The rock is bleeding. It's dragon blood, he said.
No, Keymaster, not dragon's blood. It's scorpion.
Scorpions don't have blood.
It's King Scorpion's blood. He used to be a man.
He staggered back. Are you sure? Is he in there?
No, it was just his heart and his head.
How do you know that?
It comes to me in my dreams, Keymaster.
Oh, those dreams. All right. As long as a giant scorpion isn't going to crawl out of that stone to bite me, I'm fine. I hate insects. I only need the rocks to make the key. I have no need for a bleeding heart. Let me chip away some more rocks, and then we'll leave for home.
For the Scorpio key, you'll need some blood from the heart, too.
How do you? He stopped himself. All right, knowledge from the dreams, right? But how long will it take me to chip away that giant rock to the heart of the scorpion?
I'll do it for you. One strike.
She smiled graciously. You'll just use any excuse to clap that thunder out of your little hands. Okay, don't pout. I'll let you do it. But let me find shelter first. He scurried away to a nearby cave and crawled inside as deep as he could. All right, I'm safe, he called. He heard her giggle, and then an explosion of thunder that almost punctured his eardrums echoed through the air. Everything went quiet. He stepped outside and saw a massive hole in the ground. Thunderchild stood next to a neatly cut giant piece of bloodstone. She smiled at him. Where are the heart and the head? He asked. She pointed at the piece of icy red rock.
In there. It's all done for you, Keymaster.
Chapter 5. Sushi? Alyna asked. Excuse me? Caedmon turned toward her. He had been looking at the billboard hanging from a tall building, advertising exotic holiday deals to Nepalimbus. It fascinated him. Not the holiday deals, but the development of New Earth since the years he had known it. Nepalimbus had been a submarine dimension that was at war with humans. But if they were now organizing tours there, they must have made peace at some point. I asked if you're hungry. No, thank you. But I can wait if you need to eat. He chuckled on the inside, remembering how his secretary, Leanne, had warned him about food consumption. She smiled at him. I only need 5 minutes. She tapped a small device on her belt. I have to maintain a regular intake of necessary nutrition. There's no magic when it comes to strength and fitness. Then she walked across the road to what looked like a street food vendor. She must be a hell of a fighter, he thought. Her long and agile body glided across the street with ease. Her long hair was pulled back tightly into a braided ponytail that swung between her shoulders. He thought her hair to be flattering and flirty at times, but he was sure she didn't think about it that way. Her dress code and posture was combat-ready. He had seen it in some of his female commanders, and he knew enough to not mess around with him. The street looked just like Midtown New York. He had never been, but he had done a quick scan of the data and possible locations before embarking on this trip. Unfortunately, his data seemed to be quite outdated. In about 3 minutes, Alyna came back to him. "Done already?" It wasn't exactly a 3-course lunch. "Are there places that have such offers?" She laughed. "So you're hungry, but you're not quite into street food." "I was told to be careful about what I eat." "And you are absolutely right to do so. This is Midtown, so it's not too bad. But I'll take you to a place uptown, and then you can have whatever you need." She gestured ahead. "The clinic is just around the corner." "Thank you." As they walked toward the clinic, he discreetly turned on his Yud key, a special source of Udasian energy designed just for him. With that activated, he had access to a personal micro-internal computer system that could perform various small tasks. He snapped a scan of the area and recorded the map. Then he turned off the system and switched it back to his normal operational mode. In normal mode, he had a human body with Udasian energy. He saw the clinic at the end of the small side road. It looked quite charming from the outside. Alyna's communicator buzzed, and she picked it up. Then her face paled. "What is it, Alyna?" "Just a problem with the security business. Given that's not what you're interested in, let's just take a look at the clinic, and then I'll take you back to where you're staying." "The call you just received, is it urgent?" He locked eyes with her to let her know he wouldn't like it if she withheld information from him. She nodded. "It's urgent, but your interest lies in the natural medicine clinic, so I'm paying for the whole lot, Alyna. That includes the private security business as well. Not only do I need an answer now about what's just happened, but I also need answers from you about the dead men in the photos this morning. Pukak said you were going to leave your operation alone and only assist with financial matters." "No, what I said was, I'll leave your spiritual practice and beliefs alone. I know Amarak is a mage operating organization. I respect that, but I'll handle any operational matter that has financial implications. And I'm guessing having your man die in the line of duty has an implication for the private security business. Am I correct?" She looked at him, hesitating. "Have you seen a dead body before?" He'd been to battles before. He had no idea how many thousands of space creatures he had killed. Caedmon's face remained stoic as he said, "No, but I'm educated. I have medical knowledge, and I can handle seeing dead bodies. So, what was the call about?" Alyna waved her arms in the air in frustration. "Pukak won't like this." "If you want my money in the business, I need to know everything about it. Otherwise, I'm out." She sighed. "It's a client. His son has just been found dead. We provide a private security service, and a client's son is dead, and you didn't think it was in my best interest to know? Well, you know now. Have you called the authorities?" "I just found out about it now. I haven't called Pukak, but you're the authority now." She paced back and forth in agitation. "Give me a minute." He turned away, pretending to think, and discreetly switched on his microcomputer again. He searched for general information about New Earth in his current location at the current time. The command was simple, and he didn't think there was any danger of overloading the microchip. Instantly, a stream of information appeared in his mind's eye. He scanned the information. Then he switched it off and turned back to look at Alyna. He didn't know what to say. This was New Earth, 2999. There was no government or authority of any kind here. Commerce operated on total freedom of supply and demand. People hired private security for protection. The people were the authority over themselves. He didn't know he had traveled so far into the future Earth. But that was beside the point. The system had calculated that the Scorpio Key was here. At this time, and in this location, now called New Earth. Caedmon? Yes? What's your decision? If you take the business, then you're the one in charge. Right. We'll have to see the dead body first and talk to the client. The father must be devastated. Alyna shook her head. You mean he doesn't care? He asked. She looked at him, and he could see an ocean of sadness in those deep emerald eyes. She bit her lips lightly. He figured that was to prevent unwanted tears. Tony is 17, and he could have done a lot better if not for the scumbag he calls a brother. His father is on his deathbed, and his wealth has been distributed evenly between his two sons. Tony's money is with a financial guardian until he's 18. His father, when he was still conscious, hired us to protect Tony. See what he's got in his son? A tear rolled down her face, and she wiped it off quickly. Caedmon tried to touch her shoulder in comfort, but she shrugged him off. So to answer your question, no, his father won't feel any pain. He's in a coma now, waiting to die. As for the money, we'll lose it because his brother will take the business to a thesis. I don't care about the money. I don't care either, and not because it's not my money, but this is just the beginning. I told Pukak, a thesis will do whatever it takes to destroy us. I take it they're our competitor? Yes, and if they take over the city, it will be chaos. More than we've already seen. How so? They worship Satan. Chapter 6. Alyna didn't need to verify the security code at the door to enter Tony's residence. The young man was dead, and the door was wide open. Amarak had already sent people to investigate the cause of death and the potential killer. If they had found evidence, they had the authority to execute the killer. Ben, notepad in hand, approached from a side corridor. Ben was in his mid-30s and had been with Amarak since he was a teenager. Like many other young teens, he had joined to learn martial arts and survival techniques to protect himself. Then he began to conduct the business to protect others. Alyna trusted him. He's in the lunchroom. There's no trace of a wound, Alyna. Ben glanced at Caedmon and stopped talking. This is Caedmon LeBlanc. He's our new business owner. What do you mean? You and Pukak won't be with us any longer? Caedmon reached his hand out for a handshake, but Ben raised his hand, showing him the thin coat of transparent substance covering it. I'm wearing a protective shield to examine the dead body, he explained. Caedmon nodded and said, Alyna and Pukak aren't going anywhere. I'm just assisting with some financial matters. He gestured widely around the room. And learning the business, of course. When Ben looked at Alyna, she gave him a nod of approval, so he continued. Tony was probably killed just an hour ago, he said. I'm guessing it was because of the suppression of air to his brain. He was strangled? Alyna asked. Well, there were no marks, no sign of a physical struggle, and there was no poison in his system that I can detect so far. But his heart failed, and his brain reacted as if there was a lack of oxygen. I'm not sure of the sequence, whether his heart or his brain failed first, but it's all speculation, because there were no physical marks on his body whatsoever. It was as if... He trailed off. Alyna raised an eyebrow, waiting. Ben looked from Alyna to Caedmon. Well, this is just my opinion, he said. "I don't have any evidence to back this up." "Spit it out, Ben," Alyna said. "It was as if the life was sucked out of him." "What do you mean?" Caedmon asked. "If he didn't die naturally, then someone took his life. That's obvious." Ben rocked back and forth from his heels to the balls of his feet. "It's like his soul, or his spirit, was taken from him." Alyna shook her head, and she strode into the adjacent room via a side hallway. The room was spacious and filled with natural sunlight via a large floor-to-ceiling glass window. She saw the table where Tony had loved to sit to have his meals, watch the screen, and read old comic books he had got from the antique collection in the museum. He had been planning to reprint those books with real paper, regardless of how expensive it would be to do so. The books were still there, scattered all over the floor. He must have pushed them to the floor as he fell. Tony's body was on the floor. He looked as if he were sleeping peacefully. He had been so young and full of life. She approached and crouched next to the body. On his knuckles were the bruises she had put there. He had started taking martial arts lessons with her because he didn't like being surrounded by security all the time. Then from the body in front of her, a whirl of black smoke and semi-transparent particles surged up from the ground to form the wriggling shape of a man, his hands reaching out to grab her neck. She staggered back, falling to the floor. She gasped. She couldn't breathe. She tried to yank the hands off her neck, but they weren't tangible, and there was nothing for her to grab. But her windpipe was closing. That much she knew. Her vision blurred quickly as her air was cut off. She saw Caedmon and Ben panicking, saying something she could neither hear nor understand. Her world was dimming by the second. She felt Caedmon's hands on her shoulders. He said something. Then her world went completely dark, and she felt a zap, like a spark of electric current tearing through her body. Then came another one, and another. Blood and air started to circulate once again. She felt her body operating on its own. She opened her eyes and saw Caedmon's face over hers. She guessed he had done something to save her. She wanted to say thank you, or at least smile, but her body didn't want to cooperate. "All right, I'll take her back to her place," Caedmon said, then lifted her up into his arms. She was 5'11", yet he lifted her up like she was as light as a little girl's doll. She couldn't move at the moment, so she let her head loll on his strong shoulder. When Caedmon turned around, she saw the concerned look on Ben's face. She understood. She felt as though she had just come back from death. She was tired, so she closed her eyes. "It's in your best interest to forget what you saw me do, Ben," Caedmon said. "I'll have to tell Pukak." "You don't have to do anything. If you say a word, I'll withdraw my business offer to Amarak. Talk to Pukak instead about the consequence of not having any financial backing. Understood?" "Yes." Alyna felt movement. Then she heard the sound of traffic. She stirred and opened her eyes. "There you are. Ben said I should take you home and not to a medical center. But I have no idea where you live. Let me take a look at your ID card." A cab stopped right next to them. He climbed in with ease and settled Alyna on his lap. "Sorry," he said as he stuck his hand into her pants pocket and pulled out her ID. He gave the address to the driver. She was so glad she lived in the center of town and not in a dump somewhere on the outskirts. The downside of the location, however, was that her rent chewed up a large part of her wages. As the car moved, her face pressed into Caedmon's chest. She could smell his masculinity. She had been with men before, but this was the most sensual scent she had ever experienced. She was embarrassed, yet unable to move her head away from his chest. A short moment later, He carried her into the bedroom in her apartment and put her gently on her bed. I can see you're now able to blink those pretty eyes of yours, but they need to rest. He took her boots off and sat down at her bedside. I'll loosen this braided ponytail. It's too tight. He tugged at it and loosened her hair a bit. Don't panic. I'm not going to undress you. But this belt's got to go. He took her belt off. Also, I have to loosen this as well. You can beat me up for this when you can move again. He slid his arms around her back and unclasped her bra. He then wrapped the blanket around her, dimmed the light, and left the room. She lay there, staring at the ceiling and digesting what had just happened. She rested, waiting for her muscles to strengthen, cell by cell. She could still smell his scent hovering in the air of her bedroom. Damn it! She closed her eyes for a bit. Then she concentrated on her muscle movements again. Chapter 7. Caedmon wasn't keen on square buildings, but he wasn't going to find the grand rooms and high-ceilinged towers of Eudays anywhere else in the multiverse. He glanced back at the bedroom door and was sure Alyna was still resting. He needed his privacy, but he couldn't leave her alone in her current condition. His stomach growled. He was really hungry, but he had work to do, and he had to make use of the little space he had available in this compartment. He settled at the kitchen table and turned on his wrist unit. He entered a command, and the face of Lorcan Brody, a wicked technology head in the Daemon Gate, appeared. Lorcan frowned.
Kieran?
I guess I look like my father.
Holy cow, you're Caedmon. The unit just said LeBlanc, so I assumed... Wait, so you're calling from the future? What are you doing?
Uncle Lorcan, I need your and Orla's help.
That much I can guess. But you're not contacting us in the future. So does that mean we're dead?
No. I need you at your current time. Would you mind getting Auntie Orla so I can explain this only once? I haven't got much time. Orla's exotic voice sounded, and her beautiful face loomed on the screen.
I heard my name. Hello there, Caedmon. You're growing into a fine man. Calling from the future, are you?
Lorcan gasped.
How could you tell it was him? Why didn't you think it was Kieran?
Orla shrugged.
Well, they do look alike, but Kieran doesn't have that twinkle in his eyes. You can never tell what Kieran's thinking. Charming Caedmon here can never hide his emotions.
Lorcan rolled his eyes. Women. He must have earned a pinch from Orla for that comment, because he yelped.
What do you need, Caedmon?
Orla asked. I need Uncle Lorcan to find out, at your current time now, whether my father has obtained the Scorpio key. If not, that's the right time point. Lorcan turned to another monitor, returning shortly.
No, Kieran and Madeline have just obtained the Virgo key. There's a note, confidential of course, about another 5 keys. Scorpio is one of them.
Caedmon nodded. All right. In the future, I figured out that my father failed to obtain the Scorpio key, and the consequence was disastrous. I traveled to the past, just before he went for the key, and offered to go in his place. I got the key, married Sedna, and came back to my future. Am I confusing you yet? Orla shook her head.
Something happened to your wife, didn't it?
Tears gleamed in her eyes.
Caedmon, stop crying. Tears are contagious,
Lorcan said. Caedmon didn't realize tears had rolled down his face, and he had made Orla emotional. He wiped them away. Sorry, I can't control this. Then he looked at Orla. Yes, Auntie Orla. Something happened to my wife. A month ago. In the future, that is. I don't know how, but she figured out that the Scorpio key we obtained was fake. She traveled back to the past, to the point when she had just given the key to my father, and she asked for it back. Could you excuse me for just a sec? He went into the bathroom and splashed cold water onto his face. He couldn't control his emotional and chemical reactions, but that didn't mean he was mentally weak. Sedna always teased him when he encountered emotional news, and his chemical reaction triggered tears he couldn't control. He would improve over time, but she hadn't had a chance to see that, had she? He inhaled deeply to gather himself together, and then stepped back out to the kitchen. He looked into the screen again so that Lorcan and Orla could see his face and know he had composed himself. He spoke with clarity. I didn't know Sedna's plan when she took the fake key back. She jumped into an ice oblivion hole, and then there was an explosion from the hole. And you can't accept that she might be dead. That's why you are where you are now, Lorcan asked. Caedmon nodded. Until I find evidence, I won't believe she's dead, because I've traveled to the past and cheated fate to get the key. I can't travel back to fix the future consequences of my own action. So instead, I traveled further into the future, to here and now. Interesting plan, Caedmon. What's your theory? Lorcan asked. Sedna is a mage. Her mage tribe worships the Scorpio key. When we took the key and left, the tribe was supposed to dissolve, but they didn't. They transformed and now are operating under the name Amarak, and they still worship the Scorpio key. The real key? Orla asked. I don't know. My plan is to get into the mage tribe, find the person who swapped the real key, and make him or her, or it, go back to the past and place the real key in the temple at a time before we got the key. I can't travel to the past, but I can send that person, or thing, back. It's good in theory, but how do you plan to make the thing agree to travel? All things want to stay alive. It can stay here and die with a key, or travel back to the past to replace the key and live. I will hold whatever is important to it here at ransom. You'd kill for this, Caedmon? Orla asked. It's not just my wife's life. If the key falls into the wrong hands, many people will die. My father said the set of 6 keys connects multiple worlds and gives the connector the ultimate power. And Hoyt Flanagan is working to get all 6 of the keys. I have to get to the key before he does. Flanagan? Orla shook her head and shuddered. You'd better get that key, Caedmon. So, if you already have a plan, how can we help? Lorcan asked. I've done my research, roughly, and understand how a mage's magic works. But just now, I saw a form of dematerialization. Well, that's your Uncle Tig's talent, Lorcan said. Yes, and Hoyt Flanagan's. But Hoyt is a lot more seasoned than my uncle. Yes, he's got a few 100 years on Tig. Plus he practices dark magic. Is that why you want me? Orla asked. Caedmon nodded. Yes, your experience with sorcery is much needed, but I dare not ask you to perform a ritual inside the Daemon Gate. All I need now is a spell, or something I can use to protect myself if dark magic is used against me. Orla smiled. You're 1,000 times more open-minded than your father, Caedmon. Yes, I can work on that for you. And Uncle Lorcan, could you please find out what the group called Thesis does? Do they have anything to do with Satan? And is Satan a branch of religious belief, or a kind of magic? At your current time now, could you triangulate to equivalent Earth time and figure out if there's a surge of multiversal energy in Greenland or the Arctic? I focused only on the mage tribe and neglected everything beyond that. Lorcan raised an eyebrow. I assume you don't want the info from the ordinary databank, because you could just do that search yourself. You want me to use our special source, right? By special source, Caedmon meant the wicked databank of the multiverse called the Eye. Even his father didn't have access to it. Getting caught stealing data from the Eye was a grave offense. Caedmon nodded. Like father, like son, Lorcan muttered. Your father had the same look on his face when he wanted to do the same thing. Please? All right. I'll take some time. I'll get back to you and... Holy cow! You're in 2999 Earth time. Look, Orla. Lorcan pointed at the screen. Orla narrowed her eyes. Do you know what it means to practice magic, Caedmon? No. All I know is that the computer simulation told me the real Scorpio key is here, in this time, and close to this place. He rolled his eyes. By this place, I mean New Earth. Orla nodded. Now I've got more to do. Caedmon heard footsteps. I've got to go. Oh, just so you know, here I'm just a human, a filthy rich LeBlanc, buying Amarak's business. So if you need to contact me, please don't flash the holocast when I'm in public. As soon as he turned his communicator off, Pukak kicked the door in. Before Caedmon could do anything, a light beam struck him, and he was thrown into the opposite wall. Chapter 8. Keymaster would be asleep for a little longer. He always took naps in the afternoon, and the making of the Scorpio key seemed to be more taxing for him than the other keys he'd made. The bloodstone must be harder to carve. She checked for one last time to ensure he was sleeping soundly. Then she sneaked through the back door of the small hut and ran into the nearby forest. It had been 8 long years, and she still remembered the sound of the flesh being torn from her mother's body as she was slaughtered. They didn't think an infant could possibly have had awareness or any memory about the incident. Because of that, they hadn't killed her. They had shown mercy. She wished otherwise. It was too far for her to travel back to the stone mountain where her parents were murdered. So every day, for as long as she had been able, she came here to the small cave to remember and to plan her revenge. Revenge our death, our sweet child. Remember, we love you forever. She repeated her mother's last words every time she was in this cave. She didn't know her name, but she was happy with what Keymaster called her, Thunder Child. It sounded strong. She smiled to herself. Keymaster had always thought of himself as a predator, but he didn't realize how sweet he was with children. She had never seen him kill any creature that hadn't deserved to die. On that note, he wouldn't be happy to see what she was doing in this cave. She took out a knife she kept hidden under a stone. It was the hunting knife he thought he had lost. She clambered out of the cave and went hunting. The creatures in the woods that she would kill today to practice her fighting skills were innocent. But she had to practice. She had to hone her skills. When she faced the murderers of her parents, she would be on her own. She would kill them with her own hands. She raced through the woods. There, she saw a movement. She chased the shadow. It was a 4-legged creature, furry, black and gray. She didn't know what it was, but it ran, and she chased. In no time, she had caught up with it. Her skills were improving. She ran faster every day, and she became stronger every day. She got close enough to recognize that it was a wolf she was chasing.
Wolves were very dangerous animals. She could kill it. She jumped in the air, stabbed downward, and caught the animal in its tracks. It was on the ground, kicking its legs in pain, uttering desperate noises. She stepped up to finish the job, but then she heard faint whining noises and saw 3 small pups by a nearby tree. The mother wolf turned and looked at her with big brown eyes and let out a mournful sound. She always finished the job, but maybe not today. She let the wolf get up. As soon as it regained its footing, it raced to the pups, and together they ran away. "That was weak," an elderly male voice said from behind her. She yelped, jumped aside, and swung the knife upward. A tall man with red eyes and long white hair in a long black cloak grabbed her wrist and twisted the knife out of her hand.
Who are you?
"I am your teacher."
Keymaster is my teacher.
"He doesn't teach you how to seek revenge. He doesn't teach you how to kill or how to survive."
Why do you want to teach me?
Let's say we share some common enemies. I am bound by a curse and can't kill those I need to. But you can do it for me, so I'll teach you how to kill. Simple.
You want to use me.
Yes, and feel free to use me back. She looked him up and down.
I don't trust you.
That makes you stronger. I like that. If you're strong, you'll stand a chance against those who want to kill.
How do you know who I want to kill?
He smiled, and his red eyes sparked with something strange. I told you. We share common enemies.
Did they kill your parents too?
He chuckled. No, but they killed my children.
Why?
He crouched and looked in her eyes. You're not ready for the reason why they kill. Let's keep it at that. When you're ready, I'll tell you. She nodded. You have to keep this from Keymaster.
Why? Are you his enemy? You can't use me to harm him.
You're a smart kid, he said. I have no intention of killing Keymaster, but he has to focus on making keys. That's his job. So why don't we let him focus on that?
You have to promise no harm will come to Keymaster.
I can promise not to harm him, but I can't control others' intentions. And there are many others who want him dead, little child. He'll be dead one day. He can't protect you forever. So you better get some real training. What do you say? She looked up at him, and then she nodded. She would learn the necessary skills from him. She would figure out the next step later. Chapter 9. Caedmon picked himself up from the floor. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Not that he'd ever been struck before, nor did he want to know how it really felt. Pukak moved quite quickly for an old man. Caedmon was sure he could take him down, even in his ordinary human body, but he wasn't going to fight an old man. Caedmon wiped the blood from his cut lip. You can't beat someone up for no reason, he said. A mage has a code of conduct, does he not? Ben walked into the room and glared at Caedmon.
Ben said you put light into Alyna,
Pukak growled.
I know you're not a mage. You're a creature. But what exactly are you? Why are you infiltrating Amarak?
Caedmon rubbed at his jaw. So that's what this is about? He chuckled. I'm disappointed at Amarak. He tapped his wrist unit.
I resuscitated Alyna with a special LeBlanc technology. Yes, it does have a kind of electric current. When I performed CPR on her, she stopped breathing. You're suggesting I should have stood there and watched her die?
It was magic,
Ben growled. It's advanced technology, not magic.
Let me see.
Pukak reached his hand out. There was no way Caedmon was going to let anyone touch his wrist unit, the crucial piece of technology that connected him with Eudays. Not only was it his only way back, but it also carried critical information about his make, along with a lot of Eudasian technology. He had used his Eud key to resuscitate Alyna. He'd switched on his silver blood's special energy and pumped it into her. Ben would have seen his palm glowing when he performed the procedure, but he wouldn't have seen the dematerialized creature that had attacked her. Human eyes couldn't detect dematerialized forms. It's patented technology. I can't let you handle it.
I only want to look at it. You think an old man like me could steal your technology?
I can't let anyone touch it. It's that simple. If you don't want our business, then I'll go. He walked toward the door, but Ben stopped him. Pukak turned toward him.
You want our secrets? I can't let you go.
Caedmon chuckled. Look, it's blatantly obvious that you are in financial ruin. I can walk out of here and forget about Amarak in no time. This isn't a big deal to the LeBlancs. Ben threw a punch at his abdomen. Caedmon saw it coming, and he could have stopped the hit, but he didn't. Be human, he reminded himself. He didn't have his special energy on, but even with his human body, he was a lot faster and stronger than an ordinary human like Ben, if Ben wasn't a mage. But judging from the punch, Ben was only human. Caedmon heaved and clutched at his stomach. No matter how strong he was, a punch in full force still hurt. Ben grabbed Caedmon's collar and shoved him against the wall. Fight back. Show me what you've got. Show me you have superpower. If I had superpower, I'd break you in half right now. Ben punched him again, but this time Caedmon grabbed his fist. I'm not trained in martial arts like you, but I don't care for being bullied. I offered financial help. If you don't want it, then let me go. He pushed Ben away. Ben looked at Pukak. Let them go. I have to see Alyna now, Pukak said. Pukak? He spied on us. I'm telling you, he's something else. No one without training can block my punch. Caedmon punched Ben in the face, sending him reeling backward. Violence needs no training. Now that's just a taste of it. Don't piss me off, Ben. Then he kicked the door open and walked out. On the street, a few blocks away from Alyna's place, Caedmon turned onto a quiet corner and turned on his wrist unit. Lorcan appeared on the screen. You didn't even give me enough time to drink a glass of water before you called back, Caedmon. The plan has changed, Uncle Lorcan. Amarak just kicked me out. Well, that's good. Get out of that mess, Caedmon. The key might not be with them. What do you mean? You asked me to look into a thesis, so I took a quick peek. Amarak isn't a transformed version of the mage tribe that you and Sedna took the key from. They existed at the same time. So did a thesis. The tribe you and Sedna worked with was the only one with pure and consistent energy. Amarak and a thesis were messy. If Amarak were a genuine mage operating group, someone at high rank in that group would have a connection with the multiverse. Same with a thesis. So before you know who's who and who's looking for what, get the hell out of there and give me some more time to dig deeper. Can you get me the list of those in Amarak that might have shady connections?
Yes, but it'll take some time. And why do you care, Caedmon? You've been there for, 2 seconds? Get the hell out of there.
I'll see what I can do.
Don't do anything silly, son. Your father might be bedbound for a week, but nothing can stop me from alerting your extensive family in new days, and a series of kick-ass commanders to drag your ass back where you belong.
Understood. He heard a noise and footsteps from just around the corner. I've got to go. As soon as he turned the communicator off, Ben stepped out with a dozen men. Pukak said to let you leave, but he didn't tell me not to beat you up. No one lays a punch on me and walks away intact. I'm sorry I hurt your ego, but you attacked me first. Well, you asked for it. I know what you did for Alyna had nothing to do with technology. I'm not a mage, but I work with enough supernatural people to be able to tell the difference. Caedmon smiled. Even Pukak can't tell. So do you mean you work with higher caliber supernatural people? Perhaps crossing between Amarak and Athesis camps? Bullshit! Get him! Ben signaled, and the dozen men behind him charged at Caedmon. Chapter 10. Alyna whirled around, grabbed her boots, and slid them on. Can you slow down, Alyna? You just got up on your feet. Pukak looked at her in disapproval. Ben will hurt Caedmon. I'm sure of it. Alyna, Caedmon isn't exactly defenseless. But you said Caedmon punched Ben in the face. Yes. A man with crushed ego is dangerous. Ben hurts people, not the other way around. That's how he operates. Caedmon can throw a few punches, but he's just a corporate guy. I doubt he has any combat training. Pukak chuckled. You should see how he punches. What do you mean? Nothing. Maybe he's just talented. Alyna rushed out of the house and darted around the corner and down a dark street that led to the main road. If Caedmon wanted to get transport back to his quarter, he would have headed that way. Caedmon smiled at Ben. He would teach this human and his petty ego a lesson to remember. As the group of 12 charged at Caedmon, he switched his Yud key on. The super energy enhanced his natural agility and gave him incredible speed and strength. That was all he needed with this group of humans. Soon the group of men were crawling on the ground, moaning. They slowly got up, but didn't dare charge again. Caedmon looked straight at Ben, cocking an eyebrow. The other men looked at Ben too. Ben had no choice but to run at Caedmon. In a swift move, Caedmon knocked him to the ground. He made sure he had total control of his strength. He didn't want to break the guy's neck. Then, because his superpower was on and his senses were super-sensitive, he heard breathing and movement from Alyna. She was rushing toward him. He immediately switched off his superpower. At the same time, Ben pushed himself up from the ground and charged at him again. They fought, exchanging blow for blow. The other men could see the changes in the synergy of the fight. "Get 'em, you cowards!" Ben shouted at them. They all rushed at Caedmon at the same time. What followed was a sea of fists, legs, and elbows. All Caedmon was worried about was protecting his wrist unit. In the worst-case scenario, he could just open a portal and leave. But without the wrist unit, he'd be stranded on Earth. Stop! Stop, all of you! It was Alyna's voice. The stream of punches and kicks stopped. He pushed the man standing next to him aside and walked away. 13 of you against 1, Alyna said. You should have seen him before, Ben said. Yes, I heard. He punched you in the face, didn't he? You embarrass me, Ben. Now go. All of you. Caedmon heard the footsteps of the retreating men, and then Alyna's footsteps following him. His injuries hurt. All he needed was to turn on his Yud key. The healing process would start instantly, and he would be in perfect condition in no time. But he couldn't do that in front of Alyna, or any other human. He needed the privacy of the unit where he was staying. He felt Alyna's hand touching his shoulder. She turned him around. "This looks really bad, Caedmon. I have to take you to a medical center. Our clinic is closer, and they do a good job, but I don't think you'd like it. Please let me take you to the medical center. I just need to be left alone. Thank you." He kept walking, or maybe he was passing out. He could feel that a couple of his ribs were broken. He was hurting badly and needed to heal them as soon as possible. He felt Alyna's arm around his waist. She was a lot stronger than he expected. "If you don't want to go to the medical center, fine," she said. "But I have to at least get you home safely. You owe me, remember?" "Excuse me? When you unclasped my bra, you said I could beat you up if I wanted to." "Well, that was rhetorical. But I took it literally. Obviously, I don't want to beat you up, but I do want to take you home." "Fine," he muttered. He tried to be as unfriendly as he could, but it didn't deter her. He'd have to play along. They walked for one more block and were about to get to the main road when they heard stealthy footsteps. He recognized them. They weren't the footsteps of thugs from street gangs. They were the stealthy steps of well-trained mercenaries. Alyna left him leaning against a wall and put her hands on her 2 guns. "Seriously, Alyna? It's a thesis. And yes, I'm very serious. You can't just kill people on the street." "It's kill or be killed, Caedmon. I don't know about you, but I prefer the former. I want you to get down as low as you can." "No. Caedmon, there's no room for ego here. I'm the one with the guns." "I can use one of yours." "Have you ever fired a gun before?" "I know how to pull a trigger." She nodded and reluctantly gave him one of her 2 guns. While she was busy surveying the surrounding area, he switched his Yud key on. He could feel the healing energy surging through his body, fixing his broken ribs. But he stopped the process at 90%, leaving all his external injuries as they were. They walked along a narrow street with high fences on either side. He could see that while Alyna might be lethal at one-on-one fighting, she had no combat training at all. They were in the worst possible position for an ambush. He turned his Yud key totally off, but with his human eyes and ears, he could still see the movement of the mercenaries on the roofs of the houses along the narrow street. He could gun down a few, but he would need to save the Yud key for healing purposes, because he was sure he would suffer more injuries. He wasn't worried about himself, but he was concerned for Alyna. As far as he knew, she was human and had no special healing power. If she was shot, she might die. He had no problem protecting himself, but he had no confidence that he could protect Alyna as well. As he predicted, several mercenaries emerged at the top of the high fence. Judging by their skilled movements, he figured they must be at the top of the pay rank in the multiverse. "They aren't a thesis," Alyna whispered. Chapter 11. Alyna didn't like what she was thinking. The movements of the assailants told her they weren't a thesis, but they weren't ordinary fighters either. She had nothing that anyone on Earth could possibly want. No money, no possessions, and she wasn't exactly an important person. She was a kick-ass fighter, however, and because of that, they would get nothing at all for fighting her, except injuries, some of which might be fatal. Whatever they wanted must have to do with Caedmon. She cursed herself for not having thought about this before. With his background, he was an attractive target for any scumbag looking for power, money, or anything Caedmon's family could provide. In this stretch of town, people would kill for a simple lunch credit. The only thing that comforted her now was that if her prediction was right, and someone was after Caedmon for money, then at least they wouldn't harm him. 6 mercenaries jumped from the high fence, landing softly like feathers floating to the ground. They didn't pull out weapons. She stepped in front of Caedmon. She could sense his movement behind her as he attempted to get equal ground with her, so she sidestepped and blocked his way. He seemed to get the hint and stopped trying. "You're not locals. What do you want?" Alyna asked. The shortest of the 6 to the far left answered.
Caedmon LeBlanc,
He said. "He's Amarak's client, under my protection. So the answer is no. You can't have him." The short man chuckled.
You must be Alyna McCabe.
"I hope I have a good reputation in the South. Now that I have declined your request, would you like to go? Preferably in peace?" "What exactly do you want from me?" Caedmon asked. The short man smirked, and his green eyes flashed an unusual shade.
Your wrist unit, he said. But it won't work without you, so we need the whole package.
"Well, I'll give you my coat. It's worth much more, and it works without me." Alyna wanted to chuckle, but she figured it would probably be a bad idea, so she maintained a poker face. The short man opened his mouth and was about to respond when Alyna felt the brush of Caedmon's arm against her side. She knew what he was doing, but it happened so fast it surprised her. Caedmon gunned down the short man before he could utter a response. She followed suit with the other men. It all happened so quickly, there was no time to think. For her, it was just muscle memory from years of training. She didn't know what sort of training Caedmon had, but he was extremely fast and accurate. She shot 2 men on the far right and threw a knife into a third to her left. Her left hand was working much better than her right because of the injury she'd suffered in a fight with an Athesis Supreme Fighter the other week. The knife entered the temple of the assailant, and he was no longer part of the equation. Only one of the shots she had fired was lethal. She pushed Caedmon, and they both jumped behind a barrel of industrial waste along the side of the road, but the path was narrow and the bin not large enough to cover them completely. 3 left, one of them injured. "Can you handle the injured one?" Caedmon asked. She didn't take it as an insult, but his question did hurt her ego. She said nothing, but pointed her gun and fired without looking. The injured man she had shot before dropped in midair as he tried to leap over the bin at them. "Second time. Not too lucky," she muttered, and charged out from behind the bin. The other 2 were about to attack when they saw her. She lowered her gun. "Me against 2 of you. What do you say?" She knew mercenaries. They essentially did what she did for a living. The difference was that she was paid to protect people, and they were paid to cause harm. Either way, they all had a code of conduct. She had issued them a challenge, and they had no choice but to take it. As she predicted, they both lowered their guns and charged at her. She took them on. They exchanged strikes, blow for blow. Although she didn't recognize their style of martial arts, she had to admit they were good. She scored several blows to their heads and bodies. If it had been a performance fight at her club, she would have been declared the winner. But this wasn't a stage fight. After suffering several hits, they backed up against the wall. She knew their intentions. They were predators, after all. Both of them had their hands on their guns. Her reaction was again pure muscle memory. She pulled her gun with her left hand and fired at the man on the left. Caedmon had already moved to stand by her right-hand side, and he shot the man on the right, her weak side. As the mercenaries fell to the ground, she looked up at Caedmon, tall, calm, dark hair, striking gray eyes. He looked magnificent, like a warrior in some ancient movie about the time before the Great War. She holstered her gun. He gave her back the other. "No, you keep it," she said. He nodded and smiled, wincing a bit when he tried to tuck the gun into his belt. She realized that the few thousand credit outfits he'd been wearing weren't designed to carry weapons. "Just put it here," she said, and took the gun and slid it into his jacket pocket. "The safety's on, so it won't discharge involuntarily, but you're not exactly shabby at handling a gun, so I guess you know the basics." Caedmon nodded and absently moved his hand to his side. She could only hope her men had left no marks on his elegant body. She could only hope there were no severe internal injuries. "What hurts?" she asked. "Huh? Apart from the external bruises I can see, do you have any internal injuries caused by my men? If so, I'll take you to the medical clinic." "No, it's nothing. Just some scratches. What are we going to do with these bodies?" "Leave them. The trucks will get them in the morning." "You mean the garbage trucks?" "Kind of. But these pick up industrial waste. They're paid to collect both private and industrial waste." "But these are humans, and they're dead. Won't people ask questions?" Who would ask? And ask what? She had no idea what he was talking about. In her town, if people didn't protect themselves, they'd be killed. When humans died, they became waste, literally. If the death happened inside the household, it was private waste. But this was a public footpath, so it was considered industrial waste. He looked baffled, and she shrugged. "Let's get you home," she said. He nodded and strode ahead. She followed, still not understanding his concern about the waste issue. Suddenly there was a sound. It sounded like metal bars scraping against each other, and there were the strange noises of things communicating with each other in a language she didn't know. She had no idea what it was she was hearing, but she was sure it wasn't human. Chapter 12. Bang. The keymaster was so startled by the loud noise that he almost fell off his chair. Bang. "That's enough, child." Bang, bang, bang. He left the workshop where he was working on the stone for the Scorpio key and went to the backyard to see what she was up to. The Thunder Child was building something that looked like a gallows. "Planning to hang some criminals?" he asked. She giggled.
"No, Keymaster. This is so you can hang a blade to cut stone. Given that you're having such difficulty carving the bloodstone."
"Child, you don't have to worry about that. It's my job to cut the bloodstone. I've done this for hundreds of years. All stones are different. And yes, this bloodstone is stubborn, but there's no stone I can't cut."
"I know, but this machine will give you some assistance. Watch."
She pulled a lever, and a steel blade came crashing down from above with incredible force, slamming into the stone base below it. Keymaster's head rang with a sound, which bounced from his left ear to his right ear, and then back around his head.
"Child, don't do that. Why don't you leave the key-making business to me? You're still young. Go pick some flowers."
"Can I go into the woods?"
She reached for the lever again.
"Okay, sure." he said quickly. You can play by the woods, but be sure to come home before dark. She grinned.
Yes, Keymaster.
What do I always tell you?
Don't play with creatures in the woods, don't talk to strangers, and don't engage in eye contact with any creature from the magical world. If anything attacks, don't run. Turn on the safety lock and call for Keymaster, she said solemnly.
Very good. And where is your safety lock?
She pushed aside the little cloak he had made her to show him the lock underneath. He smiled.
Go play.
She grinned, and then her tiny shadow ran a zigzag all the way up the hill toward the wedge of woods she liked. He returned to his studio.
Oh, no!
The shard of bloodstone he had worked on had returned to its original shape. Chapter 13. Caedmon went back to the foyer of the building where he was staying. The sight of Alyna standing next to a grand marble column reminded him of his wife Sedna. The flashback hit him unexpectedly, and he was totally unprepared for it. He knew what his physical reaction would be with an emotional hit. Weeping in public was unacceptable in any universe, so he immediately turned away and hurried into a nearby restroom. He had met Sedna at a museum in London where there was an exhibition of Eskimo history and artifacts. She was a high-end antique buyer, and he was researching the cultural development of Eskimo tribes. At least, that was his cover. He needed to obtain the Scorpio key, and she was the upcoming leader of the mage tribe that held the key. But their relationship wasn't all a ploy. They loved each other, and before he knew it, they were married. He felt the heat of the blast again, as if it exploded in his mind right now, the blast that had robbed him of his family. He didn't know what had happened, but before he knew it, security had entered the bathroom. When he came to his senses, he saw that the mirror in front of him was shattered, and there was blood all over his hands. He was angry. The heat rising inside him wasn't the heat from the blast that had killed Sedna, but heat from the urge to seek vengeance. He had never experienced this before. The heat consumed him. Waves of pain pounded and echoed in his head. Blood threatened to erupt from his veins. His vision blurred. He could hear Sedna screaming in agony, but he knew that even if she were in excruciating pain, she would never utter a sound. He hated. The word hate had never been in his vocabulary. His father had always said he wasn't capable of hate. Even his twin sister did better than he in expressing negative emotions. That was why his father said he could never be a true human, because he didn't know how to express and control his emotions. But the hate invaded his mind now, and it totally took him over. He couldn't control his emotions, and the rage burst from him like a volcano. But once it was out, he felt peace. The haze of strange visions and pain and the images of blood and gore cleared a bit, revealing the room he was in. Things cleared enough for him to see that the blood and gore wasn't just a part of his visions. It was real. It was as if the two guards who had grabbed him from behind had exploded into pieces. From the corner of his eye, he saw Alyna step through the door. He looked at his shaky hands, bloody from cuts from the broken glass of the mirror. Then he looked at her. I don't know what happened, he said. She stepped out of the room and glanced down the corridor. Then she pulled him outside and slammed the door closed. "Where's your compartment?" she asked. He pulled out his key card and gave it to her. It glowed with a map of the building and identified the desired compartment. "Let's go," she said, and pushed him along the corridor, following the shiny arrow on the key card. "Like I told you before, the two dead guards are now just domestic waste. Nobody will question the bodies, but the way in which they died will be questioned. You have to give me an explanation for this. But first, let's get you cleaned up." They stood in front of his compartment. She swiped the key and pushed the door open. She pushed him down onto the sofa in the living wing, then went into the bathroom to get some wet towels, water, and a first aid kit. When she came back to the living room, his head was clear.
"Do you think my energy caused the two gods to explode?"
She pulled a footstool over, sat opposite him, and started cleaning the blood from his hands and shirt.
He looked at his shirt. "It's probably not worth cleaning this."
He took it off and caught her glancing at the bruises from the fight with her men. He was glad he had repaired 90% of the broken ribs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep his face impassive while she cleaned him up.
"It didn't hurt," he said.
She arched an eyebrow. "Is that so? What about this?" she said, and pushed her palm right at the spot of his broken ribs. He winced. "I won't force you to go to our medical clinic, especially if you aren't exactly human. They wouldn't care for that. But you have to get this fixed at the medical center." There was a knock at the door. She stopped talking, went to the door, and looked at the security monitor. "There's a Barbie here looking for you."
"Excuse me?"
"A stunning blonde is looking for you."
"I don't know who that would be."
Alyna looked into the monitor. "Who's there?"
Leanne, I'm Caedmon's executive secretary. Here are my credentials.
Alyna looked at the screen, then at Caedmon. He nodded. Alyna unlocked the door. Leanne stepped into the room like a breath of fresh air, and she zeroed right in on the injuries to Caedmon's upper body.
I knew it. I knew this would happen when I found out that Mr. Tan advised you to go to the north side.
She rushed over and shuffled through her medical kit.
"It's all right, Leanne. It was just an accident."
Alyna approached and pushed Leanne's hands away. "Don't chip your nails, Leanne. I'm Alyna, by the way. I'm the head of security at Amarak. And I apologize. Caedmon's injuries were a misunderstanding."
"Of course. It was truly a misunderstanding, Alyna. I'm new in town, and things are a little confusing for me. Sometimes things aren't what they appear to be," he said, locking eyes with Alyna.
He knew she had questions about the incident in the restroom, but he didn't have any good answers for her. Alyna nodded. "All right. Get some rest, Caedmon. I'll see you again some other time, if you're still interested in our business after this." She nodded a goodbye and left. Leanne grabbed a towel and got down on all fours to mop up the muddy shoe prints Alyna had left on the carpet and the floor.
"You don't have to do this, Leanne."
Caedmon crouched to pull her up from the floor.
No, don't touch me. I've just touched the dirty floor, and you have open wounds.
"It's just a few scratches. No big deal."
I don't know how developed the LeBlanc's pharmaceutical products are in Midland London, but here, the species of bacteria and virus have mutated so drastically that there would be no cure if you were infected.
"Okay, I'll try to stay clear of all sources of possible infection."
She nodded.
It's normally fine if you're healthy, fit, and strong, but when you're injured or your body is weakened for some reason, you have to be careful.
"Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer if you don't want to."
Sure, anything.
"How open are people here to creatures that aren't human?"
You mean the supernatural?
He nodded cautiously.
We all know that supernaturals live among us. They come and go from different places, but on Earth, humans are the majority. People don't like to mix with supernaturals. I can't speak for others, but if I see a vampire, and he doesn't want to stick his fangs in my neck, I could care less that he exists. But normal people don't like them. So if you know any supernaturals, tell them to be careful.
"Thank you."
For what?
"For dropping by. For checking on me."
It's my job, she smiled. Alyna likes you.
Caedmon chuckled.
"She considers me her responsibility. Or maybe worse, a liability.
Amarak is a mage operating organization. You know that, right? He nodded. You asked if humans discriminated against supernaturals. The answer is yes. But mages don't trust humans or any other creatures, so the line between who is discriminating against whom is very thin. Chapter 14. Alyna approached the building complex. Her compartment was on the ground floor at the far back corner. She had chosen the location because of its backyard with privacy for her outdoor martial arts practice and the basement which was convenient for her shooting practice. What had happened with Caedmon was disconcerting. She could get past the look in Caedmon's eyes, the rage. She knew about such emotions. She herself had a temper, and it sometimes scared off the men around her. But what she had seen in Caedmon's eyes was the true definition of rage. It was something she'd never seen before in her life. It was another mystery to which she'd need to find answers. And that was on top of the shadow that had tried to kill her at Tony's place. What kind of supernatural creature was that? And why did it want to kill her? She saw a shadow at the corner of her yard next to the fence. She had a hell of a day and needed nothing less than to release her frustration on a random trespasser. "Hey!" she shouted, and charged at the shadow. "Please don't hurt me." "Sam? Now I really have to hurt you. You didn't show up at the club like you promised." She playfully shoved the shoulder of the teenager she had helped the other day with a couple of credit tokens. "I didn't promise anything. You asked me to go. I'm here to give you back your credits." He opened his palm, revealing 2 shiny credit tokens. "Did you steal those?" He shook his head. "No, but I didn't earn them either. Ben gave them to me and asked me to spy on you, so I quit." "What sort of club pays members to spy on their leader?" "Ben Zurich?" "Yes. When I told him you sent me, he asked me to report to him what you've been up to. He thinks we're close. Before we had a chance to finish the conversation, he got an emergency call. Something about a dead body. Anyway, I left." "First, I am highly ranked in Amarak, but I'm not their leader. Pukak is. Second, I know Ben. He wouldn't betray me. Until I have hard evidence, I'm not going to draw any conclusions. Maybe he just wants to know which club I'll be auditing next, so he can prepare for it. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, I advise you to come back. As for the credits, keep them. They're yours, whether you join Amarak or not. But living in this day and age, I strongly recommend you try to protect yourself. If you come back, the club door is always open for you." She turned to go inside. "What's the catch, Alyna?" Sam asked from behind her. "You owe me a favor." He nodded. "I can live with that." "Oh, hey!" Alyna turned around and saw Sam approaching a cat sitting in the dark next to a trash can. He approached the cat slowly, reaching his hand out. The cat sniffed, then licked his hand. He scratched the cat under its jaw. The cat purred audibly. She approached to join him, but when she got close, the cat stopped purring. It stared at her with 2 glowing green eyes. "Hello, beautiful," she said. The cat left Sam and approached her. It emerged from the shadows, and she could now see its long gray fur in the dim street lights. It was truly beautiful. "Look at your tail," Sam said, and was about to stroke the cat's tail, which had an unusual T-shape at the end. "No, Sam. Cats don't like you to stroke their tails." The cat approached her, and it sat down in front of her and stared. Sam chuckled. "If you want to enter a staring competition with Alyna, You will lose, cat. Why don't you come with me? I have 1 credit left. I can share half of it with you and buy you a can of processed fish. How does that sound? It kept looking at Alyna and ignored Sam's questions. All right, you're challenging me, she thought. Her inner voice screamed at her to drop the idea, but she wasn't the kind to obey orders easily. So she did what she didn't think she would ever be capable of doing. She hummed the tune of the lullaby her mother used to sing to her when she was younger. As soon as she started, the cat stood up and slowly walked around her. Next, she started softly singing the words. As soon as she did so, the cat bit her finger lightly. She continued singing. The cat bit harder. Don't do that, naughty cat, Sam said, and reached over to pull the cat away. The cat turned around and hissed at him. Its eyes sparked as if they would shoot fire. Sam recoiled. Alyna stopped singing. The cat cast a glance at her, and then at Sam. Then it turned around and walked away. Sam looked at her. Hey, what's up? I'm going to get you another cat. Don't worry, there are plenty of them around, especially on the back streets. Sam's voice was a bit shaky. She realized she was crying and wiped away the tears. I mean, it was a cute cat, but it bit you. I can find you another one, preferably one with a gentler nature. You can't replace him. Sam shrugged. I don't see anything special about that cat. His name is Lassie. He has long gray fur, a crooked tail, and he hates that lullaby. He would bite, scratch, and meow until my mother stopped singing. Oh, so that's your cat. Well, don't worry then. I'll get him back for you. Don't worry, Sam. You won't be able to find him. Why not? He's unusual. I could easily tell him apart from other cats. What's the problem, Alyna? When I was a teenager, my parents died in a car accident. Lassie died in that car crash too. Chapter 15. Caedmon awoke to the sound of a message coming through on his wrist unit. He vaguely remembered seeing Leanne to the door, then rushing back into the room to turn on his U-key and heal his injuries, leaving some of the cuts and bruises that could obviously not heal themselves overnight untouched to avoid suspicion. After that, he'd crashed on the bed for hours. He initiated the large screen mode of the wrist unit, and a floating screen appeared in the air. On it was Lorcan, who frowned at his visible wounds. Uncle Lorcan, long story, he said, gesturing at his injuries. But they're just minor flesh wounds. What have you got for me?
Good news or bad news first?
Good news, please.
Because, out of the goodness of your heart, you expressed concern about Amarak's welfare, I dug around a bit. I found some possible connections. It seems there are tensions between Amarak and Athesis regarding their business and their spiritual territories.
Spiritual practices have a territory? Lorcan chuckled.
Apparently they do. Normal humans need some kind of structure and guidance in their lives to operate together as a functioning society. When no tangible government-established authority exists, humans turn to a higher power, a spiritual belief. It might be in the form of religion, or it could be just a belief in righteousness. Whatever it is, the business competition between Amarak and Athesis is more than just a fight for financial territories. Their spiritual practices are a large part of it as well. Humans need to believe in something to function.
I was told last night that humans often discriminate against the supernaturals. On top of that, the supernaturals are territorial and discriminate among themselves.
It sounds like the Great War made humans jump out of the frying pan into the fryer." "Yes, the Great War." Lorcan rolled his eyes. "Wiping out all governments and authorities gave Earth a spiritually barbarian society. And the links to Amarak are? Oh, sorry, I got sidetracked," Lorcan said with a chuckle. "There's a Ben Zurich in the Amarak who had a questionable background. Records show he joined via a recommendation by Alyna McCabe. But the Zurichs are Thesis people, meaning Ben's family has connections with the Thesis. Family matters are complicated, but in terms of spiritual beliefs, it's rare that they swing between the two extremes." "Amarak has a client who died yesterday, and they suspect his death was due to spiritual conflicts between family members." Lorcan nodded. "I don't know what sorts of records Amarak has on Ben Zurich, or what sort of person he is. But if you're looking for people with shady connections, I'd start with him." "All right. I'll look into it. Thanks, Uncle Lorcan. And by the way, there was a group of top-grade mercenaries sent after me yesterday." Lorcan raised an eyebrow. "That would have to do with the bad news I have for you. There's an alert in the system. Someone tried to do a search of your records in the LeBlanc's database. It was an amateur attempt, of course, because they didn't have access, and they left traces of their search. But someone at the branch you're working with is either questioning your cover or wants to leverage it for profits. Either way, the enemy is in your own backyard." "I have an idea of who it might be." Caedmon felt a rush of cold air behind him. He remembered that he still had his Ute key on since starting the healing process last night, so his senses were ultra-sharp. "I have something to show you," he said to Lorcan, and turned around as if getting something for him. He switched on his microchip and scanned the room. The microchip eyes detected the form of a creature made of black particles. It stood on 2 legs and looked like a werewolf, but it had horns. The particle form was blurry. He didn't know what it was, but he knew it could dematerialize. It could be the creature that had attacked Alyna earlier. It stood still as he nonchalantly moved toward it. It was a truly dematerialized creature. He walked right through it as he moved to the other side of the room. He predicted it would be able to will enough force to kill humans without having to rematerialize. That was how it had attacked Alyna and possibly killed her client. But it couldn't attack him in its dematerialized form, because he was also a creature of the multiverse. Whether he could attack and kill a dematerialized creature, he had no idea. His strongest talent was to create light blades. They were like lightning that could slice through any solid surface. He could cause a small earthquake or cut off a piece of Arctic ice. But his blades weren't suitable for use in confined spaces. He could certainly swing a dagger at the creature or shoot it with his laser gun, but if his attempts failed to kill the creature, it would be alerted that he could see it in its dematerialized form. He recalled his experience last night in the bathroom when the surge of heat and energy from his anger had blown up the 2 guards. Maybe he could use that against the creature. If it didn't work, at least his attempt wouldn't be too obvious. He concentrated, gathered his thoughts, summoned his rage, and sent a blast of heat toward the creature. The wave of fiery torridity blanketed it. He heard a roar. It worked. The creature staggered and materialized, becoming semi-transparent. He sent another heat wave. It roared again and turned to run. He blasted one more time. He wasn't sure he could grab the creature, but he wanted to make sure it didn't get away. It looked as if it was about to jump into a dimensional gateway, so he sent one more strong blast. The blast was too strong. It sucked a large part of his energy out with it. But the creature roared louder and completely materialized. It was a 9-foot-tall werewolf look-alike with horns. As if that wasn't unusual enough,
It was made of ice, and the ice was cracking and melting under the impact of the heat waves. Now it had materialized completely. It could attack him. Because he was losing so much energy, Caedmon wasn't sure he had the strength to go up against the creature. When it charged at him and made contact, he did what he had done last night to the 2 guards. He pumped his rage into it. The ice creature exploded into thousands of pieces of ice, which quickly evaporated. On the ground lay a single palm-sized shard of red ice. It looked like frozen blood. Chapter 16. Ben pushed open the door of the Fight Club. He had been with this club for a long time, and he knew his way around. Countless times he had asked himself why he stayed in one place for so long. Every single time, the answer was Alyna. He didn't like that answer. He had been a rogue before she'd introduced him to the club, and she had been more of a rogue than he was. Did anyone question her background before she joined Amarak? He wondered. Probably not, because she was at the highest rank, just under Pukak. He would never forget the look on her face when she found him at the dumpster years ago. They'd both been teenagers at the time, but Alyna had already achieved a decent rank in Amarak. People told him she had climbed up the ladder quickly, though she had joined not long before he had. She had claimed her rank purely by her talent. It had taken him much longer to make progress within Amarak. Ben had worked for this fight club for a long time under Tomkin, a guy he didn't have much respect for and didn't consider to be highly talented. As far as he was concerned, Tomkin was a spineless sucker. Before he knew it, time had passed, and he'd worked for Amarak for far too long. He was going nowhere in this so-called career. He could move to the south. Amarak had no idea how many times he had turned down offers there just to stay put and help them here in the north. But if his loyalty wasn't appreciated, he should just go. If he didn't take care of himself, nobody else would, that was for sure. In this society, it was either kill or be killed. Wasn't that what Alyna had always told him? He was merely protecting himself and working toward his future. That's what everyone did, right? Feeling somewhat comfortable with his reasoning, he ran his hand under the doormat, where he knew Tomkin hid the key whenever he went out of town on Amarak business. Ben knew his way around well enough inside the club. He could work there all night without the need for a light. He knew that on his right was a large fighting platform where they organized competitions and recruited followers for the private security business. There were several surveillance cameras in that area. Although they used an ancient technology from the middle of the 3rd millennium, it still recorded data. He didn't want his face to show up as a suspected thief. He stayed as far to the left as possible. There wasn't much surveillance on that side. There was a medical center, some changing rooms and bathrooms, and a couple of supporting offices. He used the key, sneaked into an office, and shuffled through the filing cabinets. There it was, the file on Alyna. He pulled the folder out, flipped quickly through the documents inside, and cursed. This was a file on her training and achievements in martial arts, not what he was looking for. Idiot, he cursed himself. The file must be in Pukak's office, or whatever he called the dump he used as the medical clinic. He didn't have much time left, so he left the fight club and headed toward the clinic. All was dark from the outside, meaning Pukak had left. Ben hugged the sidewall, took a couple of running steps for momentum, then jumped on top of a trash can and leaped onto the roof. Who in this day and age uses tiles on the roof of a house? He wondered. He pulled off a bit of the roof tile and peeked into Pukak's office. It was empty. Holding onto the edge of the roof, Ben lowered himself to the ground and sneaked inside the clinic, stepping over piles of papers and jars and buckets of God knows what kinds of medicine. Ben reached the filing cabinet. He pulled a drawer open, shuffled through the folders, and found Alyna's file. He pulled it out. Suddenly, the room lit up. In the doorway stood Alyna, Pukak, and Caedmon. Ben slammed the cabinet drawer closed.
It isn't what it looks like, he said.
So, what should it look like, apart from you being a traitor?
Pukak asked.
No.
He saw the look of disappointment in Alyna's eyes.
No, I can explain.
Sure you can. But it'd better be something other than the fact that your family is with the thesis, because I've already told them that, Caedmon said.
Bastard.
Ben leaped on top of the table and jumped from it over to Caedmon. Alyna pushed Caedmon aside and caught Ben midair with a kick, sending him crashing to the floor. She pulled him up by the collar and threw him against the wall.
I'm not fighting you, Alyna.
She kicked him in his abdomen. That's for lying to me and telling me your family was dead when I picked you up at the dumpster. He fell to the ground and heaved. She pulled him up again and punched him in the face. And that's for never telling me about your connection to a thesis, even when you know how concerned we are about them. He rubbed his jaw. He knew Alyna had no tolerance for betrayal. A few more punches from her would be lethal. He could explain, but he didn't have a leg to stand on right now. All the evidence was pointing toward him. He could only curse his stupidity, but he refused to go down that easily. He pulled out a knife, but before he could throw it, Alyna caught it by the blade. Blood seeped between her fingers as she looked at him. He knew the pain of being betrayed was a lot more difficult for her to handle than the physical pain caused by the knife. He let go of the knife. "This," she said, "is for betraying Amarak." She swung her fist at his temple, and his whole world went black. Chapter 17. Caedmon lowered himself from the roof of the fight club where they were keeping Ben. His Yudki was turned on to enhance his movements and senses. The club had been quiet since training hours ended, but there were a couple of guards at the front and about 5 of them inside. He had encountered Amarak's guards before and knew they were trained fighters. If they had been working with Ben previously and believed in his innocence, they might be upset to see him imprisoned. Would they break him out? Caedmon wasn't sure. He knew he had to get to Ben first to get some answers. On the fighting square, he saw a man come out to check on security. It must be Tomkin, the head of this fight club. He'd been away when Ben broke in. There was nothing glaringly alarming about Tomkin that he could tell from a quick scan. He was human and appeared to be normal, but his movements suggested he was quite agile and might be a good fighter. Caedmon waited as Tomkin finished his security check and returned to his office. It seemed as if Tomkin was done for the day, so Caedmon left the fight club. He sneaked down to the basement, where he'd seen Alyna put Ben in a cell. Ben charged at the wall of steel bars, grabbed the bars, and shook them in anger when he saw Caedmon walk in.
"You act as if you're innocent, Ben."
"I'm not innocent, but neither are you.
You're here without the others, so you must want something they wouldn't approve of. Am I right? I'm not interested in trading information with you, or promising to get you out of a lockup. And I'm not going to bother judging whether you're a good man or not. It's none of my business. But yes, I'm here for information."
"And you think I'm going to simply hand it over to you?"
"Yeah, pretty much." Caedmon smiled at Ben. "You care for Alyna. If you're willing to betray the club, I believe you do it for her interests."
"What the fuck do you know?"
"There's no need for profanity. I won't even have to work hard to get information from you. It's written all over your face. But you resent the fact that Alyna doesn't read your signals,
You can't speak for her. You're right, I can't. But it's blatantly obvious that Amrak's interest is her top priority. I care for her too, as a friend, but her interest in Amrak will ultimately put her life in jeopardy. I'm here to tell you that, because she and Pukak won't listen to me. Ben chuckled. And you think they would listen to me now? No, I don't think so. But you can tell me how to save Alyna. That is, if you care about her. I know when I'm being played. He walked to the bed in the cell and sat down. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get some sleep. I don't think you saw the thing that tried to kill Alyna at your client's place, but I did. It has some kind of connection with this. He pulled out a cooler and showed Ben the shard of red ice inside. The color drained from Ben's face. Where did you get that? From the thing that tried to kill Alyna. That's not possible. It's supposed to protect her. Protect us. Caedmon shrugged. You don't have to tell me why you tried to find Alyna's file, or why you think it will protect her. I know you recognize this ice from the artifact. You know it can't be faked. I'm telling you it will kill her, and I don't want to be around to resuscitate her like I did before. If you're thinking of accessing the Scorpio key, forget about it, unless you're a mage. I'm guessing you're not, though, because Pukak can tell if you're not one of them. Alyna isn't a mage either, so you're saying that even at her rank, she doesn't have access to Scorpio key? Only mage members have access. Not only that, they summon Scorpio key only once every century, so there's no way to tell if Alyna has access. And if that thing is going to kill her, you should tell her not to be at the summoning ceremony. When's that? Next week? Look, I know you have an agenda, and I still don't trust you, but you showed me the ice, so I do think you care. Let me tell you this. I don't think Alyna is a normal human. That's why I wanted to check her file. Rumor has it that Pukak rescued her from a major accident in which everyone died. She was lucky to survive, but the way in which she gained rank within Amarak so quickly made me think they might be planning to use her for something spiritual. You don't mean they want to use her as a sacrificial subject, do you? What else could it be? They have the summoning ceremony coming up. All the supernatural creatures know about it. And let me tell you, they fight like mad dogs to host it. Amarak has the right because they hold the Scorpio key. But it's really all myth, hearsay, because it occurs only every 100 years, well beyond a human lifespan. No human can verify it, and no one can talk about what happens at the ceremony. So if Alyna is human, she'll be safe because they wouldn't let her attend. That's why I'm looking for her file, to see what Amarak has on her, and whether they consider her to be a normal human. I know you can't just ask them because if they saved Alyna just to sacrifice her at the summoning, they wouldn't admit it. But who else of high rank, apart from Pukak, has access to the Scorpio key? Ben shook his head. I've never been to a mage meeting. I'm not sure if Alyna has or not. They're very exclusive. I know Pukak is a mage, and he runs the show when it comes to spiritual stuff. What about a thesis? What about them? Well, you work for Amarak. Don't you know a thesis is your #1 competitor? I know it from a business standpoint, but as for the spiritual practice, I'm not involved at all. All right, I'll get some more information. If I find any evidence that they plan to use Alyna as a sacrificial lamb, I'll let you know. I'll put in a word for you as well. Ben shook his head. No need to speak for me. Then he looked at Caedmon with a strange expression on his face.
They will soon find out.
Find out what? Ben smiled.
That it has nothing to do with Alyna. But still, tell her to be careful. That's all I need you to do for me.
Caedmon nodded and left the basement. Chapter 18. Alyna didn't know how long she'd been standing in the alley next to her complex, staring at the trash cans. It was late in the morning. She was supposed to have finished her morning training and been headed to work by now. But she hadn't practiced today, and she hadn't yet gotten ready for work.
The cat hasn't come back?
Sam asked from behind her. She turned toward him. Sam was more mature than she would have thought for a teenager who picked pockets for a living. She guessed because he'd been living in tough conditions, he was more street smart than most teens she had known. She shook her head. I told you, the cat died. It can't come back.
Well, then what are you waiting here for?
An explanation. You touched the cat, right? It was real? Sam scratched his head.
Yeah, so I guess the question is whether you're sure your cat was dead. Or whether you're sure that cat was your dead cat.
She shook her head. She really had no idea. I need to look into this further. Can you keep this between you and me?
Sure.
Why do you think I'm going to tell? All right. Now, I need to take you to the Fight Club. But since you didn't like Ben, I might take you elsewhere. It's a shame, because the Northside Club is one of the better ones. Tomkin manages it, not Ben. He isn't the best in higher-ranked training, but he's excellent for beginners. Do you want me to give that club another try? Ben is no longer with that club, so I think you should give it another go. If you still don't like it, we can change later. Sam nodded. I'll take you there, Alyna said, and realized she wasn't dressed in her usual gear. Her hair was down, and she was wearing loose pants and a shirt without pockets for weapons. She shrugged. She shouldn't have to dress a certain way to prove she was a fighter who could kick ass. She signaled for Sam to follow her, and they headed toward the express subway. Shortly, they approached the Fight Club. They were a block away, but she sensed something unusual happening. Trainees were walking out of the club, looking confused. Visitors looking for tickets for tonight's performance fight were being turned away. She rushed into the club and saw Pukak talking to Tomkin. Tomkin's face paled when he saw her, and he stopped talking. Pukak looked at her, disappointed. What's up, Pukak?
Ben escaped.
How? When? He sighed.
It appears he went away last night. Our surveillance didn't pick up anything, but Ben knew his way around here. He knew how not to be seen by the system, he chuckled. If we have a functional system, that is.
What does this have to do with me? She asked.
Why would you think Ben's escape has anything to do with you?
Tomkin asked. Tomkin was a quiet guy. He rarely gave his opinion, and always did what Pukak wanted. He wasn't a mage, and thus couldn't progress in rank unless he entered fighting competitions, which he never did. So he just managed club business and trained beginners. I've always said I trusted Ben, Alyna said. He has a temper, but he's not a traitor. True, the evidence was against him yesterday, but I feel we haven't given him enough opportunity to explain. That's just my view.
Well, he's confirmed your belief, trust, and confidence in him, Alyna,
Pukak said. What do you mean? Pukak handed her a note. She recognized Ben's handwriting. It was rare for people to write anything by hand anymore, but Ben still did. The note stated,
I'm sorry to leave you like this, Alyna. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I only need you to believe I'll do what I promised you. I will never betray you, Alyna. Watch your back.
Pukak cut in before she could utter another word.
You don't have to explain. He's your trainee and your confidant. Whatever you told him, we don't need to know.
When Pukak used the pronoun we with that tone of voice, it usually meant he had talked to outsiders who shouldn't be trusted. I had nothing to do with Ben's escape, Pukak. In fact, you might recall that I'm the one who captured him. Pukak nodded.
What happened has happened. But it is our code that you cannot be included in our summoning ceremony.
I couldn't care less, Pukak. I've told you before, I'm not a mage, and I have no intention of being turned into one. I also have no intention of taking the spiritual leadership position.
That's precisely the point. I understand now.
Understand what?
You want to change Amarak into a human-operated organization and abandon spiritual tradition.
That's totally unfair, Pukak. How many years have I worked under you to build Amarak and maintain the mage tradition? Has there been a single occasion when I deviated from that mission? Have I ever let you down?
You never failed a mission, but that's the problem. You recruited your trainees, Ben, the youngster standing behind you now, and several who walked out of the club when I announced that you would no longer be in charge of their training.
You announced what? Why?
You've turned Amarak into something of your own. More than half the club left. Ben left. Can you see the pattern, Alyna? They idolize you.
I can't accept that accusation, Pukak. I should walk out of here right now, but I'm not going to do that. If you doubt my loyalty, if you think I have ill intentions, then use your light and purify me. I'll stand here and take it.
What a challenge, Alyna. You know I would never hurt you.
But you just did. What can I do to prove my loyalty?
I never doubted your loyalty. You've just outgrown Amarak, that's all. We don't have enough to keep you here. Latch on to the LeBlancs. I'm sure they'll be able to arrange a very bright future for you in Midland London. The North just isn't for you, Alyna. Not anymore.
She turned and walked out of the club. She didn't know she was crying until Sam quietly handed her a piece of paper towel he had picked up from the food vendor on the street. Well, I don't have a job for you anymore, Sam. You can go now.
I'm happy to tag along, wherever you want me to go.
I need to be by myself. Sam nodded.
All right. I'll look for you later then.
Be good, Sam. Don't do anything you'll regret. He grinned.
Amarak doesn't deserve you, Alyna. Go south.
Chapter 19. Caedmon sauntered into the LeBlanc's headquarters as if he was oblivious to the fact that someone from within had been poking around for his information and had sent half a dozen high-end mercenaries after him. His records in the LeBlanc database were fake because he had come from the past, and so he had to be careful. He had no idea his records could be traceable. Leanne rushed out from behind her desk.
Caedmon, you need more rest. Your bruises are still visible. Have you been to the medical center?
No, but
Don't underestimate your injuries. Maybe they're just flesh wounds, but until you get them properly scanned, I won't feel good about this.
All right. I'll do it this afternoon. Do you know where Mr. Tan is, by any chance?
Speak of the devil,
she said, as Mr. Tan's voice drifted in from a side corridor. We just finished an executive meeting, he said, and looked at Caedmon. What happened to you? A minor accident. I'm going to my office. I need the mainframe to connect to Central. The system alerted me last night that someone tried to access classified data. Is that right? You mean from here? Asked Mr. Tan. I didn't think our computers had the capacity to detect information regarding identity. That's only possible from Midland London. Caedmon smiled. I didn't say they'd try to steal identity information. I just assumed. Tan smiled a crooked smile. Identity is the most valuable kind of information. If someone had the guts to hack the LeBlanc's system, I'd automatically believe it had something to do with identity data. Caedmon nodded. Fair enough. And you're correct. It was identity information that they were trying to steal. What a relief. I'm not an idiot, after all. Caedmon chuckled. I don't think the LeBlancs have ever appointed idiots. Tan shrugged. They'd better not. Is there anything else I can do for you? Caedmon nodded. Yes, I have something to show you. Then he turned toward Leanne. I could do with some food. Given your warning about the north side of the city, I didn't eat anything when I was there.
Right away. I'll get you something safe to eat,
she said, and scurried away. Caedmon gestured for Tan to follow him into his office. Caedmon settled into his chair and turned on his computer. When I finish my work here, Leanne will be transferred, working in Midland London. Do you know if she has any family or dependents here? Tan sat down opposite Caedmon. If you want to take her with you, just take her. You don't have to pretend to care about her life. We might have differences, Mr. Tan, and I don't care to elaborate on them, but I, and any LeBlanc, value good employees and will do whatever it takes to make them happy. I must stress that this is how we treat top employees only. Okay, Leanne is a contractor here. We don't have any commitments with her. If you want to take her, then do so. She's not worth a discussion. So what is worth talking about, Mr. Tan? My secret identity? Caedmon, if you want to accuse me of something, go for it. You don't look like the kind of guy to kill without reason. Caedmon chuckled. It's not a secret that you and I don't like each other. As I said, I don't intend to be here for long. It really wasn't necessary to send mercenaries to scare me off. Just in case you haven't heard, they're all dead. Mr. Tan shifted in his chair. The gesture, although subtle, showed signs of anxiety. So you didn't know, Caedmon thought, and then said, One of them provided me some information before he died, he said. Mr. Tan stood up abruptly. I don't know anything about this. Are you saying you didn't send the mercenaries? Or you didn't think one of them would have a chance to speak before he died? As you've already said, I'm not the kind who kills without reason. This is my turf, kid. Don't you dare threaten me. So you don't have an explanation about the mercenaries? I don't have to explain anything to you. I don't report to you, and I don't answer to you. Mr. Tan strode toward the door. Leanne came in, carrying a tray of food. Mr. Tan turned abruptly and followed behind her. He looked at Caedmon and then glanced at Leanne's backside. Mr. Tan locked eyes with Caedmon and smirked. Caedmon, how about I promise not to interfere in your business here, whatever it is?
My staff and I won't interfere with you and Amarak and whatever it is they're doing. In exchange, you will keep your nose out of my business here."
Caedmon said nothing, waiting for Leanne to arrange the food and exit the room. "Your business is the LeBlanc business," said Caedmon. "If you act against our interests, I'll be forced to interfere with your operation, and I consider sending men after me, one of the LeBlancs, to be your shady operation."
"I had nothing to do with that,"
he roared. He put both of his hands against the wall and shoved hard, sending a decorative picture crashing to the floor. "There's no need to damage property. You're aware of the mercenaries."
"That doesn't mean I sent them."
Caedmon leaned back in his chair.
"So who did then?"
"One of them told me he was sent by someone in authority here."
"Well, we do have a board."
"But you're the chairman."
"Are you from another planet?"
Caedmon rolled his eyes.
"Wait, you're from Midland London,"
Tan sneered.
"That's like outer space to me. People here might work for you, but you don't own them. Loyalty and morality and all that shit existed only in ancient times, before the Great War. And if you ever bothered to study ancient history in the middle of the 3rd millennium, you would know that it was that very idea of morality that sent humans to war."
"Religious war?" Mr. Tan laughed.
"Boy, you really know nothing. Religion is like patriotism. It encompasses loyalty and similar ideas. Humans made up those ideas and used them as guidelines for what they should do and what they should think. The Great War wiped out all of that. It took us back to bare bones, good versus evil, or whatever you want to call it. Yes, the people on the board work for your money at the office. But outside of work, they might kill you to get the parking spot they want, and they won't see anything wrong with doing it. But the Amarak people still operate on the principles of loyalty and morality. Caedmon, they aren't human."
Caedmon shrugged.
"Fair enough. So what you're saying is that someone on the board wants my head. You know about their activities, but you're not a part of them. And I won't acknowledge this conversation beyond these 4 walls. I dislike you enough to send you to the North Side to get some bruises. But it's in my best interest that you stay alive, because the LeBlanc business is my income."
He nodded a goodbye and exited the room. Leanne stuck her head in and smiled.
"How's the deluxe sushi?"
she asked. Chapter 20. The Thunder Child looked at the teacher, who was examining the basket of wildflowers and exotic mushrooms she had just collected for him in the woods.
"What's your real name, teacher?"
"You're suddenly not wanting to call me teacher anymore?"
"I just want to know more about you and about your family and your children who were killed. It seems to me a good way to start a conversation like that with your real name."
She grinned at him.
"You're very mature for your age. I guess that's because of what happened to your parents. Have you ever wanted to talk about that?"
She shook her head.
"Then I won't tell you my story. It's only fair."
Keymaster asked the same. He wants to know if I know who killed my parents.
"Do you?"
I told him I saw some spider-wolf creatures.
"Yes, but do you know who sent them? Your parents were angels, but that doesn't make you an angel. Not until you dignify their death."
I don't want to be an angel."
"What do you want to be then?"
She locked eyes with him.
What do you think your children would want to be if they hadn't been murdered?"
He sat down on a stone and gazed into the distance.
"I'm sorry if I made you sad,"
she said. "It's been 100 years. I'm no longer sad, Thunderchild."
"Does that mean you feel something different?"
she asked.
"Hatred? Anger? The need for vengeance?"
He brushed a stray hair from her forehead.
"You think too much, child."
"The only time I didn't think was before the first blade pierced my father's body. Because I was an infant, I wasn't supposed to think. I hadn't even started talking. Then they stabbed my mother. They stabbed her again and again. Well, she tried to crawl away from me so they wouldn't see me."
Tears started to stream down her face.
"Come here, child."
He pulled her into his arms and held her.
"When Keymaster found me, I had to find a way to win him over. I had to make him like me so he would take me with him. I clapped my hands. I giggled. I cooed. I made baby noises. Because I was an infant, I couldn't speak, but I could still think, and I knew what had just happened to my parents."
She started crying, and she knew the teacher cried for her too. She had lost people she loved. So had he. They had to work together to seek revenge. She didn't know exactly what he wanted, but she knew what her life mission would be. She wanted justice for her parents. She knew who had sent the spiders, and she knew how to kill them. But first, she needed to grow into the body of an adult. She needed to develop the necessary skills. She needed both Keymaster and the teacher to support her and train her to become what she needed to get her revenge.
"If you had a choice, what would you want to be, Thunderchild?"
She smiled at the teacher.
"I don't know yet. I'm just a child."
Chapter 21. Alyna jabbed her finger at Caedmon's chest as soon as he turned the corner outside the LeBlanc's headquarters. "You killed Ben, didn't you?"
"How about some thanks for giving you the information that he's a rat? And if I remember correctly, he beat the hell out of me."
"I saw what you did to the guards at your complex. You're not human, Caedmon. And I think you could kill Ben if you wanted to." He nodded.
"What I am is irrelevant. I mean you and Amarak no harm. I did have a conversation with Ben yesterday, and he asked me to tell you to be careful, especially with the summoning."
"You talked to him? Without us?"
"Well, the conversation was about you, and it wasn't about your taste in fashion. So you're right. Our discussion didn't include you. I thought you could pull ranks within Amarak to get Ben out if you liked him that much and believed he was innocent. He was alive and kicking when I left him."
"He escaped. I still don't believe he betrayed me. But there's nothing I can do with Amarak now. They kicked me out."
Caedmon raised an eyebrow. "Their loss. At least you don't have to be involved in the summoning next week."
"It's not next week. It's next month. Next week is the trial, and I never planned to be involved. It's a huge event, so they have to practice."
"Good. By the way, the head of the LeBlancs here just told me someone in-house wanted my head. Whoever it is sent 6 mercenaries, and we killed all of them. I'm going to need protection. Are you interested?"
She smiled. "You're more than capable of protecting yourself, Caedmon."
"I'm just a guy from out of town. Are you interested in the job or not?"
"Let me think about it."
"All right."
"You forgot your sushi, Caedmon.
Leanne said, stepping out from a corner of the room. Alyna rolled her eyes and looked away. Leanne, you shouldn't have done this. Leanne glanced at Alyna.
If you're going to the north side again, then please take the food. Eat it before you go.
She reached out to hand him the box with the sushi. As he touched it, a metal arrow pierced it just in front of his chest. Alyna saw he had swiveled slightly to avoid the hit, and she applauded him for his instincts. But still she dove and pushed him over, falling to the ground with him. "Get down!" she shouted to Leanne, who was still standing with the lunchbox in her hands. She reached out and pulled Leanne to the ground. Leanne dropped the lunchbox. Alyna pulled out the arrow and saw an E in fancy lettering on the shaft, the symbol of a thesis. "Bastards!" She raced to the arrow's origin and chased the attacker into an alley where he stopped suddenly and turned toward her. He pulled down his hoodie and smirked. "It's a trap," she thought. She turned around to head back to Caedmon, but the man charged at her from behind. She could tell he was a high-ranking athesis. It would be a tough fight. The man anticipated her every move, and she couldn't even get to her guns. After a few rounds, she managed to kick the man away and reach for her weapons. But then he threw a smoke bomb and darted around the corner. It was a sedative bomb, and she had inhaled the powder. She dropped to her knees. Her world started to spin. Her arms seemed to weigh a ton. With great effort, she pushed herself to her feet and struggled back toward Caedmon. When she was out of the alley, she saw him battling a group of 5 across the street. She collapsed to her knees again. She had plenty of willpower, but her body wasn't cooperating. Hearing footsteps behind her, she glanced back and saw the man she had fought before. He approached, knife in hand. From across the street, Caedmon could see her situation. She wanted to tell him not to worry, not to be distracted, but she didn't know how. She couldn't speak, and her world was dimming by the second. In her last moment of blurred vision, she saw that the distraction had cost Caedmon. He pulled a dart from his neck. His knees buckled. The men he was fighting launched an increased attack to be sure he was incapacitated. And then he went down. Leanne ran out from a side street with the same lunchbox she had tried to hand Caedmon. She swung it at the men. One of them yanked it away from her, and she started slapping at them, swinging her purse and kicking at them with her stiletto heels. Alyna had to give it to her. She was brave. But the men stopped her feminine assault in no time. All Alyna could do now was crawl toward them, making sure her movement didn't draw any attention. Across the road, 2 men carried Caedmon to a car that had just arrived and parked next to the sidewalk. A 3rd man locked out Leanne with a single punch and threw her inside the car. As the car drove away, Alyna felt the hand of the man behind her, pulling her up by the hair. She could feel the metal blade of a knife pressed against her throat. Then she was released. There was the sound of a fight and a struggle from behind her. She didn't even have the energy to turn her head to see what was happening. And then someone turned her over. Ben was smiling down on her. Chapter 22. Caedmon opened his eyes groggily. He felt unbearably tired. He may be supernatural, but he never did well with sedatives, no matter what universe he was in. He hadn't turned on his Yud key during the fight before he passed out, and he was glad he made that decision. He had no idea what the consequences would be if he had been sedated with his superpower on. He wondered what had happened to Alyna and Leanne. He sat up, trying to get his bearings. Once upright, he realized his worst nightmare. His wrist unit was gone. It held all the top secrets of Udays, his make, his DNA, and most importantly, what could kill a Udasian. No one could operate the unit but him, but if the reason for taking the unit had been to extract data, he was doomed. He tugged at the metal handcuffs that held him captive. He had no chance of getting out as a human. At the moment, what others might see him as was no longer a concern. Getting the unit back was his top priority. So he not only turned on his Yud key, but also the silver blood, a super energy that not everyone in Udays could access. In his mind, he gathered his most natural and significant talents to create a giant blade. He used that blade to cut into the place where they held him captive. His mind blades sliced through the concrete and metal, and the grating sounds shook the building. He heard the footsteps of men rushing out to see what was happening. He turned on his internal microchip and scanned the building. Leanne was in another room, 2 doors down from him. His wrist unit was on the upper level, in a room that appeared to be a computer room. They wanted to extract the data. Caedmon could feel his rage surging. He concentrated, trying to recreate the effects of his newfound skill that had killed 2 guards with a combination of heat and combustion. He summoned his rage by focusing on his negative energy and emotions. He could feel the heat rising in his veins, but instead of causing an explosion as he had before, he directed the heat wave into a small blade, and with laser precision, he cut through the handcuffs. The heat burned his flesh, so he took some time to heal himself. The wounds would be inconvenient in an upcoming fight. Then he went to the far end of the room. He stood there, staring at the metal door. He blasted an extreme heat wave to the door to soften the metal. Then he charged at it and gave it a hard kick. The softened hinges released, and the door collapsed. Using his new talent seemed to drain his energy quickly. He needed more time to learn how to control it. But right now, it was available, and he could use it to his advantage. 3 guards inside the building rushed at him. He waited until they got close, and when 2 of them grabbed him, he pumped heat waves into them. Like the guards he had killed before, these 2 exploded. The 3rd ran away. He picked up a gun from one of the dead guards and shot the 3rd one. He didn't see any keys on the floor near the 2 guards, so he searched the body of the 3rd and found a key. Caedmon rushed to Leanne's cell and opened the door. She was cringing in a corner, but when she saw him, she ran into his arms. "Are you okay?" he asked. She nodded. "And you?" "I'm fine, but they took something from me that I have to get back. There will be a fight, so I want you to stay behind me at all times. Understood?" She nodded and scurried after him. The hall was wider on the upper level and quiet. It looked as if most of the staff had gone out to see the destruction he had caused outside. He wondered what it might look like. Caedmon found the computer room easily. A single engineer remained. Caedmon entered the room, gun pointed at the man, who raised his arms.
"Take whatever you want," he said. "I just work here. I don't care what you take. I won't make a sound."
Caedmon, gun pointed at the man, strode toward the far end of the long table where his wrist unit was connected to 4 computers. He grabbed the unit from the table and disconnected the wires. Then he pointed the gun at the engineer. "Delete the data, now." The engineer didn't wait for a second request. He ran to the keyboard and entered commands to delete all data. From the door, Leanne said, "They're coming back." The progress bar on the monitor indicated 80% completion of deletion. The footsteps came closer. Before Caedmon could stop her, Leanne exited to the hallway. She smiled at the approaching engineers. "Hello," Caedmon was surprised to hear the friendly greeting. The engineers didn't seem to have a clue what was going on in the prison section. As Leanne started a conversation with the engineers, the happy ping of deletion completion sounded on the computer. "Don't make a sound until we're out of the building," he told the engineer in the room. "You don't want casualties. I don't either. Understood?" The engineer nodded. He turned on a computer game and began playing it as if nothing was going on. Caedmon walked out casually and called to Leanne. "It's time to go, honey." She grinned.
That's my boyfriend. Sorry, I have to go.
She walked to his side, leaving a very disappointed group of engineers behind. Together they walked down the corridor and out of the building. As soon as they stepped outside, someone yelled at them from behind. "Hey!" Caedmon didn't turn around. He knew what it meant. "Run," he said. They ran along a wide street into an open area that looked like a market. No one so much as gave them a curious glance as they were chased through the market at gunpoint. Caedmon gave up hope that anyone would question violence in a public way. This was normal life on New Earth. It sucked. Caedmon glanced back and saw that one of the people chasing them had raised a gun. He had to act fast. He shot down the gunman. If they could make it across the street, he could get Leanne to the back alley, and there he would be able to kill the man chasing them. He glanced back again and saw 4 of them. "Cross the street, Leanne." She nodded at him and turned. As soon as she turned back to continue to run, he watched as a bullet, as if in slow motion, penetrated her body from the back and exploded out the front. He turned and fired. He didn't care whether there were any innocent bystanders. He just pulled the trigger, again and again. Soon their pursuers were down. He rushed over to Leanne, who was lying in a pool of her own blood. Chapter 23. Alyna bolted upright, gasping and panting. She saw Ben grinning at her, but before she could make a move, he said, "Remember, I risked my neck to save your pretty ass, Alyna, so you should think twice before you kick mine." She jumped off the bed. "Where's Caedmon?" she asked, and rushed toward the door. "You're welcome," Ben said, and headed toward the kitchen to make himself something to eat. Alyna was back, standing at the door. "I meant to say thank you. I know you're always looking out for me, and I appreciate it. I'll do the same for you. I promise." He nodded. She nodded her goodbye and left the apartment. Caedmon used his microchip to help navigate to a medical center. He carried Leanne in his arms. She was so quiet it scared him. She was no longer gasping for air. Blood seeped from her wound, soaking into his shirt and dripping to the ground as he walked. Nobody around them cared. He kept walking. She stirred and opened her eyes. "There you are. I'm going to find a medical center. You're going to be okay."
Put me down, Caedmon.
"We're nearly there."
Put me down, please.
He put her down on the sidewalk. She looked at him and smiled.
I'm not going to make it, Caedmon. Everyone dies someday. And I guess my number is up.
"I won't accept that. If the medical center can't fix you, I will."
No, Caedmon. Just let it go. You hardly know me.
"If you survive this, I'll take you to Midland, London. You can work for me there. I'll make sure you're taken care of."
You're very kind. It was my honor to work for you, even if only for a short period of time. Go back to Midland, London. This place isn't for you.
"Leanne, I'm not entirely human. I have a special sort of energy that could help heal you. Will you agree to take my energy?"
Why, Caedmon?
Death isn't bad at all. I'll be free of this world. I'm not sad to be leaving it.
Please, accept my energy. You can make the decision where to live later. She smiled weakly.
I am ready to leave this world behind, Caedmon.
Please don't say that. Let me do this for you. Please.
You're crying. She reached her hand up to touch his face. No one's ever cried for me before. I would never have thought someone would cry when I die. Just that small gesture is worth dying for. Do you know how beautiful you are? Do you know how strong a man is when he allows himself to cry? I'm grateful for that. Remember, Caedmon, I am dying a very happy woman. I'm so cold. Would you hold me?
He pulled her into his arms and held her. In a few moments, she stopped breathing. A man approached Caedmon.
Private or public waste, sir?
What?
If she's private waste, please take her inside. Or I can take her now if not. My truck is just over there.
He pointed at a truck that was picking up trash cans along the street. Don't you dare call her waste, he shouted. There must have been something in his eyes that scared the man. In only 2 steps, the man had scooted across the street, cursing as he rushed away. Caedmon picked up Leanne's body and started walking along the street. He had no idea where he was going. Alyna turned around the corner and saw Caedmon standing in the middle of the street, holding Leanne's body in his arms and looking totally confused and upset. She had used all her resources to trace him, and here he was, free from the hub of a thesis. Leanne was an unfortunate casualty, but there was nothing she could do to change that. She approached him. Let them take her body, Caedmon. They called her waste, he growled. She had never seen such grief from a man for a stranger. She didn't know what kind of creature he was, but she certainly hadn't seen anything like this from humans. It's just terminology, Caedmon. What would you like to do with the body? I'd like to help her family arrange a proper burial. No one here has access to free land for burials. Maybe where you come from, but not here. Free land is so limited that it's not allowed to be used for burying anything or anyone. The men who handle this process know best what to do with the body. It's their business. She will be treated best by them. He looked back at the waste truck suspiciously. Or you can leave her out here to rot. He nodded. She walked toward the truck, and the driver took a step back in defense. She raised her hands so he could see she had no weapons and meant him no harm. She then pulled out a few credit tokens. I'm so sorry. My friend is really upset about her death. They were close. If he scared you, I apologize. Here, please take this money and take care of the body. It's going to be public She stopped herself. It will be a public matter. The man looked her up and down, and then reluctantly accepted the money. He called out to another man, and they approached Caedmon with a stretcher. As they wheeled the stretcher back to their truck, they passed Alyna. She overheard one of the men say,
This is the last one for today. I'm not taking any more random jobs. It's only early afternoon. Well, picking up 12 at the Amarak Fight Club was tough. I'd call it a month's worth of work.
She rushed over. Excuse me? Which club are you talking about?
North Side.
Who are the casualties?
I think it's the guards,
one of the men said. The other shook his head.
It can't be. They're the best fighters. Plus, they look pretty young. I think they must have been trainees.
Do you know the cause of death?
Accident.
A fighting room's roof collapsed. She pulled out her communication unit and called Pukak. There was no answer. The line was totally dead. Chapter 24. Pukak looked at what remained of the North Side Fight Club. He sighed. The building would be out of action for a long time, and certainly couldn't be used to host the trial for the summoning next week. They had no other facility that could do the job. He might end up having to use their temple. Not only was that not ideal, but it was also dangerous, especially now that he had lost Alyna and Ben. He glanced at the manager of the club, Tompkin, and watched as he fished around in the rubble, pulled up bits and pieces of shrapnel, and stumbled over things. He wasn't sure Tompkin could actually fight these days. As a human, he was quite old for his job. Pukak made a mental note to revamp the entire training program and put mage staff in place for anything related to martial arts. Humans were good, but their lifespan was limited, and their skills and strength depreciated exponentially with age. Tompkin rushed over.
I've cleaned up the stadium and the fighting platform, Pukak. We can use it now. What do you think?
He gestured and grinned. Pukak turned and saw a patched-up area. Temporary panels and sheets of plastic had been used to patch holes in the walls. Sticks of wood were nailed to the platforms where the audience sat to bolster the legs of the benches that accommodated 20 people each. But Pukak was sure if he set foot on the platform as it was now, it would collapse.
Tompkin, how many people do you think this venue can hold, and how many do you think will come to the event? You mean the trial? Yes, the trial. A handful.
He looked at the expression on Pukak's face.
20? No. We will host 102 senior members from all the clubs across Old and New Sydney, Central Americana, Underground Asiana, and the African Transition. Even if we can fit them in here, do you think what you have done there will represent us in a good light in front of our allies?
Tompkin shook his head.
Well, how about we book a venue in the city? Just for show, you know.
And of course, you would pay for that. Tompkin shook his head.
I told you this is a thesis' doing. We don't have haters. I mean, we do, but they wouldn't throw explosives at us right when we need the venue most. They wouldn't kill our trainees. They're in competition with us, and they fought for years for the right to host the summoning.
Well, that's a very smart and thoughtful comment, Tompkin. But even if it's true, and this is a very big if, we could find evidence that a thesis stabbed us in the back. That's not the solution to our problem right now.
Yes, it is. We can demand compensation. We can find evidence and make them pay. And then we can use that money to get new accommodations.
All in a week. And who do you think would enforce the compensation demand? I'm too old for a fight. He thought of Alyna again and sighed. Then there was a loud bang. The building shook, and dirt gushed out as the pressure of an explosion was forced out from the back of the building. Pukak and Tompkin were thrown into the front wall like rag dolls.
I must have passed out for a second,
Pukak thought as he scrambled to his feet and rushed over to Tompkin, who was sitting up on the floor, coughing and heaving from the dust.
Are you okay? Can you get up by yourself?
Pukak asked. Tompkin nodded and grabbed a piece of the remaining wall at waist height to help him stand. The wall collapsed under his weight into a pile of loose bricks. Pukak shook his head as he looked around. More casualties. As he turned,
A dozen premier Thesis fighters stepped out from the smoke and dirt. He recognized their leather outfits and the symbols on their arm shields and masks. They approached him slowly and stealthily. When he was younger, he would have been excited about the opportunity to fight them. But not now. Not in this situation. They weren't here to have a fight with the glorious leader of one of the oldest mage tribes in history. They had been sent here to finish him after the explosion. Pukak flexed his muscles. He would fight until his last breath, and that would come soon. Tompkin rushed over to stand by him.
Hey, all of you against two of us, and after planting a bomb? You should be ashamed of yourselves.
The fighters said nothing. They charged at the two Amarak men, but only 3 of them came at a time. Pukak knew it wasn't because they were trying to play fair. It was just that there wasn't enough room for them all to come at once. He wanted to tell Tompkin to stay inside to retain their advantage, but he didn't have time to talk and didn't think Tompkin was smart enough to understand. After the first round, both sides withdrew. He glanced across and saw that Tompkin had suffered some minor injuries, but was still standing. Thesis fighters prepared to charge for a second round. Pukak knew he couldn't sustain this level of fighting for long. This round they squeezed in 8 fighters. Withdrawing wasn't an option, because they would attack them from behind. Pukak pressed on and stepped forward. As the fighters came closer, Pukak felt a rush of fresh air coming from behind. He didn't need to look. He felt instant relief. Alyna landed in front of him, coming down from the rooftop. "Welcome to Amarak, North Side Fight Club," she said, and charged at them. They probably wouldn't be able to see much as she moved like a leopard. "There have been enough casualties for one day," said Alyna. "I'll take 4 of you as payback for our trainees, and I'll let the rest live to crawl back to your boss and let him know your humiliation." An Thesis fighter at the far left pulled out a small device, but before he could do anything with it, Alyna put a bullet in his head. 1. A fighter on the right went for his gun, but Alyna fired before the gun left his holster. 2. Any more volunteers? "Get down!" she shouted at Pukak and Tompkin, anticipating that the remaining Thesis would draw their guns. Alyna moved to the side. The bullets missed her and hit the walls. At the same time, Pukak heard other gunshots, and the Thesis fighters fell one by one like tree trunks. From behind them, Ben and Caedmon walked out, guns in hand. Alyna helped Pukak up from the ground. 3 of us against 12 of them. We were still outnumbered, Pukak, so don't whine that they didn't have a fair fight, because we hit them in their backs.
Since when do I whine?
Chapter 25. Caedmon strode into LeBlanc headquarters, making a beeline for his office. This time Leanne wouldn't be giving him her usual greeting, checking on what he was going to eat and where he needed to go, or telling him about the places and things he should avoid. She had taken good care of him, and because she did such a good job, she had gotten herself killed. He turned on the computer, and it flashed a message asking for verification. He frowned. It hadn't asked that before. The credentials he'd created for this trip were impeccable. He, a LeBlanc, and in that regard, he hadn't needed to fake any data. He typed in his credentials. A dialog box popped up. "Access denied." He re-entered the information. The computer repeated. "Access denied." The door slid open. Mr. Tan stood in the doorway, hands in pockets.
"People in old Australia don't knock?"
Caedmon asked.
I would knock if it was your office I was entering.
He walked in. Caedmon sank back into his chair, watching as Mr. Tan sauntered in and sat in a chair in front of his desk.
What can I do for you, Caedmon?
We purchased Amarak, and I'd like to transfer funds to them.
I've checked with Central London. They confirm that no such purchase plan exists.
I don't believe you have access to our records, but I have to hand it to you. For a moment I thought you might have a spy in the London office. But that's not possible, because you don't have connections of that caliber. The only plausible explanation is that some members of your shady board have connections, and they poke their nose into my business.
You poked yours into our business first. Yes, my board members have checked the records, and Caedmon LeBlanc doesn't exist at this point in time. Your DNA is confirmed, but your existence is not.
Well, that depends on how far backward, or forward, the system can trace. Mr. Tan stood up.
You're a vampire?
I can walk in sunlight, so I can't be a vampire, Caedmon chuckled. But why would you assume I came from the past?
We're heading toward the millennium. There's nothing the system can see in the future.
Are you talking about the end of the world? I think I've heard about that a few times.
No, I'm talking about changes. There are going to be radical changes, and I don't know which way it will go. Like the Great War, nobody saw it coming. When it happened, it wiped out the entire societal structure of human civilization. And technology went with it. Thus, I see no point in looking forward.
Caedmon leaned forward. Between you and me, my records existed long before the Great War.
Are you saying your records were conveniently destroyed?
Caedmon leaned back in his chair and locked eyes with Mr. Tan. Do you think knowing too much could potentially cause you harm?
Is that a threat?
Why would I bother making a threat? I'm a LeBlanc. You said so yourself. But yes, there are things I do that I wouldn't care for my extended family to know about. It's my business, he said. I'll stick to the promise I made to you when we first met. Amarak is my only business here. When I'm finished, I'll be out of here in a heartbeat. The sooner you let me get on with my business, the quicker you'll be rid of me.
I'll check with my board and get back to you,
Mr. Tan said, and stood to leave the office. Caedmon surged up from his chair, jumped over the desk, and grabbed Mr. Tan by the neck. He pulled him back into the room and slammed his face on the desk. By sooner, I mean now. There are many ways to do this. Why would you choose the hard way?
You don't know who you're dealing with, Caedmon. The LeBlancs may have money, but you are very much out of touch here. As I said, you don't own people's morality.
Caedmon slammed his head on the desk again. Exactly. So you don't have to hold your moral standards to your faceless board.
Regarding the board, I'm not talking about morality. I only want to live.
And trust me, they are not faceless. Then show me their faces. Silence. Caedmon was about to slam his head again.
All right. I take it you're a man of your word. I'll help you get on with your business. But please, leave after that. I don't care about Amarak, or whatever it is they are doing.
Caedmon released him. All right. I need the funds. Right now.
I'm sorry, Caedmon. I can help you with your locked computer. I can issue a special pass. But that's about it. I can't let you transfer funds the board is aware of, and I can't tell you who they are. I don't want to end up like Leanne."
Caedmon grabbed him by the collar.
"You knew they sent people after me and got Leanne killed? What's their connection with the thesis?" "I'm a dead man walking, Caedmon." He pushed him away. "I'll get you a passcode for the computer. Then—"
Blood spattered all over Caedmon. He looked up to see that Mr. Tan's face exploded. He had been hit from behind. Caedmon dropped to the floor and pulled his gun. He switched his UD key on and heard the stealthy footsteps of mercenaries. He turned on his microchip to scan the exterior of the office. A small army of more than 20 fighters was rushing into the corridor, heading toward him. The bodies of the office staff littered the floor. He glanced up at the open window. Judging from the angle of the shot to Mr. Tan's head, the kill shot had come from an assailant located outside the building, a hitman. A gunfight between him and 20 others with machine guns wouldn't be wise, and single-handedly fighting this army wasn't exactly the ideal combat situation either. He didn't want to garner the attention of the wrong people, but this was the perfect time to make good use of his talent. He concentrated, trying to use his most lethal skill set. He willed a mind blade, and he sliced the building in two from the outside. The blade separated the building into halves, stopping the mercenaries short before they could get to his temporary office. The gap between the two halves of the building was widening quickly, however. The building would soon separate and then collapse. He couldn't remember which floor he was on. He could feel his half of the building shaking. He opened the office window and looked down. He was 10 stories from the ground. He had many talents. The mind blade was his strongest and most important, and the heat wave was a new one for him. But there was one talent he knew he would never have: flying. Chapter 26. Alyna came back to the center of what used to be the fighting platform of Amarak's Northside Fight Club. Around her were loose bricks, broken furniture, and bits and pieces of walls and the roof. Tomkin grabbed a shovel and started digging, making an attempt to clean things up, and hoping there was still a chance he could repair the building with his bare hands in time to use it for the summoning trial next week. Alyna understood that the club was his baby. He had worked here his whole life. The summoning was a centennial event, and being able to host just the trial for it had been his lifetime dream. But she saw no chance of the event happening here. "Tomkin."
"What?"
he asked and kept digging. "Tomkin."
"I'm busy here. What do you want, Alyna?"
"The building is ruined, and so many trainees have lost their lives. The trial is not going to happen here next week. I suggest you focus your energy on something else." He stabbed the shovel hard into a pile of dirt and loose bricks.
"Like what?"
"Develop new programs. Talk to the families of the dead trainees. Do damage control for our reputation with the public. No one is going to use our private security service if we can't protect our own people. You're good at publicity. Why don't you take care of that? And I'll take care of the trial."
"I want to be at the trial. I'm not a mage, so I won't be invited to the summoning. But can I please be at the trial? It's a centennial event."
Alyna nodded. "I'll talk to Pukak."
"Why don't you ask Ben to stay and help?"
he asked, as she turned around to leave. "I respect his decision to go south. He'll do better there, I think." She looked at the clock and wondered where Caedmon was. He'd said he was going to drop by the LeBlanc headquarters in Central to transfer the money so that Amarak could use it to hire a new venue in town for the event. It seemed like the perfect solution to her. She headed toward the express to go home. She lived in the middle of the city, and hopefully it was close enough to Central so that she could give Caedmon assistance in case he needed her. She chuckled inwardly. Since when had she started to think that a man would mix with someone like her in such a social circus? She recalled the moment he carried her out of Tony's place. The feeling of her body pressed against his, the sensual scent emanating from his skin, his hands on her body, unclasping her bra, loosening her hair. She shook her head and gave herself a mental slap. By the time she approached the corner of her place, dusk had settled on the city. The sky was magnificent. She loved the blood-red sky scattered with mysterious black clouds. She wondered what it had been like before the Great War. Pukak immersed himself in literature and loved history. He knew a lot. She wasn't a fan of curating knowledge of a culture that no longer existed. She was pro-development and all about moving forward.
"Alyna!"
Sam called from behind. She turned around and saw him standing in the alleyway, running along the side of her complex. He had the gray cat in his arms, the one she'd claimed was hers, and he was grinning at her. She approached him. "Where did you find him?"
"I didn't. He found me."
The cat hopped out of Sam's arms, landed on the ground, and sauntered toward Alyna.
"He could have found you himself, I think, but he's quite lazy. Look at the weight on him. He just wanted me to carry him all the way here."
Sam laughed as the cat rubbed around Alyna's legs. "His name is Lazy, Sam."
"Oh, well, that explains it."
From the corner of her eyes, she saw a creature step out from the darkness into the red light of the dusk. It didn't have a tangible form, but appeared instead to be a collection of semi-transparent black particles. It was the same thing that had jumped out of Tony's dead body and strangled her. Alyna staggered back, and the cat scurried to find a hiding place.
"What is it, Alyna?"
Sam asked. "Run, Sam. Go away."
"No, just tell me what's going on."
"There's something here. It's going to attack me. You can't see it." It flew at her. As much as it was invisible to Sam, it felt like a ton of bricks hitting her. It started squeezing her neck, just as it had done before, but she couldn't defend herself. She swung her arms at it, but they struck thin air. The creature continued to strangle her. Sam darted over, but he didn't know what to do. The cat jumped toward Alyna, hitting the creature with its front legs. It was small in comparison to the size of the creature, but the creature staggered back and hissed at the feline. Alyna gasped for air and then scrambled to her feet. The cat stood in front of her, meowing and hissing. Its hair stood on end, its eyes sparkled green, and its teeth were bared. The creature stood immobile, a lump of static particles. It dared not move against Lazy, her dead cat. "Sam, come stand behind me," she shouted. But it was too late for Sam. The creature flew over her head. Sam didn't see it coming. It lifted him up and dragged him away, several feet above the ground. It choked him, and then it slaughtered him. "Lazy, get it! Over there!" she shouted. But the cat would not leave her side. She charged toward Ben, but she knew it was too late. The skinny body of the teenager was mangled, and his neck was broken. His soft green eyes stared into nothingness. He never knew what had hit him. But she knew. It was evil. She didn't know how to describe it. Tears streamed down her face. She hadn't cried in a long time, and now she was crying for a person she hardly knew. She looked up and saw the sky was completely dark. She understood now how Caedmon had felt when people had called Leanne's dead body waste. She couldn't bear the thought of Sam lying in the dark alley, waiting for the trash truck to come pick him up in the morning. But she couldn't just take him inside the building. The other residents would object to it. She went into her apartment and grabbed a blanket. She wrapped up Sam's body and propped him up against the fence next to the trash cans. Then she sat down next to his body. She would wait there until the morning to be sure he was taken care of and treated properly. Lazy sat down next to her and purred for a while. Then the cat stood and started meowing. He bit her finger gently and then bit into the sleeve of her shirt and pulled. "I can't go with you, Lazy. I made that decision years ago, and I'm not changing my mind. You can go, though." The cat didn't look happy, but he sat down next to her and stopped protesting. She stroked his head. "When the time comes, I'll respond to the teacher's call. But not now." As if he understood what she was saying, Lazy started purring again, tilting his head up for Alyna to scratch his neck. Chapter 27. Caedmon was on the way down. It was a risky decision, but it was his best choice. He had just cut the giant high-rise in half with his mind blade, and both sides were on the verge of collapse, and he was on the ledge of the 10th floor. His Ute key was at full capacity, and now he moved as a silver blood, lightning fast and agile, and he could jump dimensions. Admittedly, his dimension-jumping technique had room for improvement. He couldn't just jump by himself. He had to rely on the technology of his wrist unit to open the gateway before he did so. He opened the portal below him so he could use gravity to his advantage and fall right into the gateway. From the corner of his eye, he saw the shape of the dematerialized creature, the same kind of thing that had tried to kill Alyna and had attacked him in the apartment. He had killed one of them with his heat wave, and he could do it again. But this one was incredibly fast. It flew into the air and hit him when he least expected it. It knocked him out of his trajectory to the gateway. He was now free-falling. He adjusted his wrist unit to alter the gateway's position. But the creature struck him again. He was halfway down to the ground. The gravity on Earth was stronger than he'd expected. The creature approached him again. It didn't give him a chance to manage the escape hatch. He turned around. "You asked for it," he said. He stopped fidgeting with the gateway. When the creature hit him again, he grabbed it and hopped on top of it, not sure whether he'd be able to grab its semi-transparent form, but apparently he could. It wriggled, turned around, and was upside down. It looked at him. Its form glowed in a shimmery red color, and he could see its face more clearly. Hollow red eyes, and a face that looked like nothing more than a human skull. It reached its arms up, trying to strangle him. He'd had enough. He pumped a heat wave into it. It exploded into several thousand pieces, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. He was sure it had dropped pieces of red ice to the ground, as had the one he'd killed before, but he had no intention of finding out. If he did, it would mean he had hit the ground. He was close now, and he wasn't sure he had enough space for another portal. He looked up. The one he had opened previously still hovered in the air above him. The gateway refused to come down to him. He looked down to the ground. He didn't relish the idea of his body landing on the hard concrete. Another shadow loomed toward him. Before he could blast out another heat wave, he realized it was a giant air motorbike. The driver dipped down a bit, partially to indicate to Caedmon he had no intention of hitting him, and partially to make it easy for him to jump on the back seat. No matter who the driver might be, Caedmon figured the back seat of an air motorbike was a much more promising option than the hard concrete 50 feet below. Caedmon jumped on the bike. A short moment later, the motorbike landed in an industrial area. The ground was covered in red dust, and they appeared to be on the outskirts of the city. From where they were, Caedmon could see the city covered by a semi-transparent dome. He guessed they had passed through the dome's gate at some point, but he hadn't felt the impact. He had turned his UD key off to avoid a scan and detection from whomever he might be talking to. They'd known he wasn't human when they sent the driver to pick him up in the middle of the fight with the supernatural creature. But he didn't want them to know exactly where he had come from. He wasn't going to give them entry into Udays. The driver hopped off the bike and gestured for Caedmon to follow him. A wall-sized, rusty steel door slid open, revealing a warehouse-style space. Everything was made of oxidized metal and wood of some sort. Several air motorbikes were scattered around and used for furniture. At the far end of the open space, there was a raised platform of metal bars and wooden panels. A man sitting on a metal chair stood and approached Caedmon. He reached out a bare, muscled arm, covered in tattoos, for a handshake.
"Nathan,"
he said. "Caedmon." Nathan grinned.
"One of the LeBlancs?"
He gestured around.
"This is the deep north of New Australia, but your family has a reputation everywhere."
Caedmon nodded. "Thanks for picking me up at the headquarters. So I guess you're not the one who sent the mercenaries after me." Nathan laughed.
"Did any of them look like my guys?"
Caedmon cast a glance at the bikers. "No, but nothing would stop you from having someone else do the work for you." Nathan laughed again, climbed the platform, and sat on his chair. Caedmon realized the chair looked a lot like a throne.
"You're a thesis."
Nathan clapped.
"And like what people have said, the LeBlancs do know something about the North."
"I guess you haven't invited me here for a party, then."
"Not at all. Wartime is coming. No time for partying."
"War with whom? Amarak?"
"Oh, no, I don't consider them enemies. I know they don't see the dynamics of our relationship the same way."
"You captured me and killed Leanne. It's hard for me to consider you a friend."
"Not a friend, but an ally. Look at us."
Nathan gestured around.
"Yeah, spiritually, we are the opposite side of Amarak. I offered an alliance, but they turned it down. We don't use technology for anything other than watching screens. You were captured and brought to a place with a full lab and lots of computer geeks, right? Yeah, they use sedatives, and they copied our logo, too. But take another look. Do we look like them?"
"So who are they?" Nathan smirked.
"I'll find out, and I'll crush 'em to dust. But to do that, we'll need financial backing. I know you promised that to Amarak, but we can work together, as an alliance. Pukat can't see the big picture, but you can."
Caedmon raised his hand to stop his speech. "I don't have the money, at least not right now. You picked me up from the headquarters. That was the only connection I had. Now I'm cut off, and I'm not sure how long it will take to reconnect, let alone transfer any funds."
"But when you connect, will you consider my proposal? We'll stay within our red dirt areas in the outskirts, and Amarak will stay where they are in the central. No invasions, no harsh feelings, and I reckon whoever it is who's disguising themselves as us and causing friction between Amarak and a thesis is our common enemy. The funds should be used to destroy that enemy, not to fight each other like mad dogs."
"Any ideas where this common enemy might come from?"
"The South."
Chapter 28. Thunderchild threw a knife at the dummy and hit it right in the center of its forehead. The teacher clapped.
"In terms of fighting, I think you've graduated. You've achieved a lot in such a short period of time.
It's been 2 years. That's not a short period of time.
Don't be impatient. You're young. You have plenty of time.
I'm 11. That's not so young.
The teacher chuckled.
Well, compared to being a few 100 years old, you're very young.
Will you teach me new skills?
Yes, of course. How's your master doing with the Scorpio key? Still trying to cut the stone?
She sighed and nodded.
All right.
The teacher wrote on a piece of old fabric.
Here are the ingredients. This compound, if you process it correctly, will both soften the stone and help it maintain its shape after it's been cut. It won't return to its original shape.
She grinned and reached out her hand to take the recipe, but the teacher yanked it away.
It's too soon for me to give this to you. This compound works, but it isn't harmless. If you want me to give it to you now, I'll need you to do something for me.
What is it, teacher?
He showed her a jar of potion.
This is a poison I have compounded. I will take you into town, and you will put it into someone's food.
You want me to kill?
Yes.
Whose food?
I have found the murderers of my children. I could simply kill them, but that would be too easy for them, considering I have suffered for hundreds of years. So I'm going to take you to a school of magic where their children are studying. You will kill their children. I want them to feel what it's like to lose a young child.
But your children died hundreds of years ago. How can their children still be going to school?
They're soul traders. They buy, sell, and exchange souls so that they and their families will remain the same for eternity.
I can't kill innocent children.
Not even to get the recipe for your master?
No.
What if I give you something more appealing? What if I give you a recipe that will help you kill those who killed your parents?
She chuckled.
They can't be killed with poison.
You know them?
She locked eyes with the teacher.
Yes, and one day I will kill them. But not with poison. I will kill them to seek justice for my parents. But I won't kill innocent people just to make them experience what I have suffered my whole life. I won't do that for you either. Not for anyone.
There is a prophecy that says, if I seek revenge, I will be dead. Nevertheless, I can't pass up this opportunity. So if I don't see you next time in the woods, you'll know what happened.
If you die, I will seek revenge for you.
He crouched and looked into her eyes.
Really?
Yes, I promise. Who are they?
Amarak.
Chapter 29. Alyna rushed into the medical clinic, almost stumbling on the bucket Pukak used to catch rainwater to make his medicine. Caedmon trailed behind her. "Please, tell me this isn't true," she said. Pukak looked at her, the kind old eyes of a grandfather drooping even more. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a wound that ran down his left arm.
I know my time is limited, Alyna.
"You're a mage. You make medicines that cure people." She wiped the tears from her face. "There's no poison that exists that doesn't have an antidote. Can't you make yourself one?"
Alyna, I don't have much time. I need you to listen to me.
"This was a thesis. This is their doing," she snarled and whirled back and forth in the little office. Caedmon grabbed her, but she couldn't be held still.
You can't be sure this wasn't a thesis job, he said.
I talked to Nathan. It was him, she growled. Do you know how badly they want to host the summoning? You can't rule out the possibility that there's another adversary, or maybe even two. Those who will just sit tight and wait for Amarak and Athesis to destroy each other. If you behave like this, you're doing them a favor. I don't care what they want. A bunch of cowards ambushed an old man. If they killed Pukak, I'll tear them to bits. And what? What will you achieve by doing that? Caedmon asked. Trying to get yourself killed. That's very mature, Alyna.
He's right, Alyna. You need to lead Amarak. No one else can do it.
I am not a mage. I can't do Amarak any good.
You owe me, Alyna. I have never asked anything of you. But now it's time. I need you.
Pukak sat down on the chair behind his desk. A pile of papers on the desk fell to the floor. Alyna bent down to pick them up, trying to do anything to avoid looking at Pukak.
Come here, Alyna,
Pukak said weakly. She ignored him and continued to pick up the sheets of paper on the floor. Alyna! She felt Caedmon's hand on her shoulder. She stopped what she was doing and looked up at Pukak. The room was so small that when she swiveled around, she was kneeling right next to him. He tilted her face up and looked into her eyes.
Don't cry, Alyna. You are my family. Amarak is my life's duty. But you are the only family I've got. If you don't want to take care of Amarak, it's totally up to you. After I die, you will be free to go and live your life as you wish.
He wiped the tears falling down her cheeks. Forgive me, Pukak.
There is nothing to forgive.
He looked up at Caedmon.
It's a shame we met you too late. I regret that I must take Amarak to the grave with me. But trust me, Caedmon, the business is worthy of your investment. Not because it's profitable, but because in this insane world, when we head toward the end of the 3rd millennium without spiritual guidance, humans will be at a loss. It's not a war between supernaturals and humans. It's a war between good and evil.
He sighed.
Unfortunately, when Amarak is gone, evil will win.
How? Alyna asked.
The Scorpio key we worship isn't just a key to open sources of power. It's a key that can open the gate that connects the world of good and evil.
Why is it your responsibility, Pukak? Caedmon asked.
The world is vast. There are many with power.
No insult intended, but Amarak is merely a small tribe. Pukak shook his head.
I don't know. It's been like that since the beginning. It was handed down to me. The summoning happens only once every 100 years. Not all leaders have experienced it. I have had a long reign. I have lived long enough. Unfortunately, Amarak ends with me.
Don't say that, Pukak, Alyna cried out.
You're right, Caedmon. We are only a mage tribe. But protecting the Scorpio key is a mission larger than Amarak, larger than our lives. I don't know how to handle that.
He leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes.
Oh no! Please don't leave me! I'm not ready. I'm not made for it. But I'll take the role. I'll lead Amarak, Alyna cried.
Pukak opened his eyes.
I don't want you to do anything you might regret.
I'll do it. Please appoint me.
Pukak couldn't sit upright any longer, and Caedmon had to help him. Pukak placed his palm on Alyna's head, but nothing happened. They waited a little longer, but nothing occurred. Is it because I'm not a mage?
I can turn you, Pukak said. I can give you the light, but I'm too weak to do it now.
Oh no, please don't die. Can you wait for me? I'll be back, Pukak. Promise you'll wait for me.
I'll try.
She looked at Caedmon. He nodded.
I'll stay and watch him, he said. Go. Do what you have to do.
She nodded and stormed out the door. She rushed around the corner shouting, "Lazy!" Her gray cat sauntered out from the dark, looking at her as if it knew this moment would come. "Take me to teacher." Lazy turned and ran. She followed right behind. Chapter 30. The cat disappeared in front of Alyna. It had been taking her to the teacher. It ran, and she followed right behind it. Then it vanished. But she kept running in the direction the cat had just vanished from. She felt as if she had walked past an invisible curtain. She couldn't see anything, but she felt it brush against her. Her skin prickled. Then she found herself standing in front of a temple. There was an engraving on the solid steel door and on the walls and fences surrounding the temple. She didn't, however, see any statues representing gods or any other higher power. Maybe it's not a temple after all, she thought. The door slid open and then closed behind her after she walked in. Inside was a large and empty room, dark, smoky, and rather spooky. The air was icy, and she could see her breath. She glanced around but didn't see anything that hinted at the culture, era, or origin of the teacher. A distant, authoritative, and disembodied female voice said, "I am pleased to finally see you are coming back. I'm here to submit myself to you, as promised. What kind of creature will you turn me into?" There was a chuckle. "You will find out when the power is with you. One thing I can tell you right now is that I will not make you a mage. You will be much more powerful than that, and you will need all of your power to face what is coming. You need to explore your power, and you must use it with care. Will I remember anything about my human life?" "Your human life ended with a car crash. I used a minor form of power to sustain your body until now. Although the power wasn't yours to start with, it has been with you for a long time and has now become an inseparable part of you. So you will feel the same after you receive the new power." "Can I heal others? Give power to others?" "Yes, but it will take a long time and a lot of practice before you get to that level. Nevertheless, you will know what to do given different situations." She nodded. "Are you ready?" "Yes, teacher." "Kneel. Close your eyes." She obeyed. She floated into nothingness. Oceans of energy flowed into her body. In her mind, the countryside, mountains, rivers, cities, and the faces of several people flashed before her. So many images and faces. She didn't recognize all of them. But among them she saw Caedmon, and not because he looked different, or because he stood out from the crowd. She knew he was there for a reason. She wasn't sure if what she had just seen was a flashback, a memory insert, or a projection of the future. But Caedmon's image was so prominent, it was ingrained in her mind. After a while, the process seemed to come to a stop. She opened her eyes and found herself on the floor. She scrambled to her feet. The temple was no longer there, but the voice of teacher still echoed in the air. "It has been a great pleasure to give you back your power. Be careful. Don't allow your body to be destroyed again. I will be in touch when it's necessary."
"Wait, what do you mean by giving me back my power?" she asked, but nobody answered. An empty space of red dirt and industrial ruins surrounded her. Her cat lay sleeping with all 4 legs in the air, snoring loudly.
Lazy.
The cat woke and blinked his green eyes at her. He sat up and then leisurely washed himself. She wasn't sure where she was exactly, but she had some theories. She didn't think she was close to the clinic. An air motorbike zoomed toward her and hovered. The driver smirked and crooked a finger to wave at her.
"Want a ride somewhere to have fun?"
he asked.
"I tip well. What's your rate?"
She smiled at him.
"Sure, I'd love a ride. I'll tell you my rate when we get to where I need to be."
She ran toward the bike, jumped up in the air, and knocked him to the ground. Lazy had settled on the back seat already before she zoomed away. She had no idea he was so fast. "Pick your bike up in Central," she said as she accelerated, headed toward the dome of the city. She dropped the bike in front of the clinic and raced in. Caedmon was there, and Pukak still sat in the chair. He promised he would wait for her, and he had. Then she saw the expression on Caedmon's face.
"No!"
"He tried. I could have helped if it wasn't poison," Caedmon said. She darted over to the chair.
"You promised me you'd wait. I have power now. I can heal you."
She knew he couldn't hear her. He was somewhere else. He looked as if he were sleeping. Caedmon handed her the shield of the leader, a palm-sized badge that represented the power of the mage tribe. "Pukak said nobody needs to know you haven't received the proper transfer of leadership. He said he had no power left anyway, so there won't be any proof of the transfer, and you will always have his blessing, no matter which way you want to lead Amarak." She held up the badge.
"We still have proof."
She gathered her new energy, injected it into the metal badge, and pressed it into her left forearm until her flesh sizzled.
"What about you, Caedmon? Will you stay to help us? Are you interested in the business?"
She looked at the tattooed imprint on her arm, remaining as aloof and nonchalant as possible. Part of her wanted him to stay, but the other part wanted him to go away. "I told you, I can't get the funds now."
"I don't need the money, but it would mean a great deal to me if you stayed. The trial is next week, and we have so many things to figure out."
"You need to know that I have been approached by a thesis. They've made an offer to form an alliance."
"Yes, I know, but you came back to me. That's why I asked. Will you stay to help us a little longer?"
Caedmon nodded. "Where do you plan to hold the trial?"
"At the temple. No one needs to know Pukak has passed. I'll announce my leadership position at the temple before the trial."
"I'll bet there will be resistance."
She nodded.
"It might be dangerous. You can decline if you wish."
"I'll be there for you."
"I appreciate it. Could I please have a moment alone with Pukak before we take care of his body?"
Caedmon nodded and exited the room. She looked at Pukak, who looked to be sleeping peacefully. There had been so many times they'd had discussions in this room. She sat there, looking at him, and waiting for his wise words, his guidance, and even his wicked humor about the world before the Great War. But now Pukak was no longer talking to her. Chapter 31. Alyna didn't like having butterflies in her stomach. Today was the day of the trial. The senior members from every branch in every corner of the world were coming to Old Sydney to attend. Most of them would stay on for the main event next month, but some would leave early. Not all branches and clubs were keen on the ritual. She hadn't slept at all, so she couldn't really say she'd gotten up early. Lazy had been pacing all night, but mostly because he was nocturnal. What surprised her was the fact that Caedmon had stayed over. He'd told her it was unsafe for him to go back to his apartment because of the attack the other day, but she knew that was only an excuse. He stayed in the guest room, meeting the sofa, as she didn't have a spare bedroom. She tied her hair up and braided a ponytail, then put on a leather jacket to cover her tattooed leadership seal. As she came out to the living room, she saw Caedmon was awake. Maybe he hadn't slept either. He looked at her with cool eyes that froze any anxiety she was feeling. Approaching her, he said, "You'll be fine. You're the rightful leader of Amarak." "Thank you for staying. I want you to promise me, if things go pear-shaped, you'll leave the temple immediately and not engage in a fight." The first rays of sunlight beamed through the glass into the room, silhouetting Caedmon and making him look like a dark angel. In her words, he was goddamn beautiful. "It's a simple request. Agree, or I won't take you to the temple."
"I can't promise you that, but I still need to go to the temple with you."
"Agree, or you'll stay home with a cat. You can't have it all, Caedmon." She expected him to chuckle, but he didn't. His eyes grew intense.
"There's something I need to tell you."
"Does it have to be today?" He gazed into her eyes.
"Yes, and it has to be now."
She nodded.
"One of the things on my agenda is to acquire Amarak, obtain the Scorpio key, and place it in a secure place."
She stared at him. "Safer than where it currently is, in a secret temple of which nobody knows the exact location? Safer than the key making an appearance only once in a century? Where would this secure place that you're talking about be?"
"I can't tell you."
"Well, if you can prove that it is indeed safer for the key to be here than in the temple, let's do it." He stared at her.
"That's it? You agree?"
She arched an eyebrow. "Why not? You obviously have more resources than the hundreds of Amarak branches combined. Why shouldn't I accept your offer? I don't have Pukak's spiritual appreciation, but I take his words seriously regarding the safety of this world and how the Scorpio key keeps it secure from the invasion of evil. That's his legacy, and I will protect it, whatever it takes."
"You're a good woman, Alyna."
"It's too soon to draw a conclusion like that, Caedmon." She paused. "What are your other agendas?"
"What?"
"You said this is one of the things on your agenda. What are the rest?" He chuckled.
"Well, they're not important."
She shrugged. "All right, then. Let's go." The temple door slid open. Her stomach quivered, and her anxiety was intensifying by the second. Following her were Caedmon and Tomkin. She knew she could rely on Caedmon in chaotic situations, but she had seen Tomkin countless times in different situations, and he simply turned into a mess. More than 100 leaders followed her inside. She knew they had many questions for her, but the timing wasn't appropriate, so they held their silence. It worked in her favor, and she was relieved. It was ice cold inside the temple. Pukak had warned her about this. The temple was made of ice, and the artificial lake in the center of the temple where the key was kept frozen came from a sacred mountain. The frozen water of the lake kept the air in the temple at a frigid temperature.
"Where's Pukak?"
Tompkin asked for the second time. Caedmon urged him to remain silent, and Alyna pretended not to hear his question. They approached the lake, and the chill intensified. The leaders climbed onto raised platforms around the lake. The 50-foot-tall domed ceilings kept the cold air in. It felt as if they were in a freezer. Alyna looked at the frozen lake. She knew that under the icy surface was the key. She approached the lake and stepped onto the raised platform in the center of the crowd. "Welcome, everyone," she said, "and thank you for attending this summoning trial. For those who don't know, my name is Alyna McCabe. I am Pukak's protégé. It is with my deepest sorrow that I inform you Pukak passed away last night due to natural causes. He went peacefully, and he expressed his appreciation for your long-time support of Amarak. He would also appreciate your continuing support under my leadership in the future." The room hummed with murmurs. Alyna removed her jacket, revealing her arm with a leadership seal.
"But you're not a mage!"
a male voice cried from a corner of the room. Alyna turned in his direction. "I am Pukak's protégé. You don't think he would have given me the light a long time ago?"
He told me he was concerned that you're not a mage. He worried he'd die without having a successor. He said that to me just last month,"
a woman at her right said. "I doubt he discussed that with anyone," Alyna replied.
"You don't want us to think you killed him for this leadership post,"
someone else said.
"That's a ridiculous accusation,"
Tompkin said. She felt Caedmon tugging at her elbow as the room exploded with debates, arguments, and conversations. Everyone spoke at the same time, and all of them wanted to be heard. She had special power now, but Alyna knew she hadn't yet had a chance to learn and understand her power, let alone use it. If several senior members of the tribe decided to attack her at the same time, she would be doomed. Chapter 32. Alyna had to reveal her talent and control the situation, or she would never gain respect from these older leaders, Caedmon thought. As much as he wanted to help her, he knew if she didn't act, his involvement would only make things worse. "Do you want to challenge my leadership by combat?" she asked. The room quieted down instantly.
"I'll take her,"
a male voice responded. A formidable man stepped out from a corner. Before Alyna could respond, the man attacked her. Every mage had a different talent, but all the talents centered around light energy. Caedmon could see the light energy emanating from the man. As he moved, the light haloed around him. He didn't pull a weapon, but the tenacity in his eyes made Caedmon realize that whatever he had planned would be lethal for Alyna. He didn't know yet what Alyna's power was, so he stood still and waited. In the worst-case scenario, he was prepared to jump in. As the man came closer, Caedmon switched his Yud key on in full. Alyna's expression didn't waver a fraction. The man came closer, almost closing the distance between himself and the platform where Alyna, Tompkin, and Caedmon were standing. Alyna waited. Then she raised her left arm, the one with the leadership seal on the forearm. She made a fist and pushed it through the air. A bolt of light energy emerged from her fist, striking the man like a missile. He was thrown backward like a rag doll and skidded on his backside across the icy floor. His body stopped at the far side of the room, and he lay on the floor, motionless. "Anyone else?" Alyna asked.
Yes!
3 men cried in unison, running out from the crowd. The trio looked like giant triplets, old men with long white hair, wearing long black cloaks. Alyna charged down the platform in anticipation. A ring of light approached, surrounding her. She raised her arms to grab the ring and started swinging it. The light now looked like a glowing rope with balls of light at both ends. She swung the rope so fast the light looked like a curtain protecting her. When the trio came closer, she changed the path of the swing, and the rope reached out like a snake, hitting the trio, one by one, across their foreheads. They passed out on the floor before they had a chance to realize what had hit them. She withdrew the light. "Anyone else?" she challenged. Silence. "All right. If there are no more objections to my leadership, as part of this trial ceremony, I'll show you all I am a genuine protege and Pukak's leader by his wishes." She approached the lake and stepped onto the frozen surface. Feeling the ice was solid, she walked to the middle of the lake. Then she turned and faced the crowd. "We all know what's underneath this icy surface. It is our duty to protect the Scorpio Key. It is Pukak's legacy, and I swear with my life to protect it." She crouched and placed her right palm on the ice. Underneath the ice, something glowed a blinding white. "Leaders of Amarak, I present to you the Scorpio Key. The key will surface during the summoning ceremony, and you will be able to see the full scope of its magnificence. As for now, rest assured, the key is safe and sound and is under our protection." The light bounced off the ice and reflected into Alyna's face. She looked magnificent, Caedmon thought. Was that something mages had in common? Sedna had the same aura when she fought. He shook the thought from his head, deeming it inappropriate to compare his wife with Alyna. As the crowd gasped, Caedmon knew she had gained the leader's respect. She had earned her leadership. He felt a movement at his side. Tomkin came from behind him and jumped onto the icy lake. He brandished a knife and stabbed him in the abdomen. Then he pulled down his outer layer of skin to reveal a metal body underneath.
"Nobody move,"
Tomkin said.
"I'd suggest you all listen to me. I don't want to have to kill you."
He turned to look at Caedmon.
"You think I didn't know you scanned me with your primitive technology? I gave you the signal you wanted to see," he chuckled.
"What are you?" Alyna asked and started to withdraw the light.
"I told you not to move."
Tomkin knocked on his metal body, and it made a hollow clanking sound.
"I'm not a creature. I'm a weapon. Your magic can't kill me, Alyna. And unfortunately, I was sent to blow up this place, along with the Scorpio Key and Pukak." He shrugged. "Pukak has died, but you can easily take his place, Alyna."
As Tomkin turned toward her, Caedmon blasted a heat wave at him. But Tomkin was a robot at a much more advanced level than the technology from Caedmon's era. His heat wave had no effect. Tomkin turned toward him.
"It's your fault,"
Tomkin said to Caedmon, and he looked as if he was going to blow up the entire temple. Chapter 33. She grinned. The Thunder Child couldn't help but giggle. She had found the way to cut the bloodstone. She used the compound the teacher had taught her to soften the stone. She had spent days in the woods, high up in the mountains, searching for the rare flower pieces in the ingredient list. Then she processed the flowers carefully. It had taken her a long time to make the compound, only because she didn't have the tools the Keymaster did. She had a theory. The ice had been created from the Scorpion King's blood. It was not an ordinary stone. He would need to soften the stone first, using the blood of an innocent. The Keymaster didn't take her suggestion seriously, and he didn't like her theory either. So it wouldn't surprise her if he was never able to finish the key. The Keymaster had spent a long time carving the bloodstone to make the Scorpio key, only to see the stone heal itself and return to its original form. There had been countless failed attempts, so many that she had lost interest in discussing the making of the Scorpio key with him. Or maybe it was the Keymaster who had stopped talking to her. He got like that when he ran into tough clients for whom he couldn't produce the key they wanted, or for those he didn't want to make a key for. In any case, he didn't take failing well when it came to his key-making business. And so she had talked to the teacher to discover ways to solve the Keymaster's problem. Taking advantage of an opportunity when he was away for a short period of time, Thunderchild collected enough material to make the compound, soften the key, and carve the stone herself. She smiled again, seeing the compound absorbed into the bloodstone, and watching the stone sizzle and begin to separate, even before her knife cut through it. Caedmon had no choice but to send in his mind blade and cut a gap in the icy surface of the lake beneath Tompkin's feet. He didn't know whether it would work. His mind blade normally worked on a larger scale. He could cut a high-rise in half, for example, but the space in the temple wasn't ideal. He didn't know if he would be able to operate effectively in such a small area. As he expected, the ice cracked, but not enough for Tompkin to fall through. To ensure Tompkin fell without discharging himself as a bomb, Caedmon jumped over to him, landing as heavily as he could on the ice. He broke a hole through the ice and dragged Tompkin down with him. "Keep the light on," he said to Alyna on his way down. He didn't know much about the Amarak mage tribe. He wasn't sure all mage tribes used their power in the same way. But Sedna had told him that mages couldn't use their warm light effectively underwater. So he was sure nobody would be able, or willing, to come down here to give him assistance in dealing with this robot. He thought it might be the same with his light energy. His newly acquired heat wave talent would most likely not be effective underwater. This fight between him and the advanced robot would have to be one of sheer muscle strength. Underneath the ice water, Caedmon saw a magnificent 50-foot-tall ice pillar. Inside the ice was the blood-red statue of a scorpion. It stood, encased in ice, staring at him. That was the real Scorpio key. Now he knew that what he and Sedna had obtained years ago was not the real thing. It looked nothing like this key. The ice-encrusted scorpion looked like it was bleeding. A stream of red liquid ran from the statue, through the ice, and then into the water. In the water, it dissolved into red bubbles and faded away. The combination of glowing ice, red stone, and bubbling red liquid made the scene both eerie and magnificent at the same time. Tompkin was mesmerized for a moment by the scale of the ice pillar and the sight of the Scorpio key. Then he shook himself back to reality. He turned, looked at Caedmon, and smirked. Before he could act, however, Caedmon swam over, pulled out a knife, and jabbed it into Tompkin. He didn't know magic, but he knew robots and technology. He knew how to turn machines on and off, regardless of how advanced the technology was. At the nape of the robot's neck, a critical switch snapped under the force of Caedmon's knife. Tompkin turned and grabbed for him. Caedmon's Yud key was on in full, so he was extremely careful not to let Tompkin anywhere near his chest. A strike on the chest would be fatal for him. He had to defend his fatal Yud key point at all costs. They struggled under the water. Even though he'd already had one critical switch destroyed, Tompkin was still strong. Caedmon managed to connect a few strategic hits to non-fatal parts of Tompkin's body. He swung his knife again and struck the robot in the heart area. No effect. This robot model was more advanced than he thought. Having a critical switch there would be much too obvious. Tompkin kicked Caedmon, sending him to the bottom of the lake. Caedmon opened his mouth in surprise, swallowing a mouthful of the icy water. He glanced up to the surface and saw some of the leaders gathered around the hole in the surface of the frozen lake. They were there to help, he thought. Alyna still kept the light steady for him. He was running out of air. Apparently, having a superpower didn't give him any advantage in breathing underwater. It dawned on him that Tompkin, as a robot, didn't need to breathe. As if the robot could read his mind, it swam over and grabbed him as he tried to swim to the surface. Caedmon stabbed Tompkin a few more times, but it didn't help much because none of the attacks seemed to hit the critical switch of the robot. Tompkin dragged Caedmon further down into the depths of the lake. Caedmon knew he didn't have much time before he drowned. He turned and stabbed Tompkin in the left eye. The robot stopped moving for a brief second. Got it, he thought, and then stabbed the right eye. The robot jerked, paused, and finally stopped moving altogether. It was blindingly unlucky for the robot that its critical switches were in its eyes. Caedmon chuckled inwardly as he kicked his way up to the surface. When he was near, a number of hands reached down to help pull him up and out of the lake. His organs were probably ice by that point. He couldn't even speak.
"Lay him down,"
someone said.
Take him out of here.
Someone else said. He was brought outside the temple.
"He needs some light."
Someone else said. Then Caedmon felt Alyna's hands on his. Let me, she said. He switched his Yud key off. It was all he could manage to do. The last time, when Sedna tried to inject him with mage energy, his body had rejected it. He didn't know what kind of energy Alyna had, but he couldn't stop her from giving him the light. His teeth chattered, and his throat was a block of ice. He just closed his eyes and waited. Soon he felt warm energy pouring into his body via her hands. He coughed and spat out some water from his lungs. She patted his back. "Toughen up, soldier," she said, and grinned at him, then helped him sit up. An old leader approached.
"So you're the LeBlanc guy who wants to take over our business?"
Caedmon coughed a few times, then chuckled. "I can't get the funds now. Can we talk about that later?" The man grinned.
"Sure. You move pretty well for a paper pusher."
"A what?" He coughed a few more times.
"Never mind,"
the man muttered.
"Let me know if you need anything."
He looked at Alyna.
"This is just the beginning, and I don't think this is a thesis' doing. They're bikers. They're not high-tech. There's no way they would send a robot to kill us."
Plus, Athesis wants to host and protect the Scorpio key just like us. They wouldn't want to destroy it, Alyna said. The old leader stood.
See you in a month. There's going to be a showdown with whatever or whoever it is that sent this robot. I'll send help your way, but be prepared and stay alive. They might want to take us down before the event, he said.
Together he and all the leaders left. Alyna wrapped her arm around Caedmon's waist to help him up.
Come on, Alyna. I can walk myself.
Well, you should have seen yourself 5 minutes ago. She smiled and let him walk on his way. Alyna secured the temple door, and the two of them headed back to her place in the city. Caedmon turned to look at the temple one more time as they walked away. He wasn't a psychic, but he felt the old mage was right. This was just the beginning. He hadn't planned on all this when he came to Earth. He didn't plan to be involved, to any extent, with the mage business. He had come here to accomplish only 2 things. 1, he wanted to locate the real Scorpio key, and 2, he wanted to send someone back in time to swap the real key with the key in the past so that Sedna didn't have to die. He had achieved neither of his goals. He had violated the fundamental combat principle his father had taught him. Avoid fighting while weaknesses are exposed. Humans and magical creatures were too complicated for him to deal with, and they had exposed his multiple weaknesses. Chapter 34. Caedmon sat on the sofa, glaring at Lazy. The cat walked around him, eyeing him up and down, his tail repeatedly swooshing left and right. He liked cats, but this huge gray cat didn't seem to like him at all.
Is he angry about something? Am I stealing his couch? He asked when Alyna came back from a round of security checks around the house.
There's no way you're sleeping on the couch, Caedmon. You take the bedroom, and I'll fix up the training room for myself.
No, that's not right. I'll stay in the trading room.
He stood up, but his legs failed him, and he flopped back down. It became increasingly difficult to breathe, and it felt as if his lungs were swelling. His mind was growing numb, and he shook his head to clear it. Fatigue took over his body with incredible force and speed. You don't look like you could fight even the cat for the couch. Alyna looked at him closely. I'm taking you to the medical center. She hauled him up. He stood for a few seconds, then dropped back down again.
Let me sit here for a bit,
he said with difficulty, and started coughing. Alyna said something, but he couldn't quite hear her. There was a loud bang at the front of the house. Alyna rushed out to check.
What's going on?
Caedmon mentally retraced his steps, starting with the fight at the lake and the temple. He could remember no injuries. Figuring he must have some internal wounds, he switched on his Yud key to help heal himself. Whatever it was should be a minor injury. He'd be able to fix the problem quickly. He had done it countless times before. His Yud key wouldn't switch on. Don't panic, he thought, and tried again. Nothing. This had happened once before when Sedna had kicked him in the chest, close to his critical point, when his Yud key was on. In that case, his power was cut off, and he'd almost died. But he had been extra cautious during the fight with Tomkin. He hadn't let the robot near his chest, and he had no physical wounds at all. Then it dawned on him. He recalled that each time Tomkin hit him, he had gulped some of the lake water. When he tried to resurface, without success, and was running out of breath, he had coughed and breathed the water into his lungs. He didn't know what the Scorpio key was made of, but he knew it was ancient. It had been made way back at the beginning of time.
He didn't want to think about what might have been living and growing inside the red statue all that time, and then leaking out into the water in that bubbling red liquid. The same liquid he had breathed in and taken into his body. Maybe it contained a substance, or even a living creature, that his Udasian body couldn't handle. He realized that the critical point on his chest had been attacked from the inside. In the ice water, the viruses and bacteria that Leanne had warned him about had penetrated his system and attacked his fatal Yud-Ki point from inside his chest. He had been totally ignorant of that possibility. The non-responsiveness of his Yud-Ki now confirmed his theory. He could feel darkness invading his mind, and he knew he wouldn't remain lucid for long. There was a commotion at the front. He looked outside to see Alyna battling a handful of fighters. He couldn't tell how many fighters there were, or whether Alyna had the situation under control. He shook his head to clear his fuzzy mind, then went back to the sofa. Every movement he made was like trying to move a mountain. He knew he would die shortly, and right now, his top priority was protecting his wrist unit from falling into an adversary's hands. He turned on the holocast. Lorcan looked at him from the screen.
"I've been trying to tell you, Caedmon."
He paused.
"You look horrid."
"I don't have time to chat, Uncle Lorcan. I've been attacked at my fatal Yud-Ki point, when it was on, by some kind of virus or bacteria." A round of coughing stopped his speech. When he came back on, Auntie Orla was right next to his uncle. Tears gleamed in her eyes. She was about to say something, but he gestured for silence. "It's my fault I'm going to die. There's no remedy for this. Could you please tell my parents I'm sorry? And tell my sisters I'm proud of them and love them. I still can't accept Sedna's death. But if I die now, and I can be with her, wherever she is, please tell my family I died a happy man." He cut off the holocast and blocked it from further calls and traces. He pulled out his gun and shattered his wrist unit, his only connection with Udays, into hundreds of untraceable pieces. Then he collapsed onto the sofa and blacked out. Chapter 35. Alyna struck down the last fighter in her front yard and then dragged all of the bodies to the sidewalk. "You're public waste," she told the dead men, and returned to the living room. In the living room, Lazy sat on the sofa hissing crazily. Caedmon lay on the sofa unconscious. "Caedmon," she rushed over and shook his shoulders. He was cold as ice. She held his hands and injected her light energy into him as she had done before. A force erupted from him that threw her backward against the far wall. She almost blacked out from the strength of the hit. She was glad she had a hard head. She scrambled back up and raced to the bedroom to grab some blankets. She wrapped him up. He was still breathing. Barely. "Caedmon, answer me. You're pissing me off." She felt a warm rush over her skin. A beam of light appeared in the middle of the room. She pointed the gun at two human shapes that started to materialize. She would have shot them had they not given her a gesture of peace. They completely materialized into a beautiful young human couple. The woman rushed out of the light beam and darted toward Caedmon. "Stop! Don't touch him, or I'll shoot!" Alyna shouted.
"Don't shoot. I'm Lorcan, and that's my wife Orla. Caedmon called us uncle and auntie. We're not blood related, but we're really close. He called us just a few minutes ago to give his last words to his family before he died." We just want to take him home.
What? No, he's not dead.
But he's dying, Lorcan said. In case you don't know, we're from another universe. Caedmon has supernatural power, but he has a weak point on his chest. He said it was attacked by a virus in the lake, and that it's fatal.
I can fix him,
Orla said. Tears rolled down her face, and her eyes were red.
No, Orla, no. I know he wouldn't allow you to do that. If you use dark magic on him, he'll resent you for the rest of his life.
Surviving with dark magic is better than being dead. You're a living example, Lorcan.
It was different back then, Orla. Remember the price we paid for using dark magic? You don't want that for him.
I don't want him dead either.
Before I brought you here, you promised me you wouldn't do anything drastic, Orla.
If I didn't tell you that, would you have taken me with you? Did you think I just wanted to come here to collect his body? Do you really think that, Lorcan?
Save your domestic disputes for home. He's not dead yet. You are in my home, and he is my guest. Now get away from him, or I will shoot you. Alyna brandished her gun. Lorcan pulled Orla away from Caedmon.
We just want to bring him home. He has a mother and a father, and 2 sisters. They deserve to know where he is, and what happened.
Let me repeat. He's my guest. He's not dead, and I didn't invite you into my home. Now go. Orla looked at her. She had never seen a woman so beautiful and exotically mysterious.
I'm a sorceress. I can bring him back now. Please, let me.
Using dark magic? I wouldn't want that if I were him, Alyna said. Orla shook her head.
But you hardly know him. His wife was a mage. He is open to magic.
Where is she then? If she's a mage, why isn't she doing anything for him?
She died,
Orla said. Oh, I'm sorry.
Caedmon might be open to magical creatures because Sedna is a mage, but he was never open to sorcery,
Lorcan said. I'll fix him. Please go. You're wasting my time, Alyna said.
How will you fix him?
Orla asked. Not with sorcery. That's all you need to know.
Are you a mage?
Orla asked. No, but I know what I'm doing. Now you really need to go. There's one thing I cannot do. I can't bring him back from death.
If you turned him into something other than what he is now, his family might object to it,
Lorcan said. My name is Alyna McCabe. I am the leader of Amarak. I will save his life, and will use whatever means I deem acceptable and necessary. If his family has any objections, you know where to find me. She fired into the wall next to where Orla stood. Now please go, before I cause some real damage.
If you can't save him, and he dies, we reserve the right to take his body back home. He won't be buried on Earth.
We aren't burying anyone here. Trust me. Lorcan and Orla withdrew to the light beam, and they, along with the beam, vanished. Chapter 36. Alyna darted back to Caedmon. His body had grown colder, and his lips had turned purple. She stroked his forehead, brushing a stray lock of hair aside. You can hate me for doing this, Caedmon, but you'll have to be alive to do so. Lazy walked back and forth, hissing again. His fur stood on end as if jolted by an electric current. Alyna looked at the cat. "Is the teacher here?" she asked. "I guess that's a yes from you." She held Caedmon's hand and squeezed it lightly. She knew he would feel her presence. Then she said, "Teacher, I'm calling you. You gave me one privilege. I'm taking it now. Please come to me." The light in the room darkened a shade, and then the teacher's voice, distant, said,
"I've been watching you. I know what you want to do."
"Then please save him, teacher."
"He has to give consent, just the way you did when I saved you from the car crash."
"He is in no condition to consent to anything right now, but I am giving consent on his behalf."
"It doesn't work that way, Alyna. I don't do anything for nothing. If I save him, and he then says he never asked for the privilege, it won't be good for me. I must profit from each soul I trade."
"Take my soul. Take it as my trade. This privilege will be my debt to you. You can call on me for anything in the future."
"Are you sure about this?"
"He doesn't have much time left. He fought for the mage tribe at the temple, and he saved me when we were complete strangers."
"You are still strangers now. Do you really know him at all? Do you know his family other than by reputation?"
"He is a compassionate man. I'm sure it will be worthwhile for you to do this. Please."
"He might object to what he will become for the second chance at life. He might not like the creature I turn him into. This action cannot be reversed."
"Do you know what you'll turn him into?"
"No, not yet. It depends on his make and his willingness to accept the new form. Given that he can't demonstrate his willingness, I'll take your word instead. What do you think he would want to be turned into?"
"I don't even know what you have made me. If I'm allowed to make a request for him, can you make him into the same kind of creature you've made me?"
"You're a very special kind of shapeshifter, Alyna. He certainly has the make for it. But do you think he would want that?"
"Anything is better than death, teacher."
"Okay. But do you know how strong he is? He's even stronger than you are. You're saving him and facing a lifetime of debt for him. But if later on you and he part ways for any reason, and you're on opposing sides, you will lose to him in battle."
"I'll kill him before he has a chance to become my opponent, teacher."
"That's my student. I knew you were the right one when I chose you. Now turn around and close your eyes."
She obeyed. She felt a warmth on her skin and heard the gentle sound of chanting in the distance, as if echoing in from the darkness. But she knew her teacher never used dark magic. It was the right decision. She was sure of it. The chanting subsided.
"It's done. Remember, you owe me for this one, Alyna."
Then the light vanished. Alyna turned around and saw Lazy staring at her. "What?" The cat said nothing, which didn't surprise her. He stood up on all fours, sauntered over to the sofa, jumped up, and started licking Caedmon's face. Caedmon winced.
"Get that rough tongue away from my face."
She rushed over and sat on the sofa next to him. "Hey, stranger."
"What happened?"
he asked. "You tell me." He sat up.
"We fought at the temple. I went to the lake. It was cold beyond imagination. I terminated the robot Tompkin. Then
what? You don't remember?
Then it was cold.
You said that. He squeezed his temples. All right. Let me help. The old leaders provided the energy to warm you up because you were nearly frozen. Then you passed out. I took you home.
You took me home? You mean you carried me?
Yeah, on my shoulders. I'm very strong. Want to try me? She stood, patting her shoulders and tilting her body as if she could carry him piggyback. He laughed.
No way.
She smiled. We called a cab, of course, you silly. You slept for a while. Are you feeling okay?
Yes. Perfect, actually.
So what will happen next month?
We organize the real deal at the temple?
Yes, but we have to be careful. The older leaders think a thesis isn't likely to send robots. So in that case, we're dealing with an unknown enemy.
Caedmon nodded. I told you I met Nathan. He didn't look like the kind of guy who would use robots. But he didn't look like he was into spooky elusive matter either.
What do you mean by that?
Well, things like magic and magical creatures. I don't do well with paranormal things. I can handle technology, but when it comes to vampires, werewolves, and angels, I'm at a loss.
But you wanted to take over a mage operating business. I thought you were open to those things.
Well, just because I'm open to them doesn't mean I want to deal with them or approve of the way they operate. My sister is different. She's curious about the paranormal world. She studies it. But not me.
She chuckled. What if I turned you into a werewolf one day?
He laughed. That's not possible. Vampires bite people and turn them into vampires. Same with werewolves, I think.
They do it with consent. Same with mages. You have to give consent to receive the light.
But it's totally unnatural. You're either born to be something or you're not. Turning into something paranormal is off limits for me.
Lazy purred and climbed onto Caedmon's lap.
Why are you suddenly liking me so much, furry buddy?
He scratched the cat's neck. It closed its eyes and purred louder. Traitor. He wanted me to do that for him yesterday, Alyna said and stood. I'm starving. I'm going to grab something to eat.
Yes, please. I feel like meat. Something raw.
He shook his head.
I can't believe I just said that. I don't like raw meat. But I'll go with you.
He put the cat down on the floor. Let's go, he said, opening the door for her like a gentleman.
You never know. I might grow some fangs tomorrow.
Not funny.
What? Now you're sharing my odd feelings about the paranormal?
This has been part 1 of the book. Please continue to part 2.
Chapter 1. 21 Days to the Summoning. He expanded his wings as far as 20 feet on each side, and was pleased that they made no shadow under the sunlight. He was invisible to the eyes of all creatures. However, he only paid attention to a special kind. That had been his approach for thousands of years. He was immortal, and he didn't waste time on primitive creatures like humans or ordinary citizens in the various universes. They were just too ordinary for him to care about. The multiverse was beneath him. He needed to focus on those of his caliber. those who could see him and fight him, his fellow angels and the demons. Maybe there were others who could look him in the eye and put up a decent fight. But until he encountered them, he wasn't going to waste his time worrying about it. They called this place New Earth. Every creature in the multiverse was talking about it because of the Scorpio Key summoning ceremony. That stupid key had taken him such a long time to track down, only for him to discover he didn't have the power to make the stubborn piece of stone surface. He'd have to wait for it to rise in its own natural cycle. As long as there was a level playing field, and ordinary humans and supernaturals also had to wait, he was fine with that. Then a rumor in the multiverse had dragged him here early. He had competition. Someone had put out a job in the multiverse to search for the Scorpio Key. He didn't mind competition. It would make his immortal life more interesting. But he didn't like not knowing who his opponents were. He cursed silently and glanced around, looking for something on which to let out his frustration. He saw something from the corner of his eye. It was one of the semi-transparent ice creatures from the Bloodstone Mountain. He chuckled and said,
"Well now, long time no see."
He leaped into the air and landed just behind the creature. It was one of the minions from the mountain where the Keymaster had harvested his bloodstone to make the Scorpio Key. He knew for sure it wouldn't be able to see him. He had wondered several times about the origin of these creatures. Had they emerged from the bloodstone in the mountain, or had the Scorpion King created them and sent them to get what he needed? If so, what could the rotten, long-dead Scorpion King possibly need? He had seen crazy things during his time. He wouldn't say he knew a lot, but he was sure that once a creature was dead, that was it. No two ways about it. Even if it was brought back to some kind of magic, the creature wouldn't be the same. It had to be a rebirth of some kind. He shook his head, still keeping his eyes on the movement of the ice creature. Rebirth? For what? He laughed to himself. The Scorpion King was ancient. He heard what sounded like the chirp of a cricket behind him. He turned around and saw an ice creature looking right at him. The chirping vibrated from its throat again.
"So you can see me,"
he smiled at it. It kept making the noise and then tilted its head. It was looking straight at him. Or maybe not. He turned his head to look down the narrow alleyway behind him and sighed. The ice creature wasn't looking at him after all. It was watching a human teenager who was gliding along the street on a small piece of wood with wheels underneath. The creature approached the human, who couldn't see it, swung an arm, and whacked him off the moving piece of wood. It stared at the board as it veered away and stopped when it hit a wall. The human's body smashed against a stone fence, and his natural life left him. As an angel, he could see the young boy's spirit leave his body. It astonished him that no other humans paid any attention to what was happening. The youngster had just died in front of them, but their lives continued, and the traffic diverted from the scene to give way to a large vehicle that came along soon after to clean up the street. The ice creature knew ordinary humans couldn't see it. It stood there, contemplating what it might do with the abandoned moving board. There was loud roaring noise. He had just enough time to leap away to the top of a high stone fence before a human male on a giant motorbike struck the creature with the bike's front wheel, crushing it to the stone wall. The man kept the wheel spinning until the creature was shattered into shards of blood ice. The pieces scattered over the ground and then melted away. He smiled with amusement. The human on the bike could see the creature. Then the human looked up at him.
"It's good to see a dark angel."
He leaped down to the ground.
"And it's good to meet a human who can see a dark angel."
The man chuckled.
"I'm Nathan Breen, leader of a thesis. I'm a shapeshifter. And if you couldn't tell I'm supernatural, Then you're not ready for this coming war, Angel. Don't you want to know who I am?
Nathan smirked.
No, there's no need for me to know the inferior.
He started his motorbike and zoomed away. He raised a hand, made a fist, and pumped a lightning strike, hitting the back wheel of the vehicle. Nathan lost his balance and jumped from the bike, sending the bike skidding driverless across the ground until it hit the stone fence. Nathan turned and looked at him.
I have one equal opponent. She is Alyna McCabe. I don't care how much magical power you have. I know you can kill me with one of those lightning strikes of yours. But if you want my respect, you'll have to earn it, he chuckled.
What's your name?
So now you want to know my name?
Nathan smiled.
That bike cost me a great deal of money and you trashed it. That's why I need your name. Call me Dark Angel, then. That's a job description, not a name. And what's the job description of a Dark Angel?
Nathan shrugged.
Angels who deal with shady business.
He laughed.
All right. I'm Azrael.
Nathan nodded.
Azrael, you'll have to compensate me for the bike. And for your information, debt collection is one of the lines of business we do best at Athesis.
He turned, shifted into a lynx, and darted away. In the last 1,000 years, Azrael didn't recall encountering anyone who had insulted him and remained alive, and he didn't care to set a precedent now. Chapter 2. Alyna and Caedmon's long metal staffs clashed together in an ear-ringing clamor. Then they pushed away from each other. She knew he was a lot stronger than this, and could do her a lot more damage than a gentle nudge. Whatever culture he had come from had taught him not to harm a female or those physically weaker. But with that mentality, he wouldn't survive New Earth to do whatever it was he was here to do. She charged at him mercilessly, all kicks and elbows. In no time, she had pushed him up against the wall of the martial arts practice room.
That's enough,
Caedmon said. She swung another punch to the right of his face. He caught her hand mid-air. She used her other hand to form a gun, pointed it at his head, and made the sound of a gun firing. Then she released him. Don't talk when you fight, and don't quit before the opponent is totally incapacitated.
It was only practice.
She smiled at him. You're lucky it was, she said. She wondered which features he took from his father, and which from his mother. The face looking at her now was sinfully handsome, with striking gray eyes and a killer smile. He had been topless during practice, and she had to admit that the toned muscles of his upper body were easy on the eye. He had told her that where he came from, creatures were human-like with angelic features. All the citizens were virtuous and beautiful. He had a lot of human in him, however, and he considered himself to be a bit on the ugly side. She rolled her eyes inwardly. If that's ugly, she thought, I'll take it in a heartbeat.
Alyna!
Huh? She gave herself a mental slap.
Are you sure about our agreement regarding the Scorpio key?
The Scorpio key used to be the most important matter for Amarak. Why would I agree to anything without being absolutely sure?
Why is it no longer important?
I never had a spiritual bond with it. For me, it was an artifact. Pukak knew that. He knew I didn't follow the spiritual path. He wanted me to be the leader, so I suppose he respected my opinion. Amarak is an organization that protects people. My priority is to ensure we do well as an organization. I don't believe that worshipping the Scorpio key and dealing with any baggage that comes with it helps with that.
So by agreeing to let me take it to my universe, you're freeing yourself of a burden?"
She threw her arms in the air. "It has a mutual benefit, doesn't it? I thought you wanted the Scorpio key." He chuckled.
"I do. But it's not just me who wants it. The entire multiverse wants it. I think you're giving it to me too easily and don't appreciate its importance. It could put you in danger."
"Me?"
"Well, you're a good fighter, but—"
Yes, both the Scorpio key and the spirit of Amarak are larger than life. Pukak said that his whole life. See what it got him in the end? I don't operate at the metaphysical level the way he did. We were in a car crash. My parents died. He dragged me out of that mess, fed me and trained me.
I take it you mean he brought you up and respected that you didn't share his spiritual beliefs. But Alyna, he hoped you'd come to terms with the spiritual practice of Amarak one day and protect the key."
"Did he tell you that before he died?"
"No, but I know what my parents expect of me. Pukak isn't your father, but I can see he had some influence on you."
"You don't know me, Caedmon."
"Don't get angry. All I'm saying is that when you come to terms with Pukak's death and want to talk more about the key, I'll be more than happy to do that. I can explain to you how it's safer with us in New Days than here. Of course I want the key, but I don't want to take advantage of the situation when you're not totally informed."
"Well, I'm not naive. I thought we had a deal."
He chuckled. "Yes, indeed. I'll stay and help you carry out the summoning smoothly as part of the deal. But I've got to tell you, the old leaders of Amarak aren't going to cooperate. They'll cause you a lot of trouble before you can even deal with the outsiders like a thesis."
"How do you know all this?"
He smiled. "Let's just say that in New Days, my rank is quite senior, and I'm in charge of a lot of combat situations where I need to deal with complicated creatures, both inside and outside of our group. I'm used to it. I consider humans and mages to be pretty much the same creatures I used to handle."
"What exactly do you do?"
"What you don't know won't hurt you."
He turned to put the staff away. She watched his bare back as he turned. His skin glowed a golden shade, and if she wasn't mistaken, she saw fur appear on its surface. Then his body was haloed in a glowing, shimmering light, and the golden fur disappeared. He turned back and saw the look on her face.
"What's wrong, Alyna?"
"You just—"
He chuckled. "You saw a glow?"
She nodded cautiously.
"Don't worry. I have an internal healing mechanism that helps me heal my injuries in my body, as long as I do the right thing by it. I felt a bit uneasy just now, so I turned the mechanism on briefly. That's why you saw the light."
She nodded. He hadn't seen the golden fur. He hadn't figured out she had asked Teacher to turn him into something even she didn't know. Unsure of whether he could read minds, she asked, "You know what I'm thinking?"
"I'm not a mind reader, if that's what you're thinking. My mother has the talent, but unfortunately I don't." He grinned at her. "Are you thinking about something you don't want me to know?"
She shrugged. "I am. I'm trying to figure out how to turn you into a lion with golden fur. I know you weren't born a lion, but maybe if you were bitten by a were-lion—"
He laughed. "You have a wild imagination, Alyna. If I were bitten by a paranormal creature, I'd put a bullet in my head before they could turn me."
He looked at her.
"You look disappointed."
"Why would I be disappointed that you're not turning into a furry animal? I have this feline here to rub." She reached out and pulled Lazy, who had just sauntered into the room, over to her. She stroked his back. The cat purred loudly and tilted his head up for her to scratch.
"If you want to experience the fur of paranormal creatures,
I'll introduce you to Uncle Lorcan. He can shift into a magnificent blue fox. I've seen it.
You have a shapeshifter in your family?
We're not blood-related, but we're like family. As I said, I don't mind paranormal creatures. I just don't want to be one. He rubbed his wrist. Speaking of Lorcan, I'll need to ask him to get me a new wrist unit. Are you sure mine was in the lake? Because if it's lying loose somewhere in the temple, I'll need to get it back as soon as possible. Alyna shuddered. She remembered shoving the broken wrist unit under the rug with her foot to hide it before Caedmon recovered from being turned into a paranormal creature at her request. She didn't know how he would take the changes she had imposed on him. Whether it had saved his life or not didn't matter. She hadn't asked his permission. He would obviously object to being turned. She'd need some time to figure out how best to let him know what had happened. She was sure it would cause friction in their relationship, but for now she could deal with only one thing at a time, and Amarak and the summoning were her top priorities. She decided to play it by ear. When we pulled you from the lake, I didn't see the wrist unit. I only noticed because I streamed the light into your hands before you turned into an ice block. He shrugged. I don't care to swim to the bottom of that lake any time soon. Apart from you, who has access to the temple? The current leader is the only one with access. He nodded. Then I'll consider it to be relatively safe for now. The temple is safe, but it's not invulnerable. I told you our number one enemy is a thesis. They always want to get inside the temple. If you help me control a thesis when the summoning is over, the Scorpio key is yours. It's only fair. He grinned. Deal. It's late. I'll let you rest. We have quite a lot to do tomorrow. He nodded and smiled at her. Thanks for the training. I'm not sure you need it. It never hurts to learn new things. She nodded a goodbye and scurried upstairs, hurrying into her room. Chapter 3. The Beginning of Time. She stopped in her tracks on the way to her usual secret spot, where she practiced the skills she needed to avenge her parents' deaths. She knew Keymaster was aware of her secret practices, but he was turning a blind eye to what she was doing. That seemed to be his approach when confronted with things he knew he couldn't help her with. She had outgrown his resources and knowledge. She needed much more than he could provide. He knew this and stayed clear, giving her the space to do her own thing. She threw a dart at a shadow behind a large tree at the entrance of the woods. The dart sailed through a small gap between two tree branches. She heard a chuckle and saw movement. She pulled out her dagger. I'm more dangerous than I look. You don't want to test my skills. I mean you no harm, said a woman's voice. From behind the tree, a middle-aged woman stepped out. She had an angelic face and beautiful dark eyes. Her hair was long and white as a cloud. She opened her arms wide to show that she was unarmed. I don't look dangerous, do I? Creatures in the woods, especially those from the dark magic clan, are often in disguise. The woman smiled. You're right, but no creature can disguise its heart and soul. Practice enough, and you will be able to see through anyone's heart and soul. She raised her dagger higher, her eyes teary. That's what teacher always said. What did you do to him? The woman looked at her with gentle eyes. I am your teacher. She backed away, brandishing the dagger. But he died. He told me if he didn't come back to the hut, that meant he had been killed by his enemy, and I should seek revenge for him. That was years ago.
Didn't I say my enemy is Amarak?
Liar! Who are you?
You are the only one I told my secrets, Thunderchild. I asked you to help me kill my enemy's children, but you refused to kill innocents.
Shut up! You're tricking me!
She wiped away a tear rolling down her face. They killed me, but they couldn't kill my soul. It took me a long time to find this woman's body, a shell capable of holding my damaged soul.
A shell? Did you kill this woman for her body, teacher?
Now you recognize me. No, I didn't kill her. She was royal. They traded her soul, and her body was going to ruin. I took it before that.
Who are they?
Her enemy, whoever that is. They were soul traders. That much I know.
Who will seek revenge for her?
That's not my problem. It's not your problem either. I didn't know her, and didn't owe her anything.
So what do you want from me?
How old are you now?
16.
And your master is still trying to make the Scorpio key?
That's none of your business.
If he's been using the potion I taught you to make to keep the stone in shape, then it's my business. I hope you didn't forget that I was the one who taught you how to make the potion to harvest and carve the bloodstone.
You're after profit now?
The woman laughed. No, there's nothing for me to profit from an old keymaster and a teenage Thunderchild. I returned to save you. Her eyebrow arched, and she continued. There's a prophecy I heard when I was on my way to a new magical land. The prophecy suggests that if the Scorpio key is successfully made, you will die.
Me?
Yes.
I have nothing to do with the key business.
Child, the prophecy says that when the Scorpio key is made, when the bloodstone is awakened, the Thunderchild will die. Do you think I made that up and traveled all the way to this mountain just to have a leisurely conversation with you that has no basis in fact?
But why me?
Ask yourself. Ask your keymaster. I've done what I needed to do here. Now I leave it to you. The woman turned and walked away.
You can't just point out an impending disaster and walk away without giving me a solution.
I can. And for your information, I do have a solution. But it will cost you. Do you want to hear it? She hesitated. The woman smiled. It won't cost you anything, just to know what I have to offer. It will only cost you when you act on it. What do you say? She nodded.
Only on the condition that you will do no harm to the keymaster and won't make me do anything immoral.
The teacher laughed. Morality is subjective and quite overpriced, child. There are other prophecies I heard from the magical land. There was one that seemed interesting. It said that where humans live, there will be an uprising that will overturn the grounds of morality, and it will wipe out their civilization.
You mean the humans will all be dead?
You know of them? I thought your master wouldn't want you to go out into the multiverse and meet different kinds of creatures.
He just wanted to protect me.
The teacher nodded. Yes, he wanted to protect you, within his capability. You have outgrown the boundaries he set for you, haven't you? But don't worry, I'm not going to take advantage of you or the Keymaster's situation. I will tell you about the prophecy, the one that is relevant to you, and I'll give you my solution. You will have to do nothing immoral. But I'm sure what you'll have to do is not entirely virtuous either. Would you like to hear it?" She looked at the beautiful woman, whose form her teacher had taken, and she nodded. Chapter 4. Alyna put Lazy on the bed and stared at him. "I don't have time for a staring competition with you. I need to talk to teacher, and you have to help me." Lazy glared at her, saying nothing, which didn't surprise her. The cat flicked its tail from one side to the other, making thudding noises on the bed with each movement. "You saw what happened, Lazy. I asked teacher to turn Caedmon without his consent. I understand there's no way to undo what has been done, but I need more information." She sighed. "I need a solution other than killing him, in case he gets out of control." The cat looked bored and started washing himself. "Can you give me a spell? Where's his off button?" She grabbed for the cat, but he hissed, jumped away, and his hair stood up. "Oh, there you go. You're sensing teacher. Take me. We're going. Come on." She gestured toward the room's door. The cat kept hissing. She felt something warm brush against her skin. "Teacher is coming to me," she thought. "Good." Before she could finish her thought, a beam of light appeared, and Lorcan and Orla stepped out. At first she didn't believe them when they told her about their relationship with Caedmon, but then she remembered Caedmon mentioning Lorcan was a werefox. She knew they were telling the truth. "Just about damn time," she said.
"Nice to see you again,"
Lorcan said. "At least we don't have to pick up Caedmon's body," Orla said. Alyna shook her head. "I'm not sure about that." "What do you mean? My system tracked his internal microchip. It detected that his vitals are healthy and strong." "Too healthy and too strong?" Alyna asked. Lorcan narrowed his eyes.
"Yes? But why isn't that good?" he asked.
He pulled a wrist unit from his pocket.
"We've come here to give him a new wrist unit. He can return to you days, and we can conduct further tests to get a full picture of his condition."
Alyna sat down on her bed. She wanted to put her head in her hands, but thought that would show defeat, something she didn't want to admit to. Instead, she stared at the wall, saying nothing. Orla approached. Alyna figured Orla's womanly instincts had detected something wrong. "If you two have come for Caedmon, why didn't you beam straight downstairs to talk to him? Why are you here with me?" Orla shook her head. "We want to be sure we understand the situation. I can't see how he survived without my dark magic. We want to know what you did to save him." She shrugged. "I thought I knew."
"What do you mean?"
Lorcan asked. Alyna stood and began to pace the floor of her small bedroom. "I asked someone with supernatural powers to turn me into a paranormal creature so I could lead a mage tribe. The condition was that I wouldn't know what I would be turned into. It depended on my make. At least that's what I was told. Because Caedmon couldn't speak for himself at that point, I asked for him to be turned into something similar to me. I figured that because there was nothing wrong with me after I was turned, it would be okay for him to be made the way I was. And you have no idea what kind of creature you were turned into?" "Even general information would help," said Orla. "All I know is that I'm a special kind of shapeshifter." "Well, that's insightful. What choice did I have? Would he be better off dead?" Lorcan approached, and his voice was so low it sounded like a growl.
"Lady, Have you shifted since you were turned? She shook her head. Then you don't know a thing. You can't draw the conclusion that it's better than being dead.
Death is the worst scenario, only because there's nothing you can do after you die. When I lay in the ruins of that car crash waiting to die, and I was offered a second chance to live, I took it. I knew that whatever came later, I could always sort it out. I wanted to survive.
But you can't speak for Caedmon,
Lorcan growled. Alyna glared at Lorcan. Well, you can't speak for him either. How can you be so sure he wouldn't accept this challenge? Lorcan paced.
You know nothing about shape-shifting, Alyna. I'm not worried any more about whether he'd accept it. I'm scared shitless of whether or not it will take him over.
What?
The animal. And that's worse than being dead, because he'll know he's being taken, and there will be nothing he can do about it. It will suffocate him, being stuck in the form of an animal and seeing it do the unthinkable. Now what do you say? Still thinking about survival at all costs? I don't think so.
Stop it, you two. Orla had her hands on her hips. We have to find a solution now, and quickly. Alyna strode toward a small cabinet in the corner of her bedroom and pulled out a small box. She opened it and pulled out a gun. Don't worry. This is a tranq gun. We use it in competition when things get out of control. I've never had to use it because I can always control things, and I hope I won't have to use it this time. Who changed you? What kind of creature was it? Orla asked. An immortal. That's all I can say. Not because I'm trying to hide information, but because I just don't know. I don't remember anything from the car crash, except a soothing female voice. And sometimes the voice sounded male. I never saw a material person. The voice asked to be called teacher. If you don't know what kind of creature she or he is, then how can you be so sure teacher didn't use dark magic on you? Or on Caedmon? Orla asked. I know, but I promised not to tell. That's the only secret. Orla nodded.
You're saying as long as it's not dark magic, you can deal with shape-shifting?
Lorcan asked Orla. She smiled. I've been handling you my whole life, she said.
I'm not a magical kind of shapeshifter. You know that, Orla. Don't joke about it.
How can a shapeshifter not be magical? Alyna asked. Orla glanced at Lorcan, then at Alyna. Lorcan's shapeshifting is artificial. He was made by someone, or a group of people, in new days. And in our time, whenever it is in your past from now, we're still looking for them. The kind that artificially manipulate magic are the evilest of all things. Kieran was going to kill them all. Who's Kieran? Sorry, you wouldn't know that. Kieran is Caedmon's father. Orla smiled. And if we can't figure out this issue soon, Kieran is going to climb out of his sickbed and travel here.
Oh, come on, Orla. Can't we do anything without Kieran being involved? Lorcan exclaimed.
Orla rolled her eyes. Well, suggest a solution then, Lorcan. You don't want me to use magic. You don't want to use excessive force. You don't know what creature he's going to turn into. They heard a low hum, and then a roar from downstairs. What was that? Orla asked. The building shook slightly. Lazy hissed and ran around the room. Tail pointed straight to the ceiling, and all his hair on end. Alyna grabbed the tranq gun. Before she got to the door, they heard a roar that made their veins vibrate. There was a loud bang downstairs, followed by the sound of bricks and mortar collapsing. Chapter 5. Alyna stormed into the training room, or what was left of it,
Orla and Lorcan trailed right behind her. A far wall which had led to the courtyard had collapsed, revealing the dark sky outside. In the middle of the room, a magnificent giant lion stood looking at them, teeth bared and eyes still reflecting the adrenaline from the destruction he had wreaked on the room. But he didn't lunge at them. He just watched them with caution.
"Caedmon, calm down,"
Lorcan said. The lion roared in response.
"Oh no, I don't think he's in there,"
Orla said. Alyna stepped forward.
"Calm down, Caedmon. It's okay. Give me a sign that you understand me."
The lion made rumbling noise in his throat, growled, and then roared. He approached her.
"No. Stay still, Caedmon."
Alyna took a step backward. The lion continued to move toward her. She raised the trank gun.
"One more step, and I'll shoot you. You understand me?"
The growling lion continued to approach. Alyna pulled the trigger. A dart pumped out from the gun into the lion's chest. He stopped.
"It works,"
Orla said.
"I don't think so,"
Lorcan said as the lion looked up, the fire in his eyes telling them that the trank hadn't worked on him. He roared, hunched down, and leaped at Alyna. In a heartbeat, Lorcan shifted into a magnificent fox with glowing blue fur. He bounded forward, meeting the lion in the air. They both dropped to the floor after a bone-crushing clash in the air. There was a whirl of blue and golden fur on the floor and the roaring sounds of animals fighting. Orla pulled Alyna backward.
"If he's going to harm Lorcan, I have to put a curse on him." "What kind of damage will your curse do?" "Oh, that depends on the intention of the attacker. It's dark magic. It's a curse to protect, so it bounces the intended harm right back to the attacker." "Does that mean a life for a life? If Caedmon wants to kill, then the curse will take his life?"
Orla nodded.
"But my plan is not to let him get to that stage."
"How?"
"When Lorcan weakens him, I'll cast a spell to sort of sedate him."
"But the trank gun didn't work. You think a spell will?" Orla looked at her.
"All right, young lady. You need to know exactly how everything is done, do you? The spell doesn't sedate. It possesses. I'll ask the dark spirit to possess him. It's obvious that Caedmon isn't in control of this animal body he's in. The dark spirit can easily possess and take control of the animal's spirit. Can we take back what's being possessed later? In theory, yes. But it's just a theory. That's a risk we must take."
They heard a loud howl. The lion had the fox by the neck. He whipped him back and forth and threw him against the wall. The blue fox slid to the floor and lay motionless.
"Lorcan!"
Orla ran to him. The lion stood still. He was badly injured, but didn't appear to be weakened much. Alyna pulled a combat knife from the weapon rack in the corner of the room and stood in front of Orla and Lorcan as the lion approached.
"Is Lorcan okay?" she asked. "Injured, but alive. He'll have to stay in an unconscious state to heal his injuries."
"All right." Alyna stepped sideways, away from Orla and Lorcan. "Look at me. Want to fight?" she said to the animal, which turned and followed her movement. When the lion turned his back on Orla, she saw Orla nod at her. She was ready to cast the spell. The lion approached her slowly, a rumbling coming from his throat. She wasn't sure if he was going to attack, so she continued to brandish the knife. When the lion closed the distance, she saw his eyes. They were Caedmon's eyes, and he was terrified and helpless. He could feel what the animal was doing, but he couldn't stop it from happening. Lorcan had been right all along. What had she done to Caedmon? Orla raised her arms. Her palms were glowing. Stop! He's in there! Orla! Stop! What? Orla asked, but stopped the motion of her hands. Alyna gazed into the eyes of the animal. Caedmon, I know you're in there. You're trapped, but you understand what I'm saying. The lion kept approaching. Are you sure, Alyna? Orla asked. She locked eyes with the animal. You don't want to harm me, Caedmon. You don't want to harm anyone. I locked your gentle soul into this violent body, and I'm sorry for that. But you must be strong and take control of it. You're stronger than you think. You can control it. The lion's face was right in front of hers. It was so close, its hot breath hit her face. She could see Caedmon's eyes in the animal's. Then they faded away as the dark eyes of the lion came to the surface. His teeth bared, and he let out a quick growl. Before she knew it, the giant jaws had wrapped around her right shoulder. Turning left or right would cause the lion to tear her body in half. The sharp teeth sunk into her flesh. Her brain was on fire with a searing pain. Orla raised her arms as if determined to cast the spell. Alyna raised her free arm. I've got this. Give me one more chance. She used her arm to embrace the mane on top of the gigantic head. She could feel the vibration of the lion's body against hers. She gently pushed the warm energy of her light into the lion, the way she had given him energy before. Do you feel me, Caedmon? I know you do. Don't let the animal kill me. You saved me from the ice creature. You fought with me against the mercenaries. You killed an advanced robot in the frozen lake for me. There's nothing you can't do. This is just an animal's body. You can control him, Caedmon. Don't let him kill me. The lion didn't move. Are you sure, Alyna? Orla asked again. No, but I think it's too late for me to change my mind. Let it go, Orla. I can't have his death on my conscience if you kill him. For a short moment, she actually felt her impending death. It surprised her that death could come so easily. There would be no second chance at life, yet she was amazed that she felt peace. Her body was numb. She felt no pain. Then she felt the teeth of the lion withdrawing from her flesh. She stood there numbly, looking at the lion's face. A tear fell from his eye. Then her world went black. Chapter 6. Azrael collapsed his wings as he descended to the ground. He stood in front of the temple where the Scorpio key was kept. At least, that was the information he had. There were two things that could bring the key up: the energy from a true mage leader of Amarak, and the natural centenary cycle. He knew the cycle, and that was the reason he was here, waiting. But he'd received better news when he arrived on New Earth. Amarak had just appointed a new and inexperienced leader, a girl. He smiled to himself. He could make good use of that opportunity. Ideally, he would want to avoid being surrounded by thousands of supernatural creatures when the key surfaced at its centenary event. So if he could force the key to come up early, that would be best. The new leader of Amarak was inexperienced, and he could manipulate her into calling the key up early. Then all systems would work for him. He loved a good and fair fight, but on a mission of this scale, there was no room for ego. He had failed before, and he couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. He needed the Scorpio key and had to avoid major combat, especially with anything coming from Bloodstone Mountain. Two men stepped out from the corner and looked straight at him.
"Who are you? And what are you doing here?"
One of them asked. Asriel cocked an eyebrow.
I'm impressed that you can see me.
We have eyes,
the other man said.
and we know you're a supernatural creature. But you're not a mage. Go away before we have to force you to leave.
I don't want any trouble. As you can see, I come from a magical land. I need to speak with your leader.
The first man who spoke chuckled.
Alyna wouldn't have time.
The second man cut in, his eyes flashing with anger.
Our leader will not speak with random creatures. Go to the headquarters and put in a request.
Asriel smiled and made a mental note of the name, Alyna. He cleared his throat.
I'm new here, and I've told you I'm from a magical land. I have an urgent matter to present to your leader, but I don't know where to find her. If I don't speak to her in time, the consequences will be disastrous. You don't want that on your shoulders, do you?
You're bluffing,
the first man said, and threw a light strike at Asriel. The light, meant to hit him, dissolved into thin air a few feet away from his body. Asriel smiled.
Child's play. Any more tricks? Bring them all out. I'll teach you to show respect for people from the magical land.
The man who had sent the previous strike raised his arms for a second attempt. Before he could do anything, Asriel flicked his wrist quickly and opened his left palm. A small ball of light flew through the air and smashed into the man's forehead, shattering his head. His body stood upright, as if it hadn't processed the fact that it had lost its head. Then it collapsed to the ground. Asriel looked at the second man.
He didn't need his head, because there wasn't much going between his ears. But you seem to be a smart person, especially after having seen this example. I'm going to leave your head intact, so that you can go back and tell Alyna that Asriel, the Dark Angel, needs to speak with her. I'll meet with her in front of the temple tomorrow night.
The man nodded and scurried away. Asriel chuckled and watched as the shadow of the humiliated mage disappeared quickly into the early morning fog. Then he heard a faint noise behind him. He immediately dodged, but a blade cut into his shoulder. He turned and spun his arm. The force of air he created pushed the man backward. The mage had returned and now stood behind him with a red-hot dagger in his hand.
You're no ordinary temple guard. You're fast and quite cheeky. Well, that makes my day a little more interesting.
You're wrong. I'm just an ordinary temple guard from Amarak, and I wouldn't want to fight anyone higher up in rank than me if I were you.
He brandished the dagger.
I have no intention of fighting anyone in Amarak.
He looked at his shoulder and saw the flesh there sizzling. He smoothed the wound over with his palm, wincing slightly with pain. Then he displayed his wounded shoulder to the mage, showing that the cut had already healed.
You see, I'm immortal. There's no point in you trying that again.
The mage threw the dagger at him. Asriel flicked his hand again, and the dagger returned to its sender, stabbing the man in the abdomen. The man's knees buckled, and he slumped to the ground. Asriel approached, but stopped as the mage pulled the dagger from his body and wielded it.
If this dagger pierces your heart, there won't be enough time for you to heal yourself. It's made of bloodstone, the kind that will kill any magical creature that comes near the key. All temple guards are equipped with a weapon like this, and they're coming for you. You should be very afraid.
Asriel felt the ground trembling slightly with the force of several creatures coming. He raised his hands and squeezed his fists into the air. The mage grabbed his throat, gasping, trying to breathe, but he wouldn't let go of the dagger. Asriel smiled.
You're a loyal mage. I respect that, and I won't kill you.
The man suddenly surged up from the ground and lunged at Azrael, dagger pointed threateningly. Azrael jumped aside. Instead of following him, the man ran toward the body of the dead mage.
You can't use us, or any part of our remains, to lure Alyna out here. Go back to the hell from which you came, Dark Angel.
He plunged the dagger into the dead body of his friend, and they both exploded into nothingness. Azrael was blown several feet away and was dazed with the impact. He scrambled to his feet, profanity streaming from his lips. Bloodstone was more powerful than he thought, and if it was true that every Amarak guard was equipped with a weapon of that caliber, then he would need to avoid a fight with them at the summoning at all costs. Chapter 7. Alyna awoke and saw Caedmon's cool eyes looking down at her. He smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes.
I know you don't feel well, he said, but I'd guess that the pain from more than 20 puncture wounds would be a lot worse than the annoying lingering side effects of a strong dose of painkiller. I'll get you some water.
He stood and went to a corner of the room. She realized now that she was in her own bed. Her small kitchen table had been moved into the bedroom and was now holding a jug of water and some medical equipment and medicine.
I'm sorry, Caedmon. For saving my life? I don't think saying sorry is necessary, he returned with a glass of water.
Can you forgive me? He gently helped her sit up and gave her the water.
Alyna, you did what was necessary. What happened wasn't your fault. Why do you need my forgiveness?
Are Orla and Lorcan still here? He nodded.
I'll get them for you.
Only Orla, please. Thank you. His eyes paused on her face for a second, and then he nodded. When he exited the room, she quickly wiped away a tear that had escaped her eye. Orla came in, sat at her bedside, and smiled at her.
Caedmon said you're up and recovering well. He's happy with your medical report.
She frowned. Who patched me up? Orla smiled.
Caedmon. You don't have to worry. He's absolutely professional. It runs in the family, you know. I've seen his father work on many people. I have first-hand experience.
She showed a small band she was wearing on her left wrist.
Kieran saved my life and turned me into a Eudasian. He has miraculous hands. I guess Caedmon got that from his father. And the LeBlancs are the best in the pharmaceutical business. In and out of the multiverse. When they take care of medical matters, you have nothing to worry about.
I'm not worried. I know he's not going to forgive me, though. And I know I made a mistake.
But he also knows you saved his life.
Lorcan was right. Being trapped in a body you can't control when you're fully aware of its actions is worse than death.
So you did see him in the lion?
She shook her head. No. I saw the terror he was suffering, though. And that was just a fight with Lorcan. But what if the lion kills people, or eats them alive? Caedmon will be forced to see all of that. I'm the one who put him in that situation. I'm so sorry for that. More tears rolled down her face, and she wiped them away in a hurry. Orla held her hands.
You poor girl. If you want to cry, you can. I won't tell anyone.
I can't. I shouldn't. If I do, I might break. And I can't afford that. I'm the leader of Amarak. I have people to take care of. She inhaled deeply to calm herself down. What happened after I passed out? She asked. I guess Caedmon shifted back. But was he aware of the transition? I want to understand what makes him shift and what makes him snap back.
You want to help him gain control?
She nodded. Lorcan told me that it's like a switch for him, that he can turn it on and off. But we've told you that Lorcan is not a magical shapeshifter. I think Caedmon understands the changes, and he's trying to figure things out himself, trying to gain control and all. He's accepted that it has become his reality, and he's dealing with it. I think you should too. Stop worrying about whether he'll forgive you or not. She nodded. Orla smiled. I don't know what happened in his head, but he shifted back to his human form instantly after you passed out and was fully aware of what was going on. Even though he was as naked as a baby, he wrapped you up, patched up your wounds, and made me running around like a mad nurse. Then he used Lorcan's communicator and pulled a few strings with the LeBlancs to get the meds for you. In the end, I had to say to him, Caedmon, I hate to tell you to cover up your perfect body, but in the best interest of other female humans and creatures, I think you should put some clothes on. Alyna laughed. It felt good to laugh. She felt so relieved for no apparent reason. Maybe it was just Orla's aura, something about her that made people bond easily. Or maybe Alyna had spent her entire life in Amarak and had never had a real friend. Orla stood. You should get some rest. I know you have challenging days ahead with the summoning. Caedmon said the meds will help you get back to 100% soon, but only if you cooperate. What was his late wife like? She couldn't believe she asked that question, but once the sentence had escaped her mouth, she had to deal with the consequences. Orla's eyes twinkled, but she showed neither approval or disapproval. I don't know. Remember, we're from the past. The time from which Caedmon contacted us was even further in the past, and in my version of reality. I never met the adult Caedmon. I'm trying hard not to get confused and violate the rules of time traveling and all, but like you, I'm deadly curious. She returned to Alyna's bedside and sat down. You're not falling for him, are you? No, oh no. I'm just trying to find ways to give him some comfort and communicate better with him. We have many days ahead where we'll need to work together. You're blushing. No, I'm not. She pinched her cheeks. No need to hide it. It's written on your forehead. You like him. Well, of course I like him. I like you and Lorcan too. And I don't like people easily. I like you because you're a good person. Not the cliché of a good person that you read about in books, but a truly good one. I judge people quickly by their actions, and you're beyond any bullshit moral standards that led the world to the Great War. So let me tell you this. If you can help it, don't fall for him. At least for now. I'm not falling for him. But out of curiosity, why do you say that? The LeBlanc boys I know are one-dimensional when it comes to their soulmates. They love one woman at a time, and I mean one and only one. The point is, the women who fall for them are all over the multiverse, across several generations. From a woman's perspective, when the winner takes it all, the rest will be sore losers. Caedmon came here because of his late wife. He refused to accept she died. When he called us to speak his last words, he said he would die a happy man because he could be with her. To be honest, I can't see how you're going to beat that. I'm not falling for him, so there's no need to beat anything. Especially with that attitude, Orla muttered. Any more questions? She shook her head. All right, I'm going to have a snuggle with my husband. Don't pinch your cheeks again. They're red enough. Chapter 8. The Beginning of Time. She didn't know how long she had been running, but her head was ringing with a pounding headache, and her knees wanted to buckle. Thunderchild headed up the hill again, and before she realized it, she stood in front of Bloodstone Mountain. For years she had listened to the voice in her head, a voice that had provided her with the guidance to help Keymaster to find the stone and make the Scorpio key. She didn't know who guided her. She suspected it was her mother, but she had never been able to interact with the person because the voice occurred only in her dreams, where she listened and observed. And now Teacher was saying she was digging her own grave by helping the making of the key come to fruition. She usually charged up the well-worn path right to the top of the mountain to play with the blood ice. She had always thought it was pretty. She hadn't known it was really the Scorpion King's flesh and blood. She always thought that was just a myth invented to explain why the ice was red and bled red liquid. But she didn't want to run up the hill now. She couldn't accept the solution Teacher had proposed. There had to be another way. She turned and ran back to the cottage where she stayed with Keymaster. She found him in the workshop, as usual, working intensely on the key. In front of her, on a raised platform, the Scorpio key was almost formed. It was a statue of a scorpion, and almost twice her size. She knew Keymaster had never before made a key of this size. He was only 3/4 through the process, but the statue already looked as if it had life inside.
"Thunderchild, did you grow bored with your practice today?" He smiled at her.
She had never told him how gentle his smile was. He was sure if her father was alive, he would smile at her in the same way.
How's the key coming along, Keymaster?
"As you can see, it's slow, but I'm making progress. I'll finish it before the deadline."
You've been working on this for years. You're saying your client ordered this and gave you a deadline years in advance?
He chuckled.
"No, child, they never gave me a deadline. But they got back to me in the last moon cycle and asked me to complete it soon."
And you didn't think of telling me?
"Why? I'm making progress, and you're busy with your practice."
You don't trust me.
He put his tools down.
"Why would you say that? What happened? Did you meet someone who said something?"
I met someone who said the Scorpio key is meant to open the gate between heaven and hell. And if that is so, do you still want to make it?
Keymaster frowned. She had never interfered with or questioned his work in this way. He contemplated, then sat down on the stone bench nearby.
"I suppose you're old enough for me to tell you the truth. I have made several keys over the course of thousands of years, and all the keys I made have the power to do the unthinkable. Things just like you said, opening the gate connecting heaven and hell. But key-making is the only reason for my existence. I was created by my master to make these keys. I would never question the intentions of my clients."
Who was your master? I'll bet he was a magical creature.
Keymaster nodded.
"He created gateways between worlds," Keymaster chuckled. "I guess someone else created the doors, and I was meant to make the keys to open those doors. I don't know where and when this all came about. My master said it has been like this since the beginning of time."
He shook his head.
"That's all I know, because I killed my master."
You did what?
"You see, I'm a predator. I killed my master when he was old and weak and got in my way. I am the keymaster. I make keys, and I kill whoever gets in my way. It has been like that for a long time, until I did one thing out of the ordinary. I picked you up and raised you. I meant to eat you for breakfast."
She laughed.
You have a gentle soul. And you're a vegetarian, Keymaster.
"That's the person you know now. I changed after I decided not to kill you. The problem is that it was against my nature and my make. It's going to come back and kill me. So, just so you know, if you run into someone or something that tells you I will die because of this key-making business, don't be surprised."
"But I won't let that happen to you."
He chuckled. "You might be the only good decision I made in my immortal life, Thunderchild. Now can you tell me what upset you about the Scorpio key?"
"What will happen if you don't deliver this key?"
"You can't answer my question with a question."
"Please, Keymaster."
He nodded. "All right, you always get your way. If I violate the contract with my client, they have the right to take my life. This is because, in addition to the money they paid me, I get power and energy as well. That is how I support my immortal life. You see, it's not as simple as giving them their money back."
"I understand. And to answer your question, it's not that anyone said anything incorrect to me about the key. It's just that the door this key opens is significant. I thought I should let you know."
He smiled. "There are gateways and there are doors. There have to be keys to open them. The multiverse needs keymasters to make keys."
"How many are there like you?"
"Several. Hundreds, maybe. I don't know. But I am the best," he grinned.
"Yes, you are."
She smiled at him and shoved a hand into her pocket, playing with a piece of bloodstone she had just harvested. Bloodstone melted and didn't retain its shape when Keymaster worked on it, but it always behaved however she wanted it to. She thought it was because she was the child of angels, but gathering from the prophecy and what teacher said, she knew there was more to this ability.
"You know that the compound I made for you so you can retain the shape of the stone is poisonous, right?"
"Yes, child. But it can't kill me, because I'm immortal."
"What about your client?"
"Well, that's their business."
She shrugged.
"How much do you read into a prophecy?"
"Why? What's the matter?"
"Nothing. Just something I read."
She headed back to the woods.
"But I don't have anything here for you to read."
She laughed.
"I didn't say I read anything here."
She charged back to the woods to look for teacher. She had so many questions to ask, but more importantly, she had a deal to make. Chapter 9. Caedmon gave Alyna a thumb-sized chip while she stood next to her bed and put on a light jacket. "This is so I can monitor your vital signs. It transfers the information to my wrist unit. You're only 60% recovered, and we want that percentage to go up, not down, or you won't make it to the summoning." She nodded.
"How do I wear it?"
She looked at the device. It looked like a coin.
"Stick it wherever you want."
"Preferably somewhere close to your heart." He smiled, then went to the corner of her bedroom to get himself some water and give her some privacy so she could place the device. He came back to her and opened his palm. On it were 2 pills. In his other hand was a glass of water. "These painkillers will last you all day under normal conditions. That is, as long as you don't engage in intense physical activity." She took the pills and downed them without hesitation.
"Thank you,"
she said, as she tied her hair up in a high ponytail. She looked quite feminine with her hair down, he thought. But when she put her hair up, she looked combat-ready and quite formidable, which was necessary for her position. Lorcan stuck his head in at the doorway.
"Ready?"
"I am," Caedmon said, and looked at Alyna.
"Yes,"
she said. Lorcan smiled.
"All right. I know they're recruiting at the Fight Club, and naturally there will be some intense fighting. But you are not to engage in a fight. Keep your adrenaline at the lowest level possible."
"Sure,"
Alyna said.
"Caedmon!"
Lorcan cocked an eyebrow. Where did you put your vitals monitor? He asked, looking at his unit and adjusting something.
Excuse me?
Alyna asked. He's asking me. He monitors my vitals, Caedmon said to Alyna. I put it on my chest, he said to Lorcan.
Anything I should know apart from the importance of monitoring our vitals and the fact that we shouldn't fight even though we're recruiting people at a fight club? Alyna asked.
Caedmon chuckled. You should know that Lorcan is a control freak. If he doesn't get his way, he will be a pain in your neck. Hey, boy, I gave you those devices, so be nice. You shouldn't fight because you're in recovery from injury, Alyna. But this boy cannot have his adrenaline go up even the slightest notch, because he'll shift. We've done detailed analysis on this. Adrenaline level is one of the triggers. There might be others, but that's all we know for now. I can control my adrenaline level, Uncle Lorcan, if you say so. Alyna, Orla is in the living room. She said she had something to tell you.
Okay.
Alyna cast a disapproving glance at Caedmon for not telling her about the adrenaline issue, and she exited the room. Lorcan looked at Caedmon. Are you sure about all this? He asked. 20 more days, and I'll take the Scorpio key back to you days where it belongs. Which part of that do you think I'm unsure of? What if you shift again before that, and you can't reverse? I'll deal with it. That's not good enough, Caedmon. It's your time. You're a commander. You are responsible for many important things. Many lives depend on you. You can't afford to be sentimental about this. I'm not being sentimental, Uncle Lorcan. Well, the reason I'm here might have been sentimental, but we're past that. There are several ways to get the key, but I am now committed to this one, and we're closer than ever. If the key falls into the wrong hands, this material Earth dimension will collapse. Sedna will have died in vain. Do you accept her death now, and have given up the idea of sending a creature back to the past to fix it? I'll never accept her death, and I resent the fact that she made that decision without consulting me. We shared a life together, and she didn't respect that. But I've moved past that now. He paused. There's an issue with my new condition that might complicate the matter at hand. As if this hasn't been complicated enough. Okay, hit me with it. I might lose my silver blood Yud key. You what? Lorcan whirled around. How can that be possible? It's in your blood. Silver blood is foreign to my body. I still have my natural Udasian Yud key, but the superpower of silver blood is a foreign energy added to me. It doesn't seem to have synergy with new foreign elements that are metaphysically different, and shapeshifting is metaphysically different at all levels. Therefore, I could lose it. Oh, that's plain wrong. What about your Uncle Roy? He's a natural werefox, and his body accepts Udasian and silver blood Yud key. He shrugged. Well, it didn't work for me. Maybe a magical creature can make Udasian energy, but a Udasian like me can't take in anything magical. So at the moment, the only superpower I have is via shapeshifting. It's like a twisted joke of fate. If I were talking about controlling my adrenaline so I don't shift, I'm not sure I should. What if the situation calls for it? What if I need the power? The power is only good if you can control it. And at the moment you can't. Plus you know the adrenaline triggered you to shift. Alyna took more than 20 stab wounds before you snapped back. I don't think she wants to do that again. You haven't yet figured out what makes you change back to your form? Shifting now might be a one-way ticket, Caedmon. What if? There is no if. If we can't sort this out,
As much as it hurts my ego, I'll have to inform you days. And you know what your parents will do. They'll bring the entire council here, if that's what it takes to bring you back intact. It's not just your life that is precious to them, Caedmon. It's your make, how you were born, and what you represent. Thanks for the reminder. I know there's a lot of pressure on you, but you came here. You didn't think it through. Now you have to fix it. You can't go back to you days now as a werelion and a commander who's lost his silver blood Yudki.
Lorcan was so angry his eyes flashed a blue shade, and he almost shifted. Orla stuck her head through the doorway.
Alyna's waiting.
Lorcan growled some profanity and strode out. Orla gave him a questioning glance.
He'll tell you later.
She cocked an eyebrow. Are you sure?
You two don't keep secrets from each other.
If you say so, she shrugged.
Off you go. Alyna is waiting outside already.
What did you tell her?
About what?
You asked for Alyna earlier.
Oh, it was nothing. I gave her some lipstick. She looks like a ghost after losing all that blood.
He nodded and exited the room. He knew Orla was lying. Chapter 10. Alyna entered the fighting room of Amarak Northside. The staff had been running a recruitment campaign to find replacements for Tomkin and Ben. The two key figures of the club departing at the same time had left the club in chaos. They had help from others, but there were so many more clubs in other places she had to take care of now that she was the leader of Amarak. The Northside Club had contributed a lot to Amarak's reputation in the private security business. It was not only one of the larger clubs, but it was also where she started. She wanted to be here personally to see this through. But now she had just discovered her phobia. She wasn't at all built for doing business. Whenever she walked into this club, either Tomkin or Ben had greeted her, feeding her with all the information she needed. She had taken their business assistance for granted. She cast a glance at the crowded floor now and recoiled. She couldn't put a single name to the faces of the administrative staff. She recognized only those who were fighters. Caedmon walked right beside her, as agile as a cat. She shouldn't compare him to a cat, because that made her think of her fat, long-coated cat, Lazy. Caedmon was more like a leopard. So why, then, did he shift into a lion instead of a leopard, she wondered. And why hadn't she shifted yet? After all, she was made before him. She gave herself a real hard mental slap in the face. She was brooding and daydreaming like a teenager. The last time she had daydreamed like this was just before the car crash. And since then, there had not been a single moment when she wasn't focused on her mission. Everything she did had a purpose, but since she had been turned by Teacher, her tenacious focus on her mission had been reduced, and she noticed she was easily sidetracked by random thoughts. She shook her head to regain her focus as a man in his late 30s approached.
Alyna, would you sit on the usual platform? The man asked.
Of course, she said. Because she couldn't remember his name, she stopped there. Caedmon reached out his hand for a handshake. Caedmon, I just took over Amarak's business.
Yes, Sean Flynn. I handled general administration. I mostly worked with Ben, not Tomkin. I know about what happened.
Well, that's great. Could you give me a quick run-through of the staff profiles and who is doing what at this point, so we can make some progress and fix up the place?
Sure.
Sean gestured toward the office. Caedmon turned, winked at her, and placed his hand on her back to guide her to come with them to the office. He had read her mind and understood her fear, she thought. She could have taken it to mean he cared, but at the moment it felt humiliating. It meant she depended on his help when it came to business.
Alyna!
Someone called from behind them. They turned and saw a man in his early 40s approaching. Caedmon stepped forward and reached his hand out.
Caedmon LeBlanc. Oh, I heard. You're the new boss. Oh, no, I'm not your boss. She is.
He gestured toward her. What's your name?
Len. I handle equipment supplies.
By equipment, do you mean weapons, Len? She asked.
Yep, weapons included. But Pukak didn't want to put weapons down as a specific and separate category on the books.
But it's necessary, she said. With the important event coming up, we can't afford to rely on fistfights.
Okay, from now on, weapons will be in its own category on the books. I'll need the list of inventory to decide whether we need to place more orders. Who are our suppliers? Caedmon asked. We don't use anyone specific. I just procure whatever is available and most affordable on the market, Len said.
Caedmon shook his head.
We need a system. I'll need a list of the suppliers you recommend. I have some suggestions, too. Extreme X is the best that I know of. It's one of the LeBlanc's business lines. Consider that an internal resource.
Len frowned.
I thought the LeBlancs were in the pharmaceutical business. Are we talking about chemical weapons?
Caedmon chuckled.
Chemicals are a separate business line. We don't mix chemicals and weapons. That's for amateurs. I need the list, preferably as soon as possible.
Len nodded and scurried away.
They heard the bell and the announcement that the final rounds of the recruitment had begun.
Alyna was asked to take her place on the judge's platform. She had done this countless times, both as a judge and as a contender. She had never lost as a fighter and had never had a problem judging. She couldn't believe it, but this time she had butterflies in her stomach. What the hell? She shook her head and tried to shake the worry from her mind when she felt Caedmon's hand on her shoulder. He gazed into her eyes and wore an easy smile.
You'll be all right, he said.
He read her mind again? How is that possible, she thought. She tugged discreetly at what Orla had given her before they'd left for the fight club, and felt easier when she knew it was still there, safe in her pants pocket. As soon as she settled in the judge's chair on the platform, she zeroed in on the two final contenders, a male and a female.
Pukak had told her that history suggested that males and females used to be separated in physical combat competitions because female fighters were considered physically weaker, but that tradition was long gone. There were techniques where female fighters clearly held the advantage over male counterparts. These days, those who were smarter and used their own resources to their advantage were the ones who won, and nobody argued with winners. The male fighter with unusual striking green eyes looked straight at Alyna. He had the eyes of a paranormal creature, but he wasn't a mage. She could tell. If I win, I'll be your second,
he said to Alyna. We are recruiting for club manager. Here you will be taking care of administrative duties and training juniors. That was made clear in the advert. She glanced around and saw Sean standing in a corner. She looked at him and signaled for him to move forward. He stepped up.
That's right. I placed the advert in the database. We are looking for a club manager. I understand, but I fight for more than that. And the club's long-held tradition is that positions can be won with fair and open competition. I am taking this opportunity to challenge you for the second position.
She was about to respond, but found Caedmon's hand again on her shoulder, holding her gently. He stepped forward and stared straight at the man until the man took a step backward.
I've taken over all Amarak business, and I am the one to make decisions about anything business-related. I won't interfere with club tradition. However, today we've paid for the advert and the venue to recruit the club manager. If you want more, then go fight elsewhere. You will not do it at the venue I paid for, and you will not use up staff time that I also paid for. Who the hell are you?
Caedmon smiled. The only thing you need to know is that I've decided I won't pay for the second position in Amarak because I don't think Alyna needs one. That means there's no need for another fight. Now, if you are no longer interested in this position, please leave and let the other contender." He glanced quickly at the name card. "Lizabel win." The man stepped forward and growled. His eyes sparked with a glowing green hue. "I challenge Alyna." She stood up, but Caedmon turned and smiled at her. "You shouldn't have to worry about this trivial matter, Alyna." She got the hint and sat back down. Caedmon returned to the man. "I understand you admire your ambition, but we have... How many clubs, Sean?"
"Over 200.
"You see, you are trying to win a recruitment for just one club here. You can challenge the leader, but you need to work up the ranks first, don't you?" Caedmon smiled at the man.
"I don't care. I have to fight her."
The man growled and leapt out of his fighting square. Alyna stood up and Caedmon grabbed her shoulder. "Don't, Alyna." As he held her shoulder, she could feel his adrenaline rising. It rose in waves, but it didn't show on his cool face. He was trying hard, but she wasn't sure how long he could hold out before the animal took over again. "You have to calm down, Caedmon. We're getting out of here," she said. On the fighting ground, Lizabel jumped after the man and engaged in a fight. Alyna saw a great fighter in front of her, vicious and skillful. The man was unable to direct any of his attention toward Caedmon and Alyna because Lizabel looked as if she was going to take his head off with her bare hands. "Let's go," she said to Caedmon, after signaling Sean and Len and asking them to take care of the remaining recruitment process. They walked out the back door to a small alley. On the ground in front of them, she saw the shadow of wings spreading above and slightly behind them. She looked at Caedmon and knew he had seen the same thing. But when they turned and looked, they saw no one. Chapter 11. Nathan strode into the warehouse-style headquarters of a thesis. He loved what he did, especially when he was winning. He loved a thesis business so much that he didn't mind the fact that he had devoted his whole life to building it up and had nothing of his own. He had no family, no friends, and most importantly, no offspring. He knew before the Great War there was a rule among the shapeshifters about mating for life. He was glad it had ended with the ruined civilization of humankind. How backward would that rule be these days? What if his mate died? In his current climate, where he engaged in a major fight every second day, there was no guarantee anything would last forever. But sometimes he wanted to have little cubs and some companionship. He settled himself on a throne-like chair made of steel and precious wood. He glanced across the floor. His men were disciplined enough to stay sober and work on what they were supposed to during the working hours. He couldn't care less what they did outside, but in here, as long as they took care of their bikes, collected the debts allocated to them, and provided protection for businesses on the outskirts of the city, life was good for everyone.
"Nathan!"
He turned in the direction of the voice that called his name and saw Hanks, his second in charge, approaching. Hanks looked to be in his 30s, but Nathan knew he was over 100 years old, and because he was a much older lynx than Nathan, he had never given Nathan full respect.
"Yes?"
Hanks winked.
"I heard you killed an ice creature. No shit."
"I didn't kill it. My wheel did. But then an asshole dark angel crashed my bike."
"Who dared make Nathan Breen angry?"
"The name was Azrael. I'll collect his debts later."
"Yeah, sure you will. Hey, I've got good news. The Amarak leader chick is incapacitated."
"How'd that happen?" Nathan didn't like what he was hearing, and his gut was telling him Hanks was being shady again. A thesis wasn't exactly noble. But under his rule, Nathan despised cheating.
Who knows? And who cares? But I heard the injury was severe. They have to recruit new managers for the fight clubs and all. I took the opportunity to send someone in.
To do what?
Hello? Information, mate. If you don't remember, let me remind you, the summoning is coming up, and we still have a chance.
A chance to what? The territories have been divided between Athesis and Amarak like this for years. I'm happy with things the way they are. Why try to fix things when they aren't broken?
Nathan, it is the ultimate goal of Athesis to host the key.
Says who?
The Athesis tradition.
We're bikies, Hanks. And we're happy. We're good at what we do. If you mess with Amarak, there'll be war and unnecessary casualties. I have no interest in handling the flowers and herbs of their natural medicine clinics. The fight clubs are attractive, but I'm happy with what we've got. It's lucrative enough.
It's never enough, Nathan. And you know for sure Amarak will find every opportunity to knock us out on our asses. I have to preempt that.
He stood and approached Hanks.
What'd you do, Hanks?
He knew what Hanks was about to say, even before he heard it, and he hated it. Old habits die hard, and he knew Hanks had very poor habits gambling with creatures in the multiverse and the no-man land of Zelok. Nothing good ever came from Zelok.
Well, they're recruiting people, so I sent someone to join their competition.
Nathan flew toward Hanks and in one swift move pushed him backward, slamming him against the wall with his forearms and choking him.
If you sent an Athesis fighter into Amarak as a spy, I will break your neck right now. I don't care if you have rank here. I don't give a fuck. You have your own little gossip group inside Athesis, and you think I don't know about it. Backstabbing and sending spies isn't my way, and I'll break your neck for doing that under my name.
Hanks pushed him away.
I'm not stupid, but I'm not you, and I don't have respect for your practice. I sent a contractor who has no ties to us. I'll do whatever it takes to get their fight clubs. If I get their business, I'll sell all the other bits off to the douchebags in the desert. And you'll get all the glory because you just happen to sit on this throne and pretend to be noble.
I'll get the fight clubs with a fair fight,
Nathan growled.
Last time it was a draw, and that was before Alyna became leader. She was human then, but I'd be willing to bet Pukak has turned her into a mage. She has superpower now. You have no chance of beating her in a fair competition, Nathan. Stop daydreaming and be realistic.
I'll see to that. Call your spy back.
The contract has already been signed and money paid. How am I going to renege on that?
I'll talk. Who's your spy?
A round bag rolled in from seemingly nowhere and stopped at their feet. When they looked closely at it, they saw it wasn't a bag, but a piece of fabric wrapped around something. The fabric fell away, revealing a man's head. The man's dead eyes stared into nothingness. They heard footsteps. From the door of the warehouse, a woman walked in. She was tall, formidable, and clearly a fighter, judging by her agile movements and posture. She pointed at the head. "Do you like my present?" she asked.
This is my spy.
The woman or the head?
Nathan asked. But he had a feeling he wouldn't like either of the answers. Chapter 12. The Beginning of Time. Thunderchild gazed at Bloodstone Mountain. She had climbed it so many times, both for practice and for fun. She had never thought of it as a living thing, the Scorpion King's flesh and blood.
I'm sorry, but I can't let you return. It's not fair to attack someone when he's down and incapable of defense. And the prophecy is against me. It says if you wake, I'll die. So I can't let you wake.
She raised her arms, gathered her energy, concentrated, and clapped her hands together. She knew how to call in thunderstrikes. She knew the strength of her power. As an infant, she had eliminated hundreds of spider wolves with her clapping. It was her usual practice. She had broken stone off this mountain before, but this time she cranked it up a notch. 3 long, rumbling strikes hit the mountain. She could feel the ground under her feet shake and moved back so the mountain wouldn't collapse on her. She clapped her hands again. A few more strikes and she would kill the sleeping king. Then there was a haunting hum drifting through the air and the sound of something cracking deep below the ground and stone and dirt shifting and falling. The ground shuddered, and a crack ran from where she stood to the top of the mountain. She wasn't sure now if the mountain would fall and she would kill the king. What she did know was that something was awakening. She ran away from the crack in the earth, and then she clapped once more. She turned back and saw the stone face of the mountain drop off like flakes of skin and rain down on the ground. As each piece fell, it morphed into a creature. The creatures were of different shapes and forms. Some looked like apes, some like giant spiders, and others like elephants. But they all had one thing in common. They had been created from the blood ice. They charged at her. She clapped her hands again. Groups of them exploded. It was just like she had killed hundreds of spider wolves before. But the more of them she blew up, the more stone skin the mountain shed, and the more creatures were formed. Each of her claps killed some, but not all, and then more were created. Seeing the odds were against her, she stopped clapping. She wasn't sure if running was a good idea, and she didn't even know where to run. She couldn't go back to the cottage and drag this problem home for Keymaster to solve. She heard a stomping sound from the opposite direction. She hoped she hadn't cracked another mountain and created even more bloodstone creatures to chase her. She turned toward the noise and saw a magnificent white horse galloping toward her. A man cried out,
"Hop on!"
Bloody hell! Are you a talking horse?
I'm your teacher.
But I saw you in a woman's form not too long ago.
That form can't take you on her back and run like the wind. Now hop on. Quickly, Thunder Child.
She did. In a short moment, they had fled the disaster zone. Bloodstone Mountain was far behind them. She glanced around, not sure where Teacher had taken her. The horse stopped, and she jumped off. The horse shuddered and then vanished. The woman's voice returned. I saved you, Thunder Child. You owe me one.
Why can't I see you now?
That's the price I have to pay. The horse was the last tangible form I could take. I came back for you, came back to tell you the prophecy wasn't about you. I lied. I thought the Amarak mage killed my children, but I was wrong. It was an angel that killed my family, and you are the child of angels.
You want me to seek revenge on your behalf? But how can I be sure your family was innocent?
I have nothing more to lose. I am telling you the truth. I was a predator. I killed many, and my family paid the price. It is the same with your Keymaster. He killed until he met you. There is something in you that transforms evil into goodness.
If you have truly become good, you wouldn't seek revenge, given you were in the wrong.
But my family was innocent. Why kill them? If I am the evil one, Why not kill me?"
"It might be because your sins were so deep that your death was not enough of a punishment."
"That is not just, Thunder Child. A good angel cannot take innocent lives to punish another just because he thinks I deserve to suffer for what I did. Not only isn't it just, it's worse than evil." She nodded. "I know you are a wise and very special kind of angel. Clapping out thunder isn't just a talent. It's a power only a god might have. You could have become a god if you had been raised correctly, and I think someone killed your parents because of that. We might share common enemies, Thunder Child. I've told you this before, but now I have proof."
"What's your proof?"
"The prophecy says that when the Bloodstone Mountain wakes, Keymaster will die."
"Why didn't you say so before? I just awakened it."
She rushed away, heading back to the cottage. Teacher's voice followed her. "I didn't anticipate you would wake the mountain. I thought you'd keep it asleep if I tied it to your life instead of his. The prophecy can be interpreted in many ways. Keymaster might die not because of the mountain, but because of something between him and whoever wants the Scorpio key. That's the connection with the mountain, not the fact that it is awakened or not."
She skidded to a stop. "Does this mean if I really kill the sleeping king and put the mountain to sleep forever, then Keymaster won't have to die?"
"That's speculation. What I meant by proof is that I didn't overhear the prophecy. It was written on a stone in ink from the House of Gods. The prophecy connects all of us, and it has to do with you and the angels."
"How?"
"I found you because I saw a light. I don't know what Keymaster saw, but our lives have changed since we met you. We were meant to protect you and teach you the skills you'll need for your revenge and survival. And now, with Bloodstone Mountain and the Scorpio key, it has all come together."
"How can you be so sure it was ink from the House of Gods?"
She paused. "A long time ago I killed a messenger from the House of Gods for profit. I saw the message and I saw the ink." She walked away.
"I won't let Keymaster die. If he never finishes the key, he'll never deliver it, and he will upset his client. When they approach him, I'll talk to them. I'll reason with them and prevent them from killing him."
"I fail to see how you can convince them, but it is a better plan than killing the Scorpion King."
When she reached the cottage, she stormed inside and made a beeline toward the workshop. Keymaster was nowhere to be found, and the Scorpio key was no longer on the workbench. Then she saw a small note on the table.
"Thunder Child, I have completed the key and am now delivering it to my client. I will be away for a few days and will make sure I bring you a present when I get home. Take care and don't be too naughty. Don't spend too much time in the woods with your teacher. Yes, I know about him. Love from Keymaster."
She had never felt this degree of panic in her life. She knew now that even if she was a god, she was ill-equipped. She had no way to communicate with Keymaster. She couldn't call him. She didn't have a psychic connection with him. She had no idea who his client was. She had spent her life practicing the skills for her revenge, but right now, those skills did nothing for her. She wiped the tears off her face.
"Teacher!"
she cried.
"I'm still here."
"What should I do?"
"The clue is in the ink from the House of Gods."
"In this?"
She raised the note she was holding.
"No, in the note written to Keymaster."
She zeroed in on a paper on a table. There, written in glowing text on the paper, it said,
Thank you for completing the Scorpio key, Keymaster. You will be well compensated. Come see us, and bring your little assistant with you. She deserves a reward, too."
"He didn't bring me because he knows it's a trap."
She glanced around the empty house.
"Keymaster!"
she shouted as tears streamed down her face. But all that came back to her was the echo of her own voice. Chapter 13. Caedmon pushed Alyna behind him. "Did you see that?" he asked.
"I saw the shadow of something with wings, but I can't see anything now, and I can't be of any use while standing behind you with you casting your shadow on me."
He turned around and saw Alyna with her hands on her hips. "Casting a shadow on you? Do you think this is all about my male ego? Risking my adrenaline, surging and turning me into an animal?"
"I don't care what percentage of you is human. As long as you have a fraction of a human male in you, it means you can't handle the idea of working with an alpha female."
"You're being unreasonable, Alyna. I'm here to help."
"I don't need your help. Go back to where you came from."
"Fine. And thanks for turning me into an animal for nothing."
"You consider your life to be nothing? Well, please yourself. I'm sorry I saved you. It might be the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life, you ASS."
She breathed the word out heavily, long and slow, as if she didn't want to let it out, but had the incredible urge to do so. "Alyna!"
"What?"
"We've been drugged."
"What?"
"Stay still."
He placed his finger on the wriggling shadow of a small worm under the skin of the back of her neck and applied pressure, guiding the worm from her neck down her left arm. She could see it now as it wriggled down to the front of her forearm. She pulled out a small knife and cut into her skin directly in front of the worm's path. Caedmon pressed the worm down to the open skin and pushed it in. It dropped to the ground. She squashed it with her foot. Then she turned him around to look at his neck. "Where's yours?"
"Don't worry, Alyna. Mine is dead somewhere in my bloodstream. The worm carries a stimulant designed for a specific target and a particular purpose. In this case, I think it targets mages and triggers a chemical that penetrates that part of the brain that controls aggressive emotions. I'm not a mage. Plus, my Eudasian blood naturally counteracts and kills these foreign creatures. You're not a pure mage, otherwise you would have gone insane."
"And how do you know all this?"
He smiled. "It's a cheap trick that shady contractors in the multiverse use all the time, especially those from Zelok."
"What's Zelok?"
"A universe you don't want to visit."
"How was this drug administered?"
"It would have been shot out like a bullet, but it's so small you don't feel it going in. Once inside, it develops into the transmitter and then travels throughout the body. It's common in weapons," he trailed off. She looked at him. Neither of them needed to verbalize their thoughts. They both rushed back to the fight club. Inside the club, they found a scene of massive destruction. Bodies lay on top of one another. Blood was everywhere. Alyna rushed toward the bodies, but Caedmon pulled her back. "They're dead, Alyna. There's nothing you can do about it."
"Who did it? Why?"
He wiped away the tears she didn't know had fallen.
"Why poison these people?" she asked. "Many of them are trainees. They just wanted to learn skills to protect themselves. Why?"
He pulled her into his arms and let her weep. "I don't have an answer for you. The drug can't do much damage. It's only a stimulant. The violence was already inside these people. The drug just stimulated it. These people killed one another, and no one is responsible for their deaths but themselves."
"Since when is protecting oneself wrong?"
It's not wrong, Alyna. It's human nature. The instinct to protect oneself is so strong and ingrained that it becomes violence when one must fight for survival. A single person was triggered and became aggressive. It escalated from there. In a crowded fight club, that was all it took. Everyone in the club was in a fight for survival.
So if we hadn't left, I would be among the dead?
No, you don't have that trigger. You don't fight for survival. Your inclination is to protect others, not yourself. And that's the difference between you and other mages. That's why the drug didn't kill you. It couldn't kill you.
It was blind luck.
I don't think so. But whoever planned this deserves to die.
A thesis.
Nathan wouldn't do this.
You don't know him, Caedmon.
I am not even a fraction as good as my father in psychological profiling, but I do know a thing or two, and I've been trained by the best. If you believe a thesis is your number one enemy, you might be right, but Nathan isn't your enemy.
Why don't we go have a chat with him?
He nodded. A man stuck his head into the room.
That's a lot of private waste. We'll have to charge extra for this.
Alyna waved her arms in the air and was about to respond.
Caedmon pulled her back. Yes, please take care of this. We'll pay the extra. He pulled her aside, but before he said anything, she gestured for silence.
Yes, I understand. They're just doing their jobs.
Then she strode out of the club. Caedmon was about to follow her out when, from the corner of his eye, he saw the shape of folded wings in the corner. "Show yourself," he said. "Don't make me drag you out." An 8-foot-tall man walked out. Caedmon thought he had every attribute of an angel, but something in his eyes and demeanor suggested he wasn't quite an angel. The man was menacing. "I mean no harm," the man said. "Then why are you hiding in the dark?" "Only special creatures can see me." "What are you, young man?" "I should be offended that you consider me a what instead of a who, but I won't be. I'm a creature and I'm proud of it. But if you ask another question to try to pry information from me about my identity, I'll kill you." "There's no need to get violent. I think you can explain what happened to those people." He pointed to the dead bodies. "I thought I was interested only in Alyna, but now I am equally interested in you. I have a lot of profits to offer. I think you'd be interested." Caedmon chuckled on the inside. This angel didn't know who he was, so he may as well take advantage of that. "What do you want, really?" "It's too soon to share that important piece of information with you. For now, I just want to let you know that the reason I am interested in you is because I can see the light of protection around you. You've been blessed, guarded by a force from the faraway magical land where I come from. I don't know any angels and demons, if they are your kind, who come from the place you call a magical land. But if that thought pleases you, hang on to it. I don't mind." He turned to leave. The angel spoke from behind him. "Does the name Sedna Ardell mean anything to you? That's the spirit that's guarding you." The angel spoke his wife's name and referred to her as a spirit from his magical land, wherever that was. The ground beneath his feet felt as if it was moving, as if it would open up an oblivion hole and he would drop right into it, just like the oblivion gateway his Sedna had jumped into on the ice station. But that wasn't his concern right now. His rage was coming, and his adrenaline was rising at an alarming level. He knew for sure that it would soon be out of his control. Chapter 14. Alyna had turned around and didn't see Caedmon follow her out of the club. She tried to recall what she had said under the influence of the stimulant, but couldn't quite remember, so she let the thought pass. She returned to the club. As soon as she stepped back inside and saw Caedmon bracing his hands against the wall, she knew something must have happened. She rushed over.
Caedmon!
He looked at her with bloodshot eyes.
Come with me,
she said, and tugged at his elbow. As soon as she touched him, she could tell his adrenaline was very close to the limit. He didn't resist her pull. He knew he needed help, but couldn't ask for it. She glanced at the floor full of dead bodies. She thought she saw a shadow, and she felt a dark aura of evil hovering in the air. But with so many dead people around, she didn't trust her gut feelings right now. She pushed Caedmon out the back door toward the water pipe that supplied water to the club from the tank on the roof of the building. She grabbed a metal bar leaning against the wall and whacked the pipe with it. It didn't budge. She hit it harder a few more times until the pipe broke open, along with one of her wounds. She grabbed Caedmon and pushed his head under the freezing stream of water until he choked and was almost out of breath. He pushed her away, and they both fell to the ground. When he finished coughing and had resumed his composure, he wiped the water out of his eyes and face and said, "Thank you."
Are you okay now? Everything under control?
He nodded. She didn't want to ask what had happened in the club because she worried it might trigger his adrenaline again. Then he saw the blood on her shirt. "Oh, hell," he approached her. "Show me."
It's okay. Just one that opened up again.
She walked away, pressing her palm against the wound.
I'll stop by a clinic to get it patched up.
Her communicator buzzed.
Alyna,
she answered. Nothing. She looked at the screen and frowned. It wasn't a call. It was an indicator letting her know something in her system had changed. Notice of the change had been sent to the database, which alerted the device. Admittedly, neither she nor Pukak paid attention to technology. Once the consultant had set up their system, the device had sat in the office gathering dust. She had picked up the device in Pukak's office and had planned to take a look at it and learn to use it tomorrow. But now she stared at it while it buzzed, and she had no idea what the red and green dots meant. "May I?" Caedmon reached out his hand. She sighed and handed him the device. She looked at him while he worked. His focus was intense. She wished he could work with her to run this Amarak business, but she knew that wasn't going to happen. Orla had said he was in charge of stations in Udays that took care of millions of citizens. Those lucky millions of people. Her little mage tribe wouldn't be able to compete in terms of numbers. He looked up at her from the screen of her device. "Your system suggests that your special weaponry suit is down by 2, and your special forces are also down by 2. Do you have special forces? And how special are they? Because the pile of dead bodies in the Fight Club doesn't get reported here."
Does it say where the special forces were reduced?
Caedmon shook his head. "There's no map. It says Ice Spot, though. Does that mean anything to you?"
That's the temple. Something is killing guards at the temple.
She rushed away. "Shouldn't we call for backup?" Caedmon asked as he hurried to follow her.
Ordinary fighters can't help with this.
"Who do you think is responsible?"
The thesis.
"Come on, not again. I told you I met Nathan. He doesn't want to attack you, let alone sneak around with poisonous worms. Plus, a thesis are shapeshifters, aren't they?"
Yes, Caedmon. What's your point?
"Are we going to need shapeshifter troops?"
Amarak is a mage tribe, Caedmon. We don't have shapeshifters on staff. Teacher said you and I have been turned into a special kind of shapeshifter. But as far as I know, I'm still human. I don't feel like I can shift into anything.
"I'll call Lorcan."
Please do if it will help. Just so you know, a thesis is a large group that spans several regions. A single blue fox might not be enough. Don't underestimate what Lorcan and Orla can do. They might not be able to fight as well as you can, but to survive what they did and fight alongside my father to get where they were in their time, they're legendary.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I don't understand the paranormal world as well as I should, and I don't want any of you to get hurt because you stay here and help me.
Noted.
A short while later, they stood outside of the temple. She pointed at the scorched marks on the ground. It was an explosion. A group of 9 men raced toward them.
Why are you here, Alyna? This could be a trap to lure you here,
said a man who appeared to be senior in the group of guards.
If you don't want her here, then don't input data into the system so that it buzzes her, Caedmon said.
What system?
The man asked.
Something Pukak put in place to keep track of things around here, Alyna said, trying to calm the mage down.
The man gasped.
Is the temple under surveillance?
No, we're not watching the temple. It's not even on the official map. Isn't that right, Caedmon?
Sure. The man waved his arms in the air. No, we're in trouble. We don't do technology. All supernatural creatures know that. We've just lost 2 guards because we didn't know this was going to happen. We can't be on the map or in any system, or on any kind of traceable technology. Whoever put us there can't be Pukak. He knew better.
They heard a clapping sound and a chuckle that sounded like a bell ringing. Turning around, they saw a tall and imposing woman approaching them, 10 men flanking her sides. Lizabel, so you weren't among the dead, Alyna said in astonishment.
Not only isn't she dead, but she is the one who planted the drug, Caedmon muttered. I don't strike women, but I'll have to make an exception this time.
Lizabel laughed, a laugh that tinkled like bells. The sound bounced back and forth between the walls surrounding the temple. Then she turned into a succubus and smiled flirtatiously at Caedmon.
Thanks for making this easier for me, he growled. You're not exactly a woman.
He inched forward, but Alyna stopped him. My men can handle this. She waved her arm, and the group of 9 mage guards charged forward toward the 20 shapeshifters. The front of the temple became a fighting ground. You don't look happy, Caedmon.
I'm not. You need training in combat strategies, Alyna. We've just fallen into a trap.
Excuse me?
You heard me. You might be good at one-on-one or even small group fighting, but this smells more like a battle with a decent troop size. What's in front of us is just a decoy. We're going to be ambushed because you've used all of your manpower here.
If your speculation is right,
I don't speculate when it comes to combat or when lives are at stake.
Point taken. You've identified the problem. Do you have a solution, Caedmon?
We have 9 fighters against 20 and a succubus. You and I don't count heads, but normally in this situation, I'd call for a retreat. In lay terms, we might have to run.
I don't run from combat.
They heard a whistle. The mages and shapeshifters had cancelled each other out. But a short distance away, a group of more than 50 shapeshifters emerged from the fog on their motorbikes. Chapter 15. The Beginning of Time. After a long wait, sitting on a bench in a cold and empty stone temple in the middle of a land he didn't know, Keymaster stood. He didn't recognize the god they worshipped. He chuckled to himself, thinking that in thousands of years he had lived and traveled the multiverse. There was still a religion he didn't know. He wondered how many higher powers creatures could invent to guide their beliefs. The side door slid open, but nothing, and no one, walked in. The room was completely empty. Apart from his uneven heartbeats and the lone candle quivering on the altar in worship of the unknown god, nothing in this room moved. "Who's there?"
Keymaster asked. The sheet of marble behind the altar lit up, and he could see the silhouette of a human shape, large with folded wings on its shoulders. An angel?
I'm here to deliver the Scorpio key as we agreed.
Good. Leave it on the altar, a distant male voice said. Keymaster cleared his throat.
What about the settlement?
It will be sent to you. He nodded and placed a small talisman on the altar. Is that it?
What do you mean?
The Scorpio key. Put the key on the altar.
As you well know, the key is too large for me to carry, and it will only have power when put in the right place.
Where is your assistant? She ought to be old enough to help you carry the key.
He chuckled. Well, she's pretty young, and like any teenager, she was out having fun. She never helped me much, and I doubt she knows anything about the key.
If you're saying she's useless, then can I kill her?
Why would you want to do that? She has nothing to do with this.
She knows about it. That's why. Keymaster waved his hand dismissively.
Oh, no. It's not worth your time to think about her. The talisman will lead you to the key. The talisman is a safety switch to guarantee you are the rightful owner. I'm sure you know that. When we signed our contract, I put your seal there and swore that the key belongs to you and only you. Don't lose the talisman. It doesn't lie, and it doesn't tolerate fraud. If you lose it, you will lose the key.
He heard a low growl of disagreement, but he ignored it.
I've got to go now. I trust you will send a payment soon.
He nodded his goodbye to the shadow and withdrew toward the door. As soon as he got past to the doorway, to the open space of the strange land, he felt a cold breeze at his back, and he knew then that he was done. The landscape in front of him became a blur, and it wasn't due to poor vision. The rolling black hills in front of him shifted. All the trees shed their leaves, and their limbs reached up to the sky like the skeletal hands of devils. He knew now he hadn't traveled to Zelok, but to an illusion of that land. Someone or something had tricked him into this dimension, this place, to steal the Scorpio key from him. The invitation had mentioned Thunderchild, and he'd originally thought the trap was for her. He was wrong. He ran. He could fight this creature, whatever it was. But whoever had set a trap of this scale was not an ordinary creature. Who would benefit from stealing the Scorpio key? The minor gods he knew wouldn't. He wasn't sure why someone would seek to possess the key, but there was one thing he did know for certain. He was done. The first claw in his back felt like the blades from the spider wolves that had almost killed him years ago. He hadn't been able to fight them back then, and Thunderchild, as an infant, had saved his life. But she wasn't here now. The claws struck him again and again, piercing him from the back to the front. He fell face down. As he lay waiting for the life to drain from his body, a hand turned him over. In front of him was a formidable dark angel with black wings. The angel knelt next to him.
I can give you a second chance at life, he said, if you tell me where the Scorpio key is and how I can obtain it. Why? Telling you is not part of the deal. The key in exchange for your life.
Keymaster reached up, trying to grab the angel's wings.
Go to hell.
The angel pulled him back down.
You'll beg me later, old man.
Keymaster,
Thunderchild called.
Let her live. I'll give you what you want,
said Keymaster.
It's too late,
the angel growled. He pushed Keymaster down and rose to his feet. As soon as he stood, Thunderchild charged at him. She was vicious. She pummeled him with kicks and punches, and all that she had, trying to push him away. Keymaster knew she didn't want to use her thunderclaps while he was nearby, But when she and the dark angel had moved a fair distance away, she clapped her hands. Thunder struck the angel full force, throwing him to the ground and sending him rolling backward.
"Teacher?"
asked Keymaster.
"I know she calls you teacher, and I know you're here. Let me hear you."
Teacher answered in an old male voice.
"Yes, I am here, but I don't have a physical form to help her. I told her not to come here. The prophecy is about you. You are the one supposed to die, not her. But she's vicious. She stands a chance against that dark angel."
"No, she's too young and inexperienced to fight him. You have to save her. I know you're a soul trader."
"You've got a deal to make? Because I have nothing valuable enough to trade for her soul."
"I do."
He used his last drop of strength to pull a talisman from his pocket.
1,000 years worth of life. You'll need this. Protect her."
"What do you want her to do for you?"
"Protect the Scorpio key. She broke the bloodstone for me to make the key. It has her essence. It will call for her, and she will know where I hid it. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands."
From the corner of his eye, he could see that the thunder strikes hadn't done the angel enough damage. The angel struck back, and Thunderchild had suffered several major blows. He could see that his angel wings had turned into blades, and those blades were flying at his injured little girl.
"Trade! Please! Now!"
he called out. Then his world went black, and in the transitional time when his soul left his body, he saw the same happen to Thunderchild. Her soul left her body, leaving the angel to stab his sharp wings into a soulless entity. Thunderchild was now immortal, and he was leaving forever. She hovered confused as she watched her body fall to the ground. She looked at him. She knew she wanted to talk to him, but couldn't. He was now only a flickering image, and that was the end of his immortal life. He knew she couldn't see him any more. It pained him to see her cry, but it was time for him to depart. Chapter 16.
"Oh, hell,"
Caedmon muttered when he saw the 50 shapeshifters in bikers' forms. A magical halo glowed around them, a sign they were about to shift. Into what kind of animals he didn't know. Caedmon always knew when he might be at a disadvantage in battle. This was one of those situations, no matter what form they chose. He glanced at Alyna, admiring her tenacity. She didn't waver in the slightest. She was prepared to fight these coming adversaries to the death. The difference between Alyna and him wasn't the number of attackers or the scale of the fight. It was the fact that the battle he was in charge of affected a few 100,000 lives in the multiverse. He fought for Eudays as a whole. Here, Alyna fought for her clients in Amarak. She saw Amarak as a collection of individuals she needed to protect. Irrespective of their ideological differences, they were now in this fight together. And in front of them were more than 50 fighters. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Caedmon knew he had to keep his adrenaline levels down, and fighting wouldn't help him do that. And Alyna certainly couldn't fight without opening all the wounds he had stitched up. He had to think fast. He tugged at her elbow before she charged at Lizabelle.
"She's the most dangerous one over there. You're the best fighter here. You need to save your resources."
"But she's leading them. If not her, who's the most dangerous one? Who should I take down?" He shook his head.
"Right now, I don't see anyone, but I know it's coming."
"Caedmon, she's leading that bunch of shifters. They're going to charge at us." "Let them. We're almost backed against the wall here."
"Do you have more guards coming?"
"Yes, about 12. There." She pointed to their right, where her men were coming.
"Good. Let them fight. We have to withdraw."
"But I'm their leader." You're saying I should send them over there to fight and be outnumbered while I run?
Alyna, we have to retreat and regroup so we can gather more forces and fight back. Your presence out there won't help much, no matter how good a fighter you are. If your people lose, they're doomed. He turned toward Alyna's men, waved at them, and pointed at the shapeshifters. He was surprised to see them take his orders without hesitation.
You just ordered my men.
Well, I did take over all Amarak business, so technically I'm their boss too.
Now that you got what you want, why don't you run? I have to stay here. They're going to kill my men very soon, and I have to guard the temple door.
If this temple is so important, do you have more guards to help watch over it?
No. I know I should have more, but we haven't gotten there yet.
The mage guards were knocked down quickly, one by one, not by the shapeshifters, but by Lizabel. The woman grew stronger as she fought. It would only be a matter of minutes before she got to Alyna. As soon as the woman had defeated another mage, Caedmon pulled his gun and fired at her. She stopped, looked down at her chest where the bullet hit, then looked back up at Caedmon and smirked. "It was worth a try," he muttered, but he knew that hell was coming his way. Lizabel left the mage for the shapeshifters and half charged, half flew toward Caedmon. Alyna jumped up, clashing with her in the air. When they landed, Caedmon could see that another wound had opened on Alyna's body. Blood seeped out. Lizabel lunged at Alyna, and Caedmon jumped to the front. As they couldn't fight in full capacity, the fight between the three of them was hardly fair. He didn't know what kind of creature this woman was, but her strength was incredible. Even with the first contact, his adrenaline shot up at an alarming level, and he could feel the strength draining from him in waves. "This woman feeds on the energy of others," he thought. He moved back several steps and pulled Alyna with him. "Don't let her contact you. She feeds on your energy." Lizabel smirked.
Very good. I'm glad you now know the reason you'll all die here.
Lorcan's voice came from behind them.
"Not too soon."
Caedmon couldn't help but smile. He knew what Lorcan was capable of. "Duck!" he shouted, and at the same time pushed Alyna, who fell to the ground. They heard a sound like a small missile, and Lizabel burned like a torch. She screamed in agony and exploded into nothingness. The shapeshifters were stunned and stopped fighting. Caedmon helped Alyna up. They turned around and saw Lorcan and Orla. "Lorcan is a walking, talking, lethal weapon," Caedmon said. "He can fire electronic waves from his eyes." He knew of Lorcan's ability, but this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. The shapeshifter troop began to retreat. Lorcan advanced, waves coming from his eyes, attacking the enemy. Orla hurled fireballs from her hands. The bikers withdrew. Then they heard a whistle. From the fog behind the shapeshifters, another army appeared with twice the number of men. Lorcan kept firing at them, but Caedmon could see it wasn't working. Lorcan could shoot, but he wasn't a machine gun. They were outnumbered. The adversaries would soon overpower them. More manpower was needed. Caedmon changed to the front.
"Wait, Caedmon,"
Lorcan said, and waved his hand in a signal. From their left, a small troop of multiversal mercenaries emerged. Alyna shouted, "The same group attacked us before! I recognize their movements. They're the same group, I'm sure of it."
"They're mercenaries. They fight for money, and they don't care who you are. We've paid, so they're ours to use."
Lorcan waved his hand again, and the rest of the mercenaries charged to the front. Lorcan and Orla followed, leaving Alyna and Caedmon guarding the temple gate.
"We've been ambushed,"
Caedmon said. Alyna was astonished. "What? By whom?" She put her hands on her guns and whirled around.
"Very good, young man."
They heard a clapping sound. A tall man with dark eyes stepped out from the fog.
"I'm Hanks from Athesis. Nathan sends his greetings and his goodbye."
He charged at Alyna, shifting into a giant lynx as he did. She fired at him, but the bullet didn't seem to do any damage. Leveraging from his momentum, the lynx used his front legs to push Alyna to the ground. Caedmon saw no other option. He darted forward in his human form to fight the shapeshifter. As he lunged at the shapeshifter, he felt the adrenaline inside him surging to the out-of-control snapping point. Chapter 17. The Beginning of Time. Thunderchild looked at the flickering image of Keymaster until he completely faded away. If she'd had a body, she was sure tears would have streamed down her face, but she had no tangible form now. All that was left of her was the dead body of a young woman on the ground. The Dark Angel lurked around the body, trying to find a way to ensure she was truly dead. The Dark Angel didn't see her soul, which suggested he was a condemned angel whose power had been suppressed by his god. In turning to the dark side, he might never be able to regain his angelic power. Hovering in the air next to her now was Teacher, looking like a kind old man. He smiled at her, but said nothing.
"Tell me how I can kill this Dark Angel, Teacher."
She needed no time to adjust. She wasn't Keymaster's crystal vase.
I will, but not now.
I'm old enough.
As a human, yes, but not as a magical creature. You might have ties to the angels, but this Dark Angel has lost his morality. He has become a predator, and he is far beyond your reach in dark magic. You stand no chance in fighting him, so don't even entertain the thought.
The Dark Angel knelt down next to her dead body. He wiped the tangled hair away from her face and traced his finger along her jawline. She didn't know much about aesthetic standards, but Keymaster had told her several times that she had the angelic look of her parents, that she was beautiful.
What is he doing, Teacher? What does he want to do with my body?
Nothing I want to think about. Look away.
No, I won't. Even though my body is dead, I can't let him destroy my dignity. I'm begging you to put me back into anything, any form. I'll kill him. If I die as a mortal, so be it.
Don't be ignorant, Thunderchild. Keymaster and your parents sacrificed a great deal to keep you alive because they believe you can do something big. Something more than you can achieve with a mortal life. If he wants to destroy your mortal body, let him. It's soulless. It's wasted. Your dignity isn't in that body. It's in your soul.
I can't let him ruin my body, dead or alive. I can't. I'm not happy that you turned me into this immortal form, because now I can't even kill myself. I beg you, Teacher, please help me stop him.
The Dark Angel pulled her top open and stared at her bare chest.
Teacher, please don't make me curse at you.
Thunderchild, he's not doing what you think he's doing.
What?
Just look.
The Dark Angel raised his arms and his hands, and all the feathers on his wings turned into steel blades. His eyes darkened, turned red, and sparked with evil. He stabbed his claws into her chest and pulled out her heart. He lifted the heart, its blood dripping and running down the length of his arms. Then he opened his mouth. A halo of yellow light poured out, and her heart was sucked in. The heart disappeared into the giant mouth, vanishing along with the light.
He didn't know the body and heart were soulless. He thought he absorbed the essence of the angel's heart, and it would absolve his sins and redeem him from whatever issue he has with his god. He was mistaken.
Teacher grinned. Does that mean I have a better chance of killing him? Teacher smiled and then sighed.
Yes, but still, if you want to kill him directly, you will need a tangible form. Otherwise, you will be forced to do what I do. Influence others to do what you need.
You mean manipulate people's minds and make them commit sins for my own gain?
You make it sound so complicated.
It is complicated.
You can't have it all, child. You've lived your life seeking vengeance. That is a sin in itself. And to get that done, you will commit more sins, and others will get hurt, including innocents. But before you get to where you want, Keymaster wanted you to find and protect the Scorpio Key. Once you've done that, I can help you with your revenge.
Yes, teacher. What's the first thing I need to do?
Set your conscience aside and commit a minor sin.
Chapter 18. Alyna knew when she was engaged in a fight just to lose. This was one of those. The Athesis shapeshifter turned into a lynx and charged at her again. She had fought with Nathan, the leader of Athesis. Although they were on opposite sides and had totally different mentalities about their businesses and territories, she respected him as a fighter. But it weirded her out that she had never before encountered this lynx, although he claimed he was at a high rank in Athesis. She didn't know her guns couldn't damage a shapeshifter. If that applied to all high-ranking fighters in Athesis, they would be doomed. Not everyone would honor fair fights like Nathan. But again, she didn't really know Nathan. Athesis wouldn't be here without his command. She scrambled back up after slipping on the cold snow in front of the temple. Another of her wounds had broken open. She could feel the blood seeping out. Caedmon charged at the animal from behind. He was strong, but she knew he couldn't use his supernatural power right now. He grabbed the lynx and swung it around and away from her path so it couldn't come at her again. On her right, the fighting between the shapeshifters and her guards and the mercenaries Lorcan had hired was still intense. Lorcan and Orla were totally occupied by the fighting as their adversaries continued to come at them. Alyna backed up against the temple door and regained her stance. The lynx turned around, trying to bite Caedmon. Caedmon backed out and darted away from her. The lynx went after him instead. "Look out!" she shouted as the lynx jumped in the air, aiming to land on his back while he was running. Extremely fast and agile, Caedmon turned quickly. Seeing the lynx in the air, ready to pounce on him, he ducked and skidded on the snowy ground in the opposite direction of its trajectory. The lynx landed on the snow, missing its target. It bared its teeth. Caedmon charged at the animal head-on. When he got close, the lynx hunched down, ready to charge. Caedmon jumped into the air over the lynx's head and stomped hard on its backbone on his way down. The lynx howled as its back legs collapsed. Caedmon turned around, leaped onto the animal's back once again, and wrapped his arm around its neck. The animal wriggled and fell on its back. Alyna spied a guard's dagger, a weapon made of an icy red stone. The guard must have died in the fight. Sliding over, she picked up the dagger and ran to where Caedmon battled the lynx. She stabbed the animal's belly while Caedmon continued to strangle it. It howled, and blood seeped out of its wound. Alyna was relieved. This weapon worked on the shapeshifter. With all the strength she could gather, she stabbed again and again. Her own wounds broke open with each stab, but she didn't care. She continued until the blood soaked through her shirt and streamed down to the snow. Caedmon lay beneath the lynx, his arm pressed firmly against its windpipe. The animal wriggled more, but it weakened quickly. Her blood pooled on the snow, mingling with the animal's blood. She heard Caedmon grunt, and the next thing she knew, the lynx's neck lolled to the side, broken. Caedmon crawled out from under the dead body of the animal. She must have run out of both blood and energy because the dagger felt as if it weighed a ton. She dropped it and flopped onto the snow. She needed to close her eyes for a few seconds to get her strength back. Caedmon came over and dropped to his knees next to her. "Are you okay?" he asked. She opened her eyes, and what she saw was trouble. His eyes were bloodshot, and the skin on the right side of his neck had turned black and scaly. He breathed heavily and braced himself against the snow. She sat up instantly and held his face in her hands. "Caedmon, look at me. Calm down. Take control. Look at me, please." His eyes were distant. Then they focused on her again, but not for long. "I can't control this.
I'm gone, Alyna.
No, no, look at me. For pity's sake, please.
He glanced at the bloodstone dagger lying in the white snow, then he pushed her hands away and reached for it.
You're not going to harm yourself, you idiot.
She grabbed him from behind and pulled him backward. He flopped to the ground, but still reached for the dagger. She grabbed him, and they wrestled in the snow. He was incredibly strong. Her injuries were a handicap, but she would go to hell if she let him do what he was trying to do. She yanked hard, using all her remaining strength, and threw him away from the dagger. Now the skin on the left side of his neck had turned scaly too. This was certainly not a lion he was shifting into, but something else. She tackled him again.
Let me go, Alyna. I don't want to hurt you.
You might the hell kill me before I'll let you get that dagger.
He wriggled hard, but he wouldn't let go. Caedmon flopped to the snow, breathing heavily.
I can't control this, but I'm not going to accept turning into an animal and killing people. Let me go, Alyna.
No, I won't let you kill yourself, and I'm not going to let you turn either.
With her last drop of strength, she swung a punch at his temple, knocking him out cold. As soon as he passed out, his skin started turning back to its normal color. She didn't have any energy left, but she had to laugh. Her violent punch had worked. She fell onto the snow, lying next to him. A short distance away, the mercenaries and Lorcan and Orla seemed to have handled the shifters. Lorcan sent the mercenaries away. It was quiet.
I've had enough of this. This is unacceptable,
Lorcan shouted. Alyna propped herself up on her elbows.
What?
Lorcan knelt next to an unconscious Caedmon.
I've knocked him out,
she said.
Otherwise he would have turned.
You had to punch his brain out of his skull to keep him from shifting into an animal? At least as an animal he'd be alive.
Do you have any idea what he tried to do to himself?
I have no idea, but any solution is better than this.
He's lost his superpower, and this is not his environment, so he's more vulnerable than an ordinary human. Even he didn't know how vulnerable he was to an attack on Earth. He's not meant to be here. I'll take him back to you days, and we can fix him there, in his home.
Lorcan lifted Caedmon and swung him over his shoulder.
No, please. We need him here.
We? In you days, we need him too.
Lorcan walked away.
Let's go, Orla.
Alyna sat in the snow, too weak to even move.
Please, Orla. I could use some help. You can't leave us like this. There's nothing I can do, Alyna. Please, Orla, please. I've never begged before, but I have no hope now. I have no other options. Please.
Oh, hell, Orla muttered.
Lorcan.
What?
Lorcan stopped walking, but before he could completely turn around, Orla shot a dart into his leg. Lorcan fell to the ground with Caedmon.
Well, I've just tranquilized my own husband. Now we have 2 unconscious men and an injured mage leader. How am I supposed to move all of you to a shelter? And since when do they have snow in Australia? Oh, I forgot. This is the new Earth. The Australia I know exists here only in fairy tales. In my time, let me tell you, Australia was a real country, and it was stinking hot most of the time. So hot that Santa Claus wore shorts.
Orla put her hands on her hips.
Santa? You're kidding, right? You don't have Christmas? Or is it just you who doesn't know what it is? Maybe it's just me, but the way you talk about it, it must be something nice.
They heard the hum of a motorbike. Headlights beamed at them from behind the thick curtain of fog, and soon Nathan and a group of his men emerged. Alyna scrambled to her feet.
Nathan!
She gestured toward the bodies of the Athesis fighters.
They attacked us first. It's all on me. I killed them.
She pointed to Lorcan, Caedmon, and Orla.
They have nothing to do with this.
You're a brilliant fighter, Alyna, but I don't think you could take on all my guys yourself. And do you really want to fight with me in your current condition?
'cause you look like shit."
"Yep," she said, and then her knees buckled, and she blacked out. Chapter 19. Nathan strode straight to the warehouse he used as his headquarters and up to the steel chair that looked like some kind of throne from ancient times. Hanks told him he had found this chair in the ruins of a museum that dated back to 2016 or 2017. Nathan shook his head. They must have been barbarians back then if they considered this piece of furniture to be quality. It hurt his backside to sit on it. He shrugged and chuckled to himself when he thought about Hanks. He had never felt relief like this in his life. Alyna and Caedmon had killed Hanks, who'd been a thorn in his side for some time and a scumbag backstabber and traitor of a thesis. Hanks considered himself older and wiser and had always thought he deserved more than Nathan, ever since Nathan inherited the role of leader from the family father rather than qualifying by combat. Well, it hadn't been very wise of Hanks to hire creatures from Zelog to ambush Amarak and frame Nathan and a thesis for mass murder. Nathan rubbed at the aching wound on his chest. Hanks had plunged his dagger through Nathan's body at the position of his heart, not knowing Nathan's heart wasn't where it would normally be. Thinking he was dead, Hanks had then taken his troops to the temple to take on Alyna. That pathetic attempt had gotten him a broken neck, and the son of a bitch deserved it. His communication unit beeped an alarm. He picked up. "Yes?" 10 minutes later, he stormed into one of his major debt collection offices. It was empty. Broken furniture was everywhere, and not a single wall or window was left intact. "Come out," he shouted. A wall panel in the far corner of the room slid open. His staff came out one by one, looking both confused and terrified. "You left the office while it was being destroyed and stayed in that hole in the wall? You are not fighters, but you could have at least preserved some of a thesis's dignity." He pointed a finger at the manager, a man in his mid-40s. "You, tell me who did this."
"I don't know."
Nathan grabbed a computer monitor off a desk and threw it at the manager, who jumped out of the way just in time.
"It happened too fast, Nathan. We weren't prepared. I had only enough time to pull the plugs so they couldn't get into the system. But that didn't seem to be their intention."
"So what was their intention?"
From outside of the room, Ben responded.
"To get even."
Nathan turned and saw Ben, the man who used to be Alyna's second, with a group of Amarak fighters.
"Ben Zurich, I thought you left Amarak."
"I did, but because cowards like you caused trouble here, I had to come back. Killing trainees and holding our leader captive. Is that how you want to play the game now? You disappoint me, Nathan."
"You wouldn't be disappointed if you didn't have expectations. Or perhaps you admire me silently, given your family invested in my business instead of in Amarak's."
"I certainly have no admiration for you as a person, but Alyna has respect for you as a fighter. I don't agree. But she insisted that even though the two of you might be on opposite sides, you are an advocate of fair competition. And now see what it got her. You think I'm holding her captive?" "I don't think. She's at Amarak, isn't she?"
"Yeah, but..."
"She killed a bunch of your fighters, including your senior-ranked Hanks, didn't she?"
"I know how it looks, and I intend to lay down our internal affairs for your approval. I have Alyna, but she and her people are not my captives. In fact, they can leave whenever they choose."
"Well, if they're friendly hostages, why aren't your people here aware of it?" Ben gestured toward the office staff.
"As I told you, I'm not holding her hostage. If you want to talk to her, I can take you to her."
Ben laughed.
"Do you think I'm an idiot?"
"You want me to take my people and walk straight into your trap?"
Nathan shrugged.
"Well, it's up to you. You've destroyed our properties here. I'll bill Amarak for it."
"You wouldn't dare."
"Would you rather I bill you? Oh, no, wait, you're not with Amarak now, so you're jobless. Probably have no money. There's no point in me robbing a peasant.
Ben charged at Nathan. Nathan had been waiting for just that reaction. He hadn't engaged in a real fight for a long time, and that wasn't good for his skills and mental capacity. Plus, Ben was the perfect candidate for a practice partner. He wasn't as good as Alyna, but he was better than average, and that was a bonus.
What do you want? I hold you hostage. You send a guy back to your headquarters to bring Alyna back to me. She loses a hair, and one of your guys loses a head.
Nathan smiled.
Is that a request or a challenge? It's a ransom. Without a hostage? You don't have me yet. Want a round of wrestling?
Nathan asked.
I don't wrestle with your kind, but I can certainly break some necks.
Ben rushed at him again. Ben was a lot stronger than he'd thought, but not a fraction as skillful as Alyna. All things considered, he wasn't a bad fight at all. They went for a few seconds. Ben could have endured more, but Nathan's urge to fight had already been sated. He had more important things to do, so he stomped a hard kick at Ben's abdomen, sending him skidding backward on the cold ground. Nathan planted a foot on Ben's chest to stop him from sitting up and quickly yanked off Ben's belt. It wasn't just any belt. It was Amarak's belt, and reflected his rank as a member of the club. Nathan had always wanted to do something similar with a thesis, and he would when he had a chance to do so. He looked at the belt, then rolled it up and shoved it into the pocket of his leather jacket. Ben tried to sit up, but Nathan picked him up and slammed him back down to the ground, hard enough to knock him out. The other fighters wanted to attack, but Nathan wagged a finger at them.
If I knock all of you out, then I'll have to hold you hostage, and I'm not sure what my people will do. Why don't you just go and take Ben with you? Do some thinking about what you did. Then tell him to come and talk to me like a civilized being.
As he turned and walked away, Nathan thought he saw the shadow of an angel he spied the other day when he killed the creature. He frowned and looked again at the high stone fence in front of him, but saw nothing but an empty sky. He shrugged and walked away. Chapter 20. Alyna opened her eyes and knew instantly she was at a thesis. The decor, or lack thereof, of the warehouse, the plain furniture around her, and the odor of rusty steel, old wood, and rubber, told a thesis's story. It was their way of life, rough and simple. She respected that, but she wasn't quite sure what to make of the fact she was lying on one of their beds. She ached everywhere. Aside from beaming out some light when she'd claimed the leadership and lighting up the Scorpio statue in the temple, she hadn't seen any additional benefit or power since she had turned. The worst part was the teacher had left her after that. She couldn't ask any questions about her condition, let alone Caedmon's, how he had shifted into animal form, and how he shifted back. The fact that he'd snapped right back into human form after biting her made her wonder whether biting was her only solution, and she wasn't too enthusiastic about being bitten again anytime soon. She sat up to get her bearings and see where she was. She saw that it wasn't truly a room, but more of an open space divided by temporary wood panels. And of course there were no doors. Her clothes were folded neatly by her bedside. She sighed. She was sure Caedmon had patched her up again, and as she was nearly naked, it felt much better to think that he had worked on her, rather than any of the thesis. Wincing with pain, she pulled her clothes on. She seemed to be in more pain than before, but she didn't think her injuries had gotten worse. She figured the painkiller Caedmon had given her was wearing off, but she was strong enough to handle the pain. Orla sauntered in. Her smile could brighten anyone's gloomy mood. She understood why Lorcan loved Orla so much. What was there not to love? Big dark eyes, full of mystery, long raven hair, an exotic oval face, and lips made for kissing.
Oh, no, you're not getting up now. Caedmon said you're not allowed out of bed until he said so.
How is he? Where is he? Well, he has a bit of a headache. Apart from that, he's fine. He's in town with Lorcan, trying to get you the meds for your injuries. Lorcan must hate me. Well, he tried to, but Lorcan isn't capable of hate. If he hates something, he'll remember it for less than 5 seconds. He does have a temper, though. Alyna shrugged. It seems to come as a package. Exactly. Now, Orla said, holding up an object. Can you tell me what this is? A carrot? So it's normal for a carrot to grow this big? I'm trying to cook you some food and certainly don't want to use a mutated carrot. Alyna laughed. It's slightly bigger than a normal carrot, but it's not some weird mutation. Cooking to me is weird, though. You mean general cooking or just the fact that I cook? It's me. I don't live in a circle of people who cook, so the whole concept is foreign to me. For me, food comes from vendors. Orla shrugged. Same. In the Daemon Gate where Lorcan and I live, food comes from machines. I told Lorcan when our Gale grows up a bit, we have to take him to Earth for some real food. You know, not in this time, but in the time that we understand a bit better. Say, 2017, or somewhere around that. Could be a few years in the future from that point, but nothing this far into the 3rd millennium. Your Gale? Oh, our son. Only a year old. A toddler. He loves Caedmon and follows him everywhere, whenever they visit us. So Caedmon's family and yours live close to each other? Orla laughed. The Daemon Gate and you days are different universes. To put it into perspective, it's like different continents on Earth, but the inter-universe transport is very efficient. You can go to and fro very quickly with the right permits. It's like catching a domestic express flight with a visa. What's a visa? Orla rolled her eyes. Oh, that's right. You don't have governments and countries anymore. All right, it's kind of like if Amarak fenced off your business territory and called it your country. You have authority over it. Whoever lives in your country has your protection. If others want to visit your country, they need a visa, which is essentially your permission for them to enter. Really? That sounds like a lot of restriction. Well, it's not a bad thing if that restriction brings you protection and security. In the multiverse, it's much stricter. It's a climbing mountains and crossing oceans effort to get a pass to visit a different universe, if you're not a privileged citizen. That sounds discriminating. Yes, we do discriminate against criminals and enemies who try to kill us, but I think it's a fair discrimination. Alyna chuckled. You're more political than I thought. No way. I'm a sorceress. You should talk to Kieran, Caedmon's father. That's when you really get to hear about multiversal politics and wars. No thanks. You don't want to meet them? She shrugged and said nothing. She'd lost her family such a long time ago, and had been a loner for so long, she didn't remember what it was like to have a family. She tried to put her belt on, but her injuries made even a simple activity like that difficult. Let me help, Orla said, and approached to help her with it. Nathan and a couple of his men walked in. He grinned when he saw Orla helping Alyna with her belt, with a giant carrot still in her hand.
Ladies, just so you know, he said with a smile, you're surrounded by hundreds of real men. You won't need to use that carrot to defend yourselves.
Orla donned her usual smile. At least this carrot doesn't demand anything in return.
Fair enough,
Nathan said. Thank you, Alyna said, making the assumption that he was the one who had picked them up and given them shelter.
My pleasure, Alyna. Any time. I tried to tell you before, we aren't enemies.
We aren't friends either, Nathan. Two security businesses can't operate in the same city. You can't establish clear boundaries and a stable authority that way. Orla rolled her eyes. Someone is more political than I thought. Nathan grinned again.
All right, I just want to let you know the food is served in the next quarter, which is in the adjacent building. We don't have authentic home-cooked meals, but our suppliers are really good vendors."
He trailed off as Alyna placed a small knife she'd hidden in her boot against his forehead. Nathan raised his arms, seeking a truce.
"What do you want, Alyna?"
"Give me your belt." "No monkey business." Nathan pulled off the belt with the Amarak shield on the buckle and gave it to her.
"I can explain," Nathan said.
"This is Ben's belt. Amarak fighters give up their belts only if they die. What did you do to him?"
"Please, Alyna, I can explain."
Nathan!
Called out a man standing behind Nathan.
"What?"
You've got a call. Your device is off, so they called me."
He handed Nathan a communicator device.
"May I?"
Nathan asked Alyna. Alyna withdrew the knife.
"Yes,"
Nathan said to someone on the line. Then he turned the communicator off and looked at Alyna.
"Regarding Ben, I don't have an explanation for you now."
Chapter 21. The Beginning of Time. Thunderchild looked up at the magnificent room of the Ice Temple. She had been searching for the location of the Scorpio Key for years. Finally, she had found it, hidden in a temple that no ordinary eyes could see, and located on an island in a human land that was so remote no human could ever get to it. Keymaster had died before knowing she had been turned into this formless immortal, and that was why his dying wish was for her to find and protect the key. But how was she supposed to protect something without being able to physically touch it? Without being able to move the key to somewhere safe, she would have to constantly guard it. Having her immortal life tied to a mythical object was not what she wanted for herself, and she still needed to seek revenge for her parents' murders. No one should be able to do what their murderer had done and get away with it. She knew it wasn't coincidental that the key was hidden inside this temple of shiny ice. Keymaster must have cast a spell to make the ice recognize her so that it would open to her when she needed to enter the temple, because she didn't see a door by which she could gain access. She stepped closer to the ice wall and was astonished to see her appearance for the first time in years. "Hello there," she said and waved to herself, touching her reflected image in the ice. She brushed away the long locks of thick white hair. She was sure both of her parents had had sandy hair. But when, as an infant, she'd watched as the predator's blades pierced their bodies, something in her had broken. The older she'd grown, the whiter her hair had become. She had still looked human in her late 20s. Keymaster always told her she was beautiful, but she had no understanding of beauty, nor anything for comparison. It didn't matter how she looked anyway. She had no family and no friends, and now she couldn't even see herself, save for looking into this icy mirror. And she still needed to figure out how she could use her formless body to protect the Key of Scorpio now that she had found it. A small group of human females who looked the same age as she walked toward the temple. She stood motionless, even though she knew they couldn't see her. As they came closer, she could see that they weren't human, but mages, magical creatures, who worked with light energy. It astonished her that the group seemed to see a door, and they moved toward the temple with ease. The tallest girl in the group placed a talisman up to a hole in the wall, and a door slid open. "Isn't this easy?" she said to herself, and quickly followed the girls inside the temple. The open space inside the temple was magnificent. It was made entirely of ice and decorated with statues of gods she didn't recognize. In the middle of the dome was an altar. The girls knelt and performed their rituals, whatever they were. She paid no mind to what they were doing, but made a beeline toward the place that made all her senses jump, the place where she could find the Scorpio Key. There was a long corridor leading to the west wing. She followed it and approached a door that she couldn't penetrate. She needed someone to open the door for her. She went back to the dome and looked at the girls. She could hear an inner voice shouting at her. beseeching her not to do what she intended to do. But she ignored it. She was too close to the key to let this opportunity pass her by. She approached the girls and cast a spell Teacher had taught her. The tall girl in the group stood up suddenly and walked toward the west wing. The other girls scurried after her.
Amma, what are you doing?
One of them asked. The tall girl, she figured it was Amma, continued walking, approaching the room she needed to enter. As they came close to the room, the other girls stopped.
Amma, come back. We're not supposed to go to the west wing.
She knew why Amma didn't listen to the girls. In Amma's mind, there was one voice, and one voice only, that she listened to, and that was Thunderchild's voice. She was manipulating the girl to do what she needed, and that was to save humankind from trouble, should the key fall into the wrong hands. It was what Keymaster wanted her to do. Amma entered the room and absently looked up at the altar where the Scorpio key in the form of a statue stood. Thunderchild froze. What was on the altar wasn't the Scorpio key she had seen Keymaster making, but she couldn't stop Amma. She was executing an order Thunderchild had embedded into the girl's mind. Amma had to complete it. The order had been given. It couldn't be taken back. Amma approached the altar and tugged at the statue. It didn't move. She reached the room, looking for something with which to break the statue free. The other girls had returned and were at the door, shouting at Amma, but no one dared enter the room. Thunderchild had given a command she couldn't reverse. She could see the horror on Amma's face. The girl knew what she was doing, but she couldn't stop herself. Thunderchild had never seen such devastation in human eyes. Even creatures before she killed them hadn't looked like that. Amma approached a golden rail at the corner of the altar where there was a sword made of ice. She grabbed the handle of the sword and for a moment seemed to be in control of her actions. She turned, holding the sword, and charged toward the door, away from the statues. The sword exploded in her hand. The doorway to the room in the west wing became nothing more than a mess of blood and gore from the exploded bodies of the mages. Thunderchild stormed out of the temple. She ran and she ran until she couldn't run any more. Where had she made a mistake? She dropped to the ground on her knees. She felt the presence of Teacher and looked up to see him hovering next to her. He didn't smile, but he didn't show anger either. He had told her not to act in haste, not to take chances. She hadn't followed his advice, and as a result, innocent beings had died. Chapter 22.
Are you kidding?
Lorcan raised his voice.
I'm dead serious.
Caedmon glanced around the technology station where people paid to work temporarily on computers. It was, he figured, what was known as the Internet Cafe in ancient times.
It's not going to work. I need my equipment, and I need to be at my station in the Daemon Gate.
Uncle Lorcan, you know very well that as soon as you return to the Daemon Gate, you won't be able to move a single hair in the wrong direction, or you'll lose your head. That's why I ask you to do it while we're here.
Lorcan glanced around them, then lowered his voice.
We need serious shit to hack the LeBlanc system. The scrap metal they call computers here just won't do the job.
I'm not asking you to hack. I'm asking you to create an identity for me so I can get in to retrieve some of my funds. It's my family's money. I'm not stealing anything.
We can go back to your days, as any sensible citizen of your days would do, and use the system properly, as any responsible commander would do, and send the funds here. If you want to donate money, all you need to do in your days is press a button. Why go through all this trouble?
I can't go back to you days and execute an action that will change things in this future time.
You can as long as you don't come back here to profit from the changes. Oh, I get it. You want to come back to this time.
You know, you can't time travel back and forth after you've manipulated things and created sequences of cause and effect events. Whatever it is you want to do, you want it to happen here and now. You like Alyna. I don't know what you're talking about. You know why I'm here, right? Yes, your late wife wants you to get the key. It's not just because Sedna wanted me to get the real key. Father said if the key got into the wrong hands, the Earth dimension would collapse. That means this round lump of dirt where you were born will vanish, along with all those who live in it. We can say it's not our problem because we live in the multiverse. But will your conscience let you walk away while we're here and so close to the key? I have my priorities, and your safety is at the top of the list. As for my conscience and saving the Earth, I believe I did my fair share quite a while ago. You can ask your father about that. I won't ask, and I don't need any proof from you. But I am staying. Alyna needs more help than just money. If my safety is at the top of your priority list, then I trust you'll stay. But if you need to go, I'll understand. All right, I'll help. But if anything happens that might affect your safety, I'm taking you back. No questions asked. I owe your father that much. Agreed. Now can we use this computer to make me an identity so things won't get back to our system? You're a genius. You can do anything, Uncle Lorcan. Caedmon grinned. That smile only works on Orla, not on me, said Lorcan. And I can do better than using these computers. But I'll need something from a current living LeBlanc to create a profile. What about me? No, idiot. I mean someone living in this time. Your make is what we need to hide. Will a hair sample work? Maybe. But blood is better. Lorcan, you really want me to go find a real LeBlanc now, in this time? That means I have to go to their headquarters in Midland, London, wherever the hell that is. And you expect me to get some blood? It's as reasonable as you asking me to use a public computer to create a fake profile for you. In the end, they're your real family. What's stopping you from going to the headquarters and being straight with them? You time-traveled, yes, but I don't think there's anything that could weird out the LeBlancs. You know the situation. When I came, I wanted to remain as low profile as possible, get the key, and get out of here. There's nothing low profile about alerting the headquarters of my presence. His wrist unit beeped. He glanced at the screen and frowned. It appears we won't have to hack into the headquarters at all. He tilted the screen so Lorcan could see the credentials of the caller. Lorcan gestured for him to wait and pulled out a small device. He plugged his device into Caedmon's and then nodded. Caedmon picked up the call. On the screen, the image of a young man who appeared to be in his early 30s appeared. The credentials printed at the bottom of the screen stated he was Jamie LeBlanc. Caedmon, I am. I know who you are. You're the acting CEO of the London headquarters. The reason I didn't connect with you when I came here was that I hadn't planned to stay long, and I wasn't on an important mission. Jamie smiled. Caedmon normally didn't notice male features, but looking at his relative on the screen, he had to admit that striking gray eyes were a trademark LeBlanc feature. Jamie nodded. Understood. However, blowing up a building and transferring funds out of headquarters into an organization operated by magical creatures has made your mission quite noticeable. I'll pay back the money when I get back to my station. No need to pay it back. The family money is your business. Does that mean the family's business here is my business too, and you want me to do something for you? Jamie chuckled. It's only fair. Thank you for understanding. Sure. What can I do for you? Look, you want Amarak's business? I can send you the money right now. The condition is that you get a thesis for me. Amarak and a thesis are rivals. So if Amarak becomes your business, it's only natural to destroy the opponent.
What exactly do you want me to do regarding a thesis?
Well, when I say destroy them, I mean kill as many of them as possible. You won't be in this on your own. I'll send help your way.
Like mercenaries from Zelok? Jamie leaned back in his chair.
You know a lot more than I expected.
What proof of mission completion do you need?
I want Nathan Breen's head.
Why?
Well, there's a lot more to discuss, but it's only for serious people. If you're serious about this, bring me Nathan's head, and you will have all the resources you need to take over Amarak and operate it however you want.
Chapter 23.
Where are you, Ben?
Alyna asked herself while surveying the area that was scattered with the dead bodies of Nathan's office staff and a handful of Amarak fighters who used to work with Ben. She didn't mind a good fight, although she knew her condition didn't allow it, but what made her blood boil now was that a coward had taken her friend to lure her out. She wasn't an alpha of any kind. She didn't see herself that way, even though she had officially claimed the leadership of Amarak. Everybody knew she was a loner, so how did this creature know she considered Ben a friend? Fear clawed at her. The South. Something had happened in the South, and the reason Ben had come back here was because he had informed someone that they were friends. He had come back for her. Damn it, she cursed silently. I'll go to the peak, she said aloud, as she looked again at the note soaked with Ben's blood. Meet at the peak, if you want to see him again alive, it said.
Are you crazy?
Said Nathan, speaking for the first time since they arrived at the scene.
The peak is full of the most notorious creatures in the multiverse. I've never set foot there, and you're barely functioning, either as a human or a creature. Let's just stay here and see what it will do, whatever it is. If it needs you that badly, it will come here to find you.
Ben is an Amarak fighter. I won't abandon him.
Let's cut the crap. Whoever it is that captured him is trying to lure you out. I'm more than sure it's a condemned creature because no other creature in its right mind would go to the peak.
Why is that, Nathan?
Because supernatural powers don't work there. Whatever wants to fight with you there wants a muscle fight with no leverage.
A fair fight, then?
Not at all. A fair fight happens in a ring with judges, not at the peak.
She smiled to herself. This would actually work out better for her, because not only had she not been able to summon any supernatural power, she was also injured. Right now, a fight without magic was better than one with it. Ben is more than a fighter to me, she said. He's a friend. I will go there for him. Isn't that what athesis people do? Nathan was angry.
Alyna,
he exclaimed, and was about to say something more. But what came out of his mouth instead was a howl, and he almost shifted into a lynx. Alyna knew she had pushed his buttons. She hadn't intended to manipulate his emotions, but she needed to break loose of Nathan and rescue Ben. As she predicted, Nathan walked away.
Do whatever you want, he said. Your club, your life. Why should I care?
A short while later, Alyna stood staring at the entrance of an abandoned temple at the top of the small hill they called the Peak. She kept her mind as still and clear as possible. Even though supernatural powers didn't work here, she never knew when she might be dealing with a mind reader, and she had no intention of putting herself at a disadvantage. Ahead of her, a small creature with an ape-like appearance walked out from behind a tree. She didn't know much about multiversal matters, but she knew there were freelance mercenaries and creatures who worked for hire and would do practically any kind of job for money. However, she didn't expect one of those creatures to take a form so close to that of an earth monkey. She sighed as she thought of Caedmon. He had no choice about the kind of animal he shifted into. She approached the creature from behind and pressed her knife against its back. The knife cut into his flesh slightly, making him growl.
Someone is being held captive here. I want you to take me to him.
All right, but it will cost you.
She pressed harder with the knife.
You won't have any use for money if you're dead.
Again, she put pressure on the knife to emphasize her point.
All right. I'll help you.
Good. You've already been paid anyway. Don't try to cut a two-end deal.
The guy hasn't paid me yet.
Is he here?
No, he's gone out for something. Maybe he's gone to the peak.
I thought this was the peak.
No, we're just outside of it. But there's only one way to get here, and that's via the peak. The guy said he'd be back soon. He wanted me to keep an eye on his prisoner. He said he'd pay me when he comes back. But I have a feeling he's going to try to dodge the payment.
What makes you think that?
Well, he kept asking about the ice temple where the mages worship their god. If he has to break into that temple to steal gold and silver, it means he doesn't have any money.
So why are you working for them then?
He kind of had a knife to my throat, like what you're doing now.
Look, I'm not doing this out of greed. His prisoner is my friend. That's fundamentally different from why your client is doing this.
The ape chuckled.
He hardly qualifies as my client if he doesn't pay me.
I can't promise you any money, but I'm a kick-ass fighter, and I can take him out for you. Is there anything you want from him, apart from money?
The ape shook his head.
Nah, you can't do that. He's too big, and you're a girl.
She pressed the knife into his back as a reminder.
Yes, a girl with a knife, he said, but still a girl. Plus that guy has magic. His hands glow, and he has wings. He can choose to appear and disappear in the blink of an eye. You can't frighten him if you can't see him.
She pointed to the wall and used the tiny bit of light she had left to punch a hole in it.
Wow, so you have magic too.
The ape's eyes sparked with interest.
All right, he has a silver belt that I really like. If you can get it for me, I'll work for you.
Deal. Now take me to my friend.
Well, the deal works for me, but it won't for my group. I think you better knock them out.
She rolled her eyes behind his back.
All right.
The ape led her down to a basement where he tapped on a closed door. A small window opened in the door, and a pair of eyes looked out.
What?
You want food?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
The door swung open. Alyna swung a kick at the ape at the door, who was twice the size of the current one. She couldn't afford to waste any time going through another round of negotiation and a possible fistfight, so she hurled a knife at the ape. It struck him in the middle of the forehead, and he fell to the ground. She saw Ben tied up in the corner of the room, unconscious.
How many of you are there in this temple?
She asked the ape.
15.5.
What does that mean?
Well, big apes count as one. But I'm only half-sized.
The ape grinned, but she didn't find him amusing.
Did he torture my friend?
He just sedated.
Wake him up and unchain him.
The ape obeyed. Ben sat up groggily.
Alyna!
Alyna crouched and smiled.
Good. You still recognize me. That means you don't have a concussion, and haven't lost your memories, and aren't possessed. You have to get out of here. Leave me. This thing isn't human, and it's not like any kind of paranormal creature we've dealt with before. I'm going to get you out of here.
No, leave me. It was trying to lure you here. Leave now. I'm a burden.
Not if you can run fast.
Ben jumped up to his feet.
All right, I'll run with you. Out of here. Right now.
What about my silver belt?
Before Alyna could answer him, Ben pulled the knife out of the dead ape's body and stabbed the little one. The creature fell to the ground, dead.
Ben! He helped me find you. I promised him something.
We don't have the time for this, Alyna. We can discuss morality when we're back on our turf.
They rushed toward the door and found 15 apes waiting for them in the basement. Chapter 24. Caedmon threw Nathan to the wall in one swift move. The temporary wooden wall in the Athesis office collapsed on impact.
You know she's injured, so you sold her off so you could take over Amarak. Nice theory, Caedmon. But for your information, even if Amarak loses its leader, it's not my turn to take over. Whatever wants Alyna is dangerous. It wants something a lot more than Amarak business. And just a reminder, I'm the one who saved your ass and brought you here.
Nathan rubbed his sore shoulder. Caedmon picked him up by the collar and shoved him against another wall.
You brought us here because you want to form an alliance with Amarak. Whoever your opponent is, it would take both of your groups to fight him. But I'm sure as hell that once you handle your mutual enemies, you'll turn against Amarak in a heartbeat. Wouldn't we all?
Nathan wriggled out of Caedmon's grip. No, that's not how I operate, and it's certainly not how Alyna operates.
And you think you know her so well?
Well enough to know that she would go to wherever the peak is to save her friend, even if it means she'll die, and even if she has to forfeit the fight for the greater purpose.
Not everyone walks the higher moral ground like you do.
It's not about moral grounds. It's about the number of lives we can save. Nathan pushed Caedmon away.
I don't care where you come from, or what sort of things the LeBlancs do. Whenever you open your mouth, you talk about saving lives. But here on Earth, we work for survival. Money and power are the means to an end, and the end goal of everyone here is survival. I won't put my life in jeopardy to save anyone else's ass, even if they promise to worship me after I die.
You don't have a choice, because if you don't take me to the peak right now, wherever the fuck it is, I'll put your life in serious jeopardy. Caedmon was so angry he could feel his adrenaline rising again. Lorcan pulled him aside.
This isn't doing your situation any good, he growled.
I don't know what good is anymore. I thought we could work out a plan with Alyna, so I could go to the LeBlancs to get the funds to buy her the army she needs. Now this prick has sent her to the peak. Caedmon shoved Lorcan away.
I didn't send her, said Nathan. She's a woman of her own free will.
Did you beat up Ben Zurich and leave him at the side of the road to be captured?
Yes and no. I beat him up because he started trouble first, and I left him there with his people, not by himself.
How the hell did I know the Amarak fighters at the side of the road were useless? Did you tell Alyna that the peak is the transitional zone of the multiverse? The creatures go there to kill without being convicted? That it's a free zone of evil? Caedmon shouted.
I know only that it's a place where magic doesn't work.
If you know so much about it, why don't you know where it is? Caedmon looked at Lorcan. He couldn't tell Nathan his internal microchip and supernatural power weren't working, so he couldn't navigate. As an ordinary creature now, he had no idea where the peak was. Lorcan pointed at his wrist unit.
I've got a map. I can find it.
Then let's go, Caedmon said.
You can't be in two places at once, Caedmon, said Lorcan. You need to be at the LeBlanc headquarters.
There's no point in saving Alyna if you can't get her the army. I'm not keen on fistfights." "Where are the Amarak fighters?" Nathan asked. "Many in the north got killed by your traitor Hanks and the zealot creature he hired. The Amarak are sending some from the south, but it will take time for them to get here," Caedmon said. "She can use my fighters," Nathan smiled. "I'm sure they'll take her orders." They heard a loud bang from the adjacent building. The ground shook and dust billowed in. "Orla!" Lorcan said, and darted toward the explosion. Caedmon raced after him. If anything happened to Orla, he would never forgive himself. What used to be an office had become a pile of rubbish. Bodies and body parts were everywhere. Lorcan searched numbly through the piles of brick and wood. He said nothing. Caedmon's adrenaline was at its peak due to his anger with himself and the intense hatred he felt for the party responsible for this destruction. "Lorcan!" Orla called from behind them. They turned and saw her standing there, more beautiful than ever, with a basket in her hands, as she had been to the market for fruit and vegetables. Lorcan ran to her and pulled her into his arms. Caedmon remained silent. Lorcan always teased him for crying too easily in public, but Caedmon was sure he could care less if people saw tears streaming down his face right now. He understood Lorcan's feelings. He had lost Sedna so quickly, he hadn't even had time to cry. Nathan walked around the ruins. Then he turned and looked at Caedmon. "Well, I can't offer Alyna my fighters now." Then he whirled around and began to pace, kicking at the loose bricks and metal bars. "Who the fuck is doing this? What do they want? Ethesis business? Amarak business? The Scorpio key? What the fuck is happening?" He sat on the ground and put his head in his hands. "Whoever did this wants all of what you just mentioned. Do you have any more men?" Caedmon asked. "Some on the outskirts of the Middle Land. It'll take ages for them to get here. And even if they come, then what? Amarak and Ethesis need to work together, and you need an external army. A group of good fighters we can buy. The LeBlancs have offered the funds to buy the army, with a price attached. We have only a few hours to give them an answer." Nathan stood and shrugged. "Whatever it takes. What do they want?" "They want your head." Nathan looked at Caedmon. "Sure, whatever they need. I'll put my mind to it to make that happen." Caedmon shook his head. "No, they want your head literally, and preferably separated from your body." Chapter 25. At the peak, Alyna pulled out the blood-ice dagger she had collected from a dead temple guard. The group of apes gasped and withdrew slightly. She chuckled to herself. "So you're scared of the blood ice." She brandished the dagger at them, and they withdrew even further. But when she turned to leave with Ben, they followed. Simply threatening them with a dagger wasn't going to work. She waved it at them, and then backed the group into a corner. She thrust the dagger into the ground in front of them. "A warning to any of you who step close to it," she said. "I will ignite the ice power if you move. So stand still, very still." Then she signaled Ben, and they both hurried out of the basement. They had run a fair distance and appeared to be on a hilltop. Their surroundings were dead quiet and eerie. Ben puffed. "Why hasn't the dagger exploded yet?" "I didn't say it would explode." "You told them you'd ignite its power." "Ben, I don't know how to make the thing explode. I'm not a mage." Ben laughed. "You were bluffing. Alyna McKay bluffed our way out of the Ape's Temple at the peak." "You could use all that energy to thank me for saving your ass. Why did you come back, Ben?" Ben stopped laughing. "Rumor in the South is
that there are multiple forces gathering to rob you of the Scorpion Key at the summoning.
I know that already.
The news is that nobody wants the epic fight to happen at the summoning. Therefore, some of the creatures are going to try a shortcut and take you out beforehand so they can get into the temple before the big event.
Even if they could get inside the temple, there's no way they can call the key up.
They can if they get the mage leader to call it up for them.
She nodded. So you think they're going to try to force me to call up the key, whatever it takes?
Exactly.
You could have called me to tell me that.
You're right, but there was another disturbing piece of news. They said that a thesis held you captive.
So that's why you came back. You thought I had been kidnapped. You came back to rescue me?
That's not a good reason?
I don't know what to say, Ben. You shouldn't have done that.
If I need you in the future, will you look out for me?
Certainly, Ben. I'll do more than just look out.
Before she could finish her sentence, as if in slow motion, 5 black blades came flying in from nowhere. One of them struck Ben, slicing through his back. Its sharp tip protruded from his chest. He fell to the ground. Alyna whirled around but saw nothing. The eerie cold air seemed to mock her. Ben was gasping and trying to speak. Blood bubbled from his mouth, and his words were garbled.
Please don't speak. Don't say anything. I'll take the blade out and get you to the clinic. You'll be just fine.
But when she touched the black steel blade, an incredible force sent her rolling backward several feet. It was like a blast from an explosion. The air was very still, and there was no sound save for the rasp of Ben's last breaths. Her head was ringing, and her vision was blurred. She grabbed the blade again, trying to pull it out. The force stuck her again. She crawled back toward Ben, but this time he grabbed her hands before she touched the blade.
Don't, Alyna. I'm gone. Leave it.
I can't let you die, Ben. Please stay.
Everyone dies someday, he smiled. Had I known you would shed tears for me, I would have tried harder to live a little longer.
She hadn't even realized she was weeping.
Then try now.
It's too late. I don't think you want to hear this. I don't even think you'll understand. But I love you, Alyna. My life meant nothing when I left the North. Nothing makes sense without you. But it's too late for me now.
No, please don't go. Teacher, I need you, teacher.
Is he the one who turned you?
Asked Ben.
Yes, and he can turn you too. He helped Caedmon. He can help you. Please bear with me.
Is this who you were looking for? The voice came from behind them, and a heavy belt landed next to them with a thud. Alyna turned and saw a man she could tell was a dark angel. He was very tall with black wings and a dark aura. His striking eyes cut through the thick fog and looked her up and down. I beg your pardon. I don't think you've ever seen the creature you call Teacher in the flesh. You probably don't even recognize that belt. But just so you know, I killed him.
Why would you do that?
He acted against my interests. I had to kill him.
What do you want from us?
Not us. Just you. Your friend is going to die. I only needed him as bait to lure you out here. He's served his purpose.
If you save him, I'll give you what you want.
The angel laughed. Child, don't you recognize me? Or are you pretending? It's natural to be afraid.
I can't recognize someone I haven't met. "Save my friend," she repeated, "and I'll give you what you want."
Recall the sensation when you touch the blade that is killing your friend right now.
The buzzing noise came back to her mind as soon as he said that, but she shook it away. An evil grin spread across the angel's face.
Now you remember. It is the same sensation you got from the giant spider legs on the snowy mountain. Do you remember now?
She couldn't breathe. She gasped for air. She felt the angel coming closer, but her body wouldn't move. She couldn't get away. She felt the feathers of his wings rubbing against her skin.
You felt the blades because you have a spiritual connection with them, he whispered. Remember the blood and gore on the snow? The desperation of the creatures before their death? The cry of an infant when confronted by a predator? Remember the name? Azrael? I always announce myself before a kill. Would you like to know what I want? I thirst for the blood from your heart. I can't believe I've met you again. Here, it's like the sanctions on me were lifted. It's like...
And then he screamed and staggered back, falling on his backside and sliding away. He looked down at his chest and saw the steel blade still vibrating after the impact. Ben had pulled the blade from his body and stabbed the dark angel with it. The angel stood, charged away, and vanished into thin air. Her world was quiet again, and she could again hear Ben's dying breaths. "No, please don't die, Ben," she said, and brushed the hair from his face. And then she saw in his beautiful soft green eyes that his human life had ended. Chapter 26. Caedmon walked into the LeBlanc headquarters in Midland London, a place that people in the New Australia office spoke of with the utmost respect and fear. Just a minute ago, he had thought about Alyna and wondered how she was doing at the peak. Lorcan, Orla, and Nathan had gone there to rescue her. He could have asked Lorcan to come with him, but after the explosion, he didn't have the heart to separate him from Orla. If Caedmon couldn't have happiness, at least Lorcan and Orla would have it. They deserved it. He'd refrained from telling Orla and Lorcan that their son Gale had grown up a fine and talented man in charge of an intelligence station in the Damon Gate. They would be very proud of him. But the less they knew, the fewer problems they would have now. Headquarters was like any central corporate environment. He saw no reason for people to fuss over it. But he understood that by human standards, this was as good as it got. The office was buzzing with activity, and the staff looked exceptionally professional. Leanne, the personal assistant and secretary he'd had in Australia, would have fit perfectly in this environment. The memory of her death still pained him, and he didn't like to think about it.
Caedmon!
Jamie LeBlanc looked exactly as he did on screen. Caedmon had been told several times by people across the multiverse that the LeBlancs had been blessed with good looks, in addition to everything else, such as their wealth and power, and Jamie was no exception. Caedmon shook Jamie's warm hand.
Jamie, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Jamie gestured toward a lush, carpeted wing. Caedmon headed in that direction. It had to be the executive wing, he thought. It looked exclusive and authoritative, yet still inviting.
I understand you have a gift for me.
Caedmon smiled.
Yes, indeed. It's more like merchandise than a gift, because it costs someone a dear price. So my private office might be a more suitable location for meeting, rather than the conference room.
Yes, your office is better. And please don't tell me that our conversation is being recorded for training purposes, because I won't consent to that. Jamie laughed.
Well, there's no recording.
The control panel at the door asked for credentials. Jamie placed his palm on the panel
and it recognized him instantly. He turned toward Caedmon.
I understand you time travel. Well, there's no need to verify your credentials at this point.
Caedmon followed Jamie into his private office.
Just to clarify, he said, I don't have the ability to time travel on my own. I use a vessel. I understand. No one in our family can time travel.
Caedmon arched an eyebrow.
Is that an official statement?
Jamie laughed.
Yes, a statement based on the official records on Earth, if you know what I mean.
Caedmon chuckled.
Sure, official records.
He put a large box on the desk.
Oh, no. If it's the gift we're talking about, please don't put it on the desk.
Caedmon shrugged and picked it up again.
Where do you want it?
Jamie pointed toward a side table.
There.
Caedmon put the box on the table.
Just out of curiosity, why did you want Nathan dead? Personal grudge.
Caedmon chuckled.
I don't believe that's your style. But if you believe that reason is more suitable for the official records, then so be it.
Jamie grinned.
I wish everyone was as easy to work with as you are.
When you say everyone, are you including our extended family in the multiverse? Or just those who are Earth-based? Jamie shook his head as if he didn't want to answer the question. Then he pointed at the box.
He really let you take his head?
Caedmon shrugged.
Well, he didn't volunteer. But I need the resources for Amarak, so I had to make it happen. How did it feel? Cutting a man's head off?
Human emotions can't be generalized, especially not in a hybrid like me, said Caedmon.
Do you want to inspect it? I can take the head out for you if you don't want to touch it. Oh, I can do it myself.
Jamie approached the box and gingerly lifted the lid. He tilted his head to look deeper inside. As he did so, a beam of loose white powder pumped out of the box. In anticipation, Caedmon stepped over, catching Jamie before he crashed to the floor. He lowered him into a chair.
Sorry, Jamie.
He pricked Jamie's fingertip and squeezed a few drops of blood into a small tube. He inserted the tube into a rectangular palm-sized device Lorcan had given him. The machine shuddered to life, and shortly it sounded a happy ping. He opened the lid of the device and pulled out a pair of gloves. He put the gloves on and rushed behind the desk to turn on Jamie's computer. It asked for verification, and Caedmon provided the required palm print. A female voice greeted Jamie and happily read some of his preferred news stories. As Caedmon opened the financial portal, he heard the sound of heels on concrete. He hurried over to where he had sat Jamie on the chair. He faced Jamie's back toward the door and then knelt on the floor, his back arched in an embracing position. The secretary, carrying a tray with a glass and a pitcher of water on it, pushed the door open.
God damn it! Don't you knock?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. LeBlanc.
She stared toward the side table to put the tray down.
We're in the middle of something. Could you take the goddamn water out? And don't say a word about this to anyone.
The secretary rushed out of the office. He leaned Jamie back against the chair.
Sorry, Jamie. This hurt your dignity as much as mine.
He locked the door and returned to the computer. He accessed the funds and transferred the money, watching as a green bar showed the status of the transfer. He stared at the screen.
I can't believe you conveniently contacted me just when I needed to hack into your system. Let's see what you have here.
He accessed the communications system, messages bank, and data bank. And then he paused. In front of him was a portfolio of his own pictures and information about his activities that dated back to the time he was in Greenland. There was data on him meeting Sedna and their relationship, and there was a recent picture of him as he departed the multiversal portal to go to New Australia. Someone had been following him. This was an entry level of the iDataBank, the most wicked data portal in the multiverse, to which no one had access. Jamie was the receiver of the data. But who was the supplier? Before he had a chance to dig deeper, the financial transaction was completed. He checked the information, transferred the funds to a secure location, erased all traces of activity, and locked the funds to ensure the transaction could not be reversed. He sensed some unusual staff movement outside. The secretary must have suspected something. Caedmon completed the transaction and left the office. As he was rushing through the dark tunnel of the subway, heading toward the main station to return to New Australia, Caedmon heard footsteps. He turned around, but he saw no one behind him. Then he heard the sound of flapping wings in front of him. He turned back, and in the dark he saw the shadow of wings and a flash. Then his world turned black. Chapter 27. Alyna didn't know how long she had sat next to Ben's dead body. What was she waiting for? The truck that picked up public waste? He had to be considered public property because he hadn't died in his own home, and he had no family he was still in contact with. She had accused him of betraying her, of betraying Amarak. The ordeal had sent him away to the south, where she thought there would be more opportunities for his talent. Yet he had come back for her, and he was killed because of that. Who was at fault? She didn't know. She still could make no sense of the sensation she'd got when she touched the blade that killed Ben, and she didn't understand why the angel claimed to know her. She couldn't remember anything about what he had said, but the sensation was real. She certainly remembered that. She heard voices calling her name, and then her allies emerged from the fog. Lorcan, Orla, and Nathan approached her, walking side by side. They looked ready for war. But wait, there was no one else? Just the three of them? Without an army? And where's Caedmon? She wondered. The Dark Angel had been injured and had retreated. But even with his injuries, she wasn't sure the trio could fight him without help. The look in his eyes, the deep tone of his voice, and the insidiousness in what he'd said reflected the worst kind of evil, the kind that had lived for thousands of years just to spread more evil. Orla rushed over. "Come on, let's go." "My friend," she pointed at Ben. "I can't leave him here." "I'm sure he'd understand." "I can't help you here." "Why not?" "My magic doesn't work here. Let's go." Orla pulled at her elbow. Then it dawned on Alyna. That was why the angel had been injured when Ben stabbed him. But if he can't use his magic here, why lure me here? What? A dark angel used Ben to lure me here, knowing that he couldn't use his own magic. Ben stabbed him with his own blade, and he was injured and ran away. But why do this in the first place? Slow down, young lady. Wouldn't you rather discuss this when we get back home? No, we have to do it here. If magical creatures can't attack us here, isn't it to our advantage? Orla shook her head. He wanted something else. Something very important to him. Something more important than killing you. What did he say? Lorcan and Nathan approached.
"I don't feel comfortable here at all," Nathan said. "Let's leave."
"Where's Caedmon?" Alyna asked.
"He went to the LeBlanc headquarters in Midland, London, to get some funds to amass an army."
"And you let him go by himself?" Alyna asked.
"He's not by himself. He's gone with my fake head," Nathan said.
"What?"
"Long story, but he has plans," Lorcan said. "Our job is to get you out of here in one piece."
She shook her head. "We have to know why the angel wanted me here.
Why he'd risk it knowing he couldn't use his magic to fight me.
Nathan shook his head. If we were talking about the same angel, then we have nothing to worry about. I ran into one who couldn't even tell I'm a shapeshifter. He was a dark angel for sure, but his abilities seemed to be suppressed by something.
What do you mean, suppressed? Orla asked.
Nathan shrugged. He was unsure about his invisibility. He seemed cautious of the bloodstone creatures, as if he wasn't sure if he could or should kill them. When I saw him, he was on top of a fence. He'd been observing things, people and creatures, for hours, without taking any action.
Lorcan approached Ben's body.
Well, he started taking action now, and I think he's more dangerous than he looks. He could be a magical creature that crosses many worlds, and in that case, he knows a lot more than just magic and a few visibility tricks. If he's part of the multiversal circus, he might be getting financial support and intelligence support for whatever he's doing here. Whatever he has against you, Alyna, it could be a personal vendetta. But what he's here for might be something at the multiversal level.
Orla shook her head. If he has that kind of support, magic is just a trick for him. He doesn't rely on it to operate. Lorcan, we really need the army Caedmon is raising funds for. How will you know when it's done?
Lorcan looked at his wrist unit. Caedmon has just completed the transaction. Once it's confirmed, I can use the funds to hire fighters. I need to be back in the city to make the arrangements. Let's get moving.
Is Caedmon okay? Alyna asked.
He transferred the funds successfully, so I assume he's fine.
Nathan approached.
I'll have to bury Ben here. Is that okay?
He touched Alina's shoulder. The sensation washed over her again, this time with strange noises and flashing images. Blood and gore on the snow, dead bodies, broken angel wings, white wings, black wings, burned remains, skulls, and the face of the dark angel. His voice whispered his name again. Azrael.
Alyna! Alyna!
She opened her eyes and saw she was on the ground. She scrambled back to her feet. I'm okay. I'm fine. It was just a flashback of sorts. It happened before when I touched those blades. She pointed to the blades on the ground.
I pulled those out of his body,
Nathan said. And then you touched her. Did the angel say anything about a spiritual connection? Orla asked. Alyna nodded. Yes, that's it. He claimed he knew me and said I have a spiritual connection with the blades.
Lorcan crouched and looked at the blades. Was he doing black magic with this black metal, Orla?
It's not steel, Orla said. It's bone. It's a ritual, but it's not black magic. You must be connected with someone he killed, and he thinks you will kill him in this life.
Alyna snorted.
I'll kill him the next time I meet him. That's for sure. There's no need for me to have a spiritual connection to do that. Orla approached. It might be a lot more difficult and complicated than you think, Alyna. Whatever the angel has become, he must be thousands of years old and have lots of experience. He was cautious and took a big risk to discover the connection between a human and his past. So you must possess something he cares about. That something could be an advantageous asset, but I'm sure it's a double-edged sword. Chapter 28. The Beginning of Time. Thunderchild had knelt in front of the cave of the witch at Winter Lake for a long time. She didn't know how long, but she would stay here until she got an audience with the witch. She needed to learn the technique to kill the Dark Angel, and she would do whatever it took. It snowed, it rained, and then the winds came, and the sun. Then it rained and snowed again.
She might have turned into stone. She didn't have a tangible form, but she could still interact with the environment around her. Ordinary eyes couldn't see her, but she was sure the witches could. Just before she felt she was going to pass out, the witch emerged from the depths of the cave.
Thunder, child, with such a relationship to the angels, why do you think this humble witch can offer you anything you can't do yourself?
How do you know my name, Winter Lake Witch?
I know Keymaster, and he spoke about you.
Then she smiled.
I just answered my own question, didn't I? You weren't brought up by the angels. That's why you need me.
A dark angel killed Keymaster. I wish to seek revenge for him. The witch smiled sadly.
Sometimes my foresight is a pain.
You knew he would be killed. If you were friends, why didn't you help him?
I knew him, but I didn't say we were friends. We made deals that benefited both of us. He traded a deal for you and has paid for it.
Why did you make me wait so long? The witch sighed.
This is a big loss for me. I didn't think this deal would come to fruition when I made it with Keymaster. But I made the deal, and I will honor it. Wait here.
She went back into the cave for a while and came back out with a box, which she gave to Thunderchild.
Inside the box is a potion and the ritual objects for a curse.
The witch opened the box.
If you take this potion, you will disassociate yourself from any relationship you have with the angels. This cannot be undone. You will never be an angel again after taking this.
And what will it do for me?
It will give you the ability to live in tangible bodies.
Possession?
No. Possession is taking over and controlling the body and mind of the chosen individual. This is a transformation. When you choose a body in which to live, the body becomes a host. You must negotiate your space within the soul of the individual. Once inside, you become a part of that individual. If the individual has a strong essence, you will not be able to control or manipulate anything. You will live in the body as a part of the individual, but you can choose to leave the body at any time. And because you are immortal, you can live in as many bodies as you choose.
I'll take it.
Don't you want to think about it?
No, I'll take it now. The witch nodded, then took the jar of potion and poured its contents over her. She could feel the cool stream of energy penetrate every part of her invisible self. She was still formless and would be until she found a host. She understood that. What else is in the box? She asked.
Things needed for a curse that you can place on an artifact. Whatever you do to the object will happen to the individual you curse.
Voodoo?
That's a nasty way to refer to it. This is much more powerful. You don't need anything from the individual to perform the ritual. You need only name the person. Any harm you inflict on the artifact will be transferred to that individual, and to that individual's closest relation. This part of the curse is not optional. If you want to kill one, you will kill two. The ritual can only be used once.
Again, I accept.
Very good. What you will need now is a host. You will need a body so that you can take the box with you and go do whatever it is that you want to do.
What did it cost Keymaster to trade such a deal with you?
Do you really want to know? There is nothing you can do about it.
Yes, I want to know.
Now. There is a prophecy of his death. He had an option to avoid it.
But to trade for this deal, he committed to not taking that option. You owe him many lives, young lady.
Chapter 29. Caedmon opened his eyes and found himself tied to a chair in a dark basement. The first thing he did was flex his wrist to see if his wrist unit was still there. Relief washed over him when he saw the object containing the secret technology of Eudae's and his make was still on his wrist. He glanced around, surveying his surroundings, and evaluated the situation. A door at the far end of the room slid open. A man he had seen once in Amarak Fight Club walked in. He smiled.
Well, there have been a lot of changes and much development since we met the last time at the Fight Club. But my interest in you is still the same. You are special. I have chosen you as my successor.
Caedmon laughed. I don't mean to be rude, but my answer is no, thank you.
Not everyone is allowed the privilege I have just offered you.
Again, no thank you. And for your information, not everyone has the benefit of the privilege I already have. I have no intention of letting go of my current privilege. Even if you kill me now, I will not agree to be your successor.
My name is Azrael, and I am a dark angel.
Caedmon smiled. You really want me to be rude? All right. I don't care if you're an angel. I don't want to know you. So, therefore, there's no need for you to share your name with me. You are holding me against my will, and the next time you set foot in any of my territories in the multiverse, you will be in trouble.
You're the one who's tied up.
Well, if you let me go, we can call this event a wash.
I've lived for thousands of years. I have a lot to give, but I have never seen an individual with such incredible energy and abilities and,
Azrael, you're wasting my time and yours.
No one has ever rejected me before.
Well, you're welcome. Learning something new is always a good thing. Azrael approached, wearing a crooked grin.
This chick leader of Amarak likes you. She's more than what meets the eye, let me tell you. And I can tell you you like her too. So if you want to be of her caliber, you'd better take my offer. I'll teach you things you've never heard of. As you said, learning is always a good thing.
If Alyna is that good, why don't you ask her to be your successor? Or have you already asked, and she rejected you? Azrael chuckled.
She's good, but she's a girl. I don't teach girls.
So you're saying if I agree, you will teach me and make me better so that she'll like me?
Exactly.
Caedmon nodded. All right, I'll consider it. Azrael smiled.
Don't think I'm going to untie you just because you've made a tentative promise. That trick won't work with me.
He pulled a feather out of one of his black wings and cut his palm. As his blood seeped out, he approached, crouched, and reached for Caedmon's hand. Caedmon swung a kick at him, tipping over his chair and sending Azrael falling backward. He scrambled awkwardly to his feet and smashed the chair against the wall, breaking it into pieces. Azrael stood up. Caedmon charged at the angel. Azrael may look formidable, but it was obvious he hadn't had any one-on-one combat training. Caedmon pounded on the angel, and Azrael grunted like an old man. He picked the angel up by his wings and shoved him against the wall. I don't kill people or creatures for no reason. But if you go near Alyna and her people, I'll make an exception to that rule.
I'll ask you one more time to be my successor. Don't make me force you.
Azrael, you're not exactly in a position to ask me anything right now. I have a temper, and you don't want to test it.
Anger is good for dark magic. It's an exceptional source of dark power.
Caedmon stomped his foot on the end of a broken chair leg. It flipped up into the air, and he grabbed it and pointed it at Azrael's heart. There won't be any use of your power if you're dead.
For your information, I am immortal. I'm not a vampire. You can't kill me with that piece of wood.
How about this, then? He swung a hard punch at Azrael's head. To his surprise, the angel dropped to the floor like a felled tree. Caedmon turned to leave the basement, but before he reached the door, he felt a prick in his neck. He reached back and pulled out 3 small black thorns. He turned around and saw Azrael standing with his wings spread wide. The feathers of his wings now had spiky thorns protruding from them, and the spine of each feather looked like a spider leg.
There are several ways a dark angel can make one a successor. Welcome to the House of Dark Power.
You bastard! He charged at Azrael, but took only a few steps before his knees buckled, and his world once again went black. Chapter 30. Alyna gazed into the empty space above the frozen lake in the temple where the Scorpio key would surface during the summoning. She had never been down to the bottom of the lake. Caedmon had. He told her the key was a 15-foot-tall blood-ice statue of a scorpion frozen in the middle of an ice column that oozed red liquid. What was it about this key that captured everyone's attention? Pukak had told her many things about the key, but back then she thought it was a myth, because no human she'd known had ever seen the key surface in their lifetime. And she hadn't paid much attention to the fact that magical creatures that had lived for thousands of years would have seen a summoning and would know what the real key looked like. She closed her eyes, concentrated, and tried to recall the sensation she'd had at the peak. Did that sensation and the accompanying memories have anything at all to do with the key? Or, as Orla had said, was it simply a personal vendetta of the Dark Angel? The memories were coming. She could feel them. She waited. She could see herself as if she were outside of her body. She walked along the west wing toward a small cabinet where the remains of Amarak's leaders rested. The first time she was here was when she'd placed Pukak's remains on the altar. He was still there, looking down at her. Then she walked toward a corner of the room and pressed a stone. A small compartment opened, and inside she saw a small box. She wouldn't normally pick it up, let alone open it, but she wasn't in control of her actions. Inside the box was a talisman and a small object that looked like it was made of pieces of bone. She had no idea what the box was for. She closed its lid and headed back to the Athesis office, which was now effectively a pile of ruins. In a few days, the leaders from different regions of the Amarak branches would send her more resources. Then she would move back to the Amarak headquarters. But for now, Athesis and Amarak needed each other, and their quarters seemed to be safer than her own. Orla stepped out from her temporary kitchen with her usual smile. "Don't worry. I won't make you eat my cooking." She showed Alyna a long, black-bladed dagger, its handle wrapped in sparkling, silvery fabric. "This is the real magic you will need. I made the blade using the ritual bones the angel left behind on the peak. And Lorcan made you some kind of technological protector that he claims will separate the electronic exchange of frequencies and currents in different worlds. Simply speaking, he said if you just hold the handle, you should be fine. And the blade? I added some extra ingredients to its coating. It will kill magical creatures, angels and demons included.
That's all you need to know.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. You've just said it. I found this box in the temple. She showed the box to Orla. Orla lifted the lid, and when she looked inside, the blood drained from her face. Where did you get this? In a secret compartment in the temple. I have no idea how I knew about it, or what it is. But it was like I was outside of myself. I saw myself going to the temple and retrieving the box. What is it? It's a very special kind of voodoo. It's tailor-made. So if you found it, that means it was made for you. Are you talking about my past life and incarnation? Because with all due respect, I don't understand that, and I'm pretty sure I don't believe in it. It's not a matter of belief. It's what happened. And it's not incarnation. Didn't you say you felt as if you were outside your body when you took the box? Yes, but you don't think someone else is living inside me, do you? Orla looked at her and paused, trying to find a way to explain it so Alyna would comprehend. Alyna said nothing and just waited for the information. Orla sighed. Let's say someone wants to share your body. This box is for that person. Sharing a body? Like a carpool? Orla laughed. Yes, you could look at it that way. Now the most important thing is the timing. You found the box now and not before. That means there is a significant event coming, and you will need to use it. And you know when, what, and how? Orla smiled. I just happen to know quite a bit about magic. She put the pieces in the box together. In front of Alyna's astonished eyes, the shape of a doll took shape from the seemingly random objects. A voodoo doll. Orla nodded. The power of this one is that all you have to do is name your enemy. Then you can use the knife I just made you to stab the doll. Your enemy will die before he even knows the reason for his death. Do you remember the Dark Angel's name? She nodded. Azrael. Good. So now that name is assigned to this doll. If you stab the doll, you'll kill him. That sounds too simple. It's very simple to execute. The complicated part about this kind of voodoo is that it's a double kill. After you have determined that an individual deserves to die, when you kill that individual, you will also kill the person closest to him. What if the person associated with him has nothing to do with his sins? As I said, it's not so simple. You're in a position to kill, but any fight will have collateral damage. That's natural and to be expected. All I know is Azrael killed my friend Ben, but for that, I can fight him myself and kill him. I don't need to use magic like this and deal with all the baggage that goes with it. He sounds like an evil character, and he's lived for thousands of years. I doubt he's killed only one human. If there is a creature or the soul of a person sharing your body, that being has followed Azrael and waited for centuries for the opportunity to kill him. Azrael must have committed some insidious sins in his time. Then I'll face him and ask him before I decide how to kill him. Where is Caedmon anyway? I need to discuss this with him.
Alyna!
Nathan called out. Not now, Nathan.
You need to come out front. Now.
Chapter 31. The hill of rock opposite the ice temple where the Scorpio Key was held was as sacred as the hill the temple was on. She had never been up here before. Unlike the other hill, nothing could be built on this one because it was a solid piece of bare rock in the shape of a giant fist bursting out of the ground and reaching for the sky. To get up here, she had to climb with ropes. No one could come up here to join her without climbing or flying. She looked down, not at all enjoying the idea of a fall. The shapeshifters she knew didn't have the ability to fly. She had asked everyone to stay at the base of the rock. She knew what it looked like from the bottom, but from up here, the rock rose up to the sky and seemed to hover above the ground. It looked magnificent from this vantage point, but its majesty was dimmed a bit by the thought that there was no hope of anyone helping her if anything happened while she was up here. Choppers and machine guns might be of some help in the situation, but she and Amarak had no such resources, until Caedmon could pull something off. Azrael had left another blood note in front of the Athesis camp, asking to meet with her here. The Dark Angel claimed to have Caedmon. Given Caedmon had been unreachable, the only conclusion she could come up with was that he had been captured by Azrael. She had checked and double-checked that she had everything necessary with her to deal with this nasty angel, but she still got chills up her spine when she remembered his eyes on the peak. The image of Ben's lifeless eyes flashed back to her then, making her heart pound with fear. The thought of Caedmon being killed just like Ben rattled her confidence, but she couldn't afford to show fear now. Fear was weakness, and she was sure Azrael would pick up on it. She should have just used the coward's approach and stabbed the voodoo doll to death. Then they wouldn't have had to deal with the current situation. Knowing that just the thought of using that method was evidence of weakness, she shook the thought out of her head. She braced her hand on top of the cliff and hopped up to complete her climb. On the flat surface, at the top of the rock, a short distance away, Azrael stood tall, smiling at her. On the ground next to him lay Caedmon, unconscious.
"Hello, Alyna. I didn't lie about having him here for you, did I? It was brave of you to come up here by yourself."
If I tell you there are a bunch of missiles aimed at you right now, will you know what I mean?
"Not really, but I figured there'd be some kind of weapons involved. However, it's irrelevant. You are here because you're worried about your friend here."
He gestured toward Caedmon.
"Ben served as an example, and I do hope it was a strong enough example, so you know I do not make threats for the sake of vanity."
What do you want?
"Very direct. I like that," said Azrael. "All right. I want you to go inside the temple right now and call the Scorpio key up. I'll figure out the rest."
You overestimate me. I don't have that kind of power.
"And you underestimate my intelligence."
She nodded and inched toward the edge of the cliff. She stepped out onto a thin stretch of stone that reached out across the chasm like a diving board at a swimming pool. Except there wasn't any water below this board. She pointed down at the tiny shadows of Orla, Lorcan, and Nathan, who were waving frantically for her to go back. She understood why they were panicking. One small gust of wind, and she would topple over. The 3 people below are gathering troops to protect the temple. There will be Amarak, Athesis, and fighters from the multiverse to protect it. I am the leader, but I am only one person. Under what authority do you think I can go inside and call up the Scorpio key?
"I don't care. If you want your friend to live, then you will do it."
Oh, you don't understand him at all. If he could speak for himself, I don't think he'd approve of your actions.
She felt a cool breeze brush across her back, and the sensation from the peak returned. She sat down immediately to avoid falling over the edge in a faint. In her mind, she heard a distant female voice. It said,
Azrael killed my parents, my friend, my foster father, and me. He killed my young body so he could drink the blood from an angel heart, hoping to redeem his sins.
He has killed innocents for thousands of years and raped their souls. You must kill him."
In her mind, she asked, "Who are you?"
"I am the other half of your soul."
"I can kill him, but he's holding Caedmon as ransom. Can you wake him?"
"Yes."
The breeze left her.
Are you meditating? If so, stop. I don't have the luxury of time for that. I need you to get moving now, or else."
Asriel approached the cliff's edge.
"Or else what?"
"Your friend will die."
"How do I know he's not dead already?"
"Don't fool around with me."
"I don't have the luxury of time, Dark Angel, to fool around with you. And stay where you are. Don't approach me."
"All you have to do is go down and get the key for me. When you do, I will let you and your friend leave and be happy together forever."
"I don't think you know what happiness means. You stay right there. One more step, and I'll jump off this cliff. If I die, there will be no Amarak leader, and the temple will close for the summoning."
"First, I don't believe anyone would be willing to die for that key. Second, if you die, your successor will be the leader. Unless you don't have a successor, that is. But I doubt the mages would let that happen."
"I have a successor, but you already said you'll kill him if I don't get you the key."
Asriel looked astonished. He turned and looked at Caedmon. Then he turned back and looked at her again.
"Why do you think he's always with me, if he's not my successor?"
"No, it's not possible. He's my successor."
"Since when?"
"I appointed him."
"With his consent?"
"I don't need his consent. I don't need anyone's consent. I'm the one with the power. I do what I want."
He roared and lunged at her. She took a step backward and slipped. She grabbed the edge of the rock and dangled by one hand in the wind. With her free hand, she pulled out the box with the voodoo doll inside. She wouldn't need to stab the doll. Simply dropping it from the top of the cliff would do. As long as the angel didn't see what she was doing, he wouldn't be able to fly after it to catch it. The doll would be crushed at the bottom of the cliff, and thus so would he. She let the box slide down her palm to her fingertips. Then a daunting thought crossed her mind. She had bluffed when she told Asriel that Caedmon was her successor, but he didn't look like he had been lying. He was very upset by what she'd said. What if Caedmon was his closest relation now that Asriel had claimed a master-successor relationship? Caedmon would never have consented to it. But if the relationship had been forced, would it still count? Chapter 32. The army of freelance fighters had arrived. Lorcan efficiently gathered them together and gave them instructions. Orla kept staring at the cliff above.
"Lorcan?"
"What?"
She pointed up, and Lorcan saw Alyna dangling by a hand at the top of the cliff.
"Shit!"
He turned toward Nathan and saw that he no longer looked human. His eyes sparked with a strange color, and he was whispering a strange language into the air, as if communicating with an unseen someone or something. But he didn't shift. Lorcan returned to his troops.
"Do we have any shapeshifters here? Anyone who can fly?"
No response.
"What kind of weapons do we have?"
They all patted their belts loaded with an assortment of handguns, rifles, saws, and daggers. One even had a large machine gun. But all of them were individual weapons and would do no good if anything happened up on the cliff. Lorcan rushed back into the temporary office to see if he could find anything that flew. This was Kieran's department, not his, but it was too late to call you dazed now. Soon Nathan returned.
"What was that about?"
Orla asked.
I just called some friends to get some wings.
She nodded.
"Whatever it takes."
Then she raised her arms and pulled across a curtain of fog and white smoke.
What's that?
Nathan asked.
"A safety net."
They heard a low hum and the sound of the earth cracking open.
What is it?
Nathan asked.
"Trouble,"
Orla said and withdrew the fog curtain.
"Lorcan, come out here. Lorcan."
Lorcan raced outside and saw a small army rising from the ground in the distance.
The Underworld army. How the fuck did he get this?
Nathan muttered.
Can your magic kill them, Orla? Because I'm not sure guns and daggers will.
Lorcan said as he watched the underworld soldiers that looked quite similar to the stone statue in the Forbidden City in China. Some of the soldiers looked like mummies, and some looked like cowboys.
"A multicultural underworld army. How delightful,"
said Orla. Lorcan waved his arms and signaled. The Zelok mercenaries he had just hired charged toward the underworld army and engaged in battle. At the top of the cliff, dangling in the wind, Alyna could see the armies clashing below. Pukak had told her about the underworld army once before. They were one of the new forces that could break the temple gate. They could be killed with weapons made of bloodstone, but if they had the numbers, they would trash the temple guards. This army could only be raised when strong figures in power from different worlds joined forces. In addition, they needed to be endorsed to rise. If her guess was right, the Dark Angel had endorsed the underworld army after he realized he couldn't attack the temple on his own. To her, that meant a quick way to kill the entire underworld army was to kill the endorser. The opportunity was right in her hand. All she had to do was drop the box. But thinking better of it, she slid the box back into her jacket pocket and climbed back up to the cliff.
What was that? That taste of death?
Azrael asked.
"It didn't taste like anything, because it wasn't a near-death experience."
She glanced behind Azrael and could see that Caedmon was now sitting up. She kept her face neutral.
"But I'm sure an old angel like you has experienced it many times. Tell me, how did you do it?"
Do what?
"Handle the emotion.
I'm sure any time you're close to death, it's like the first time." Azrael chuckled.
I'm an immortal.
"Then you must get really bored. Why are you here anyway? Why put yourself in the middle of this chaotic world?"
Good question.
She was trying to bide time, but she was sure Azrael had sensed Caedmon was awake. Without looking back, the angel spread his wings. They stretched out, the feathers looking like black steel blades. He swiveled then and swung his wings at Caedmon. Although he couldn't see Azrael's face before the swing, Caedmon had anticipated his move. He put his arms up to block the blades. Alyna was devastated. Flesh against blades. Caedmon would surely lose his arms. She pulled the dagger Orla and Lorcan had made for her and charged at Azrael from behind. She screamed to get his attention, without success. She planned to stab him in the back. She no longer cared about fair play. She needed to kill this monster. Instead of the sound of blades slicing through flesh and bones, she heard a clank when Azrael's wings came into contact with Caedmon. Azrael staggered back with a force. Alyna lunged forward with a dagger. It pierced Azrael's back, and she could hear his flesh sizzle. He roared in pain. She peeked over his shoulder and saw Caedmon smiling at her. The skin on his arms and part of his neck had turned a scaly black. But the confusion and heartbreaking emotion she had seen before in his eyes was no longer there. She knew he had intentionally raised his adrenaline level. He had wanted to shift. He was in absolute control of his actions this time. She would do anything to see that smile from him every day. Azrael swung his body around, dragging her along with the momentum, because the blade of the dagger was still embedded in his body. She drew it back out and pulled her arm back to stab him again. He swung his giant wings at her. The blades didn't hit her, but the force of the movement threw her off the cliff. She was on her way down. Azrael jumped after her, spreading his wings. He didn't want her to die. He tried to grab her, but she swung the dagger over her head to stop him. She was falling fast. Then she heard a whistle. She looked down and saw Nathan wave his arms. A flock of giant eagles flew toward her in an attempt to halt her downward fall. She could see Azrael smirk. He swung his wings and sent a storm of black blades at the eagles. Their dead bodies rained to the ground on top of the fighters. Alyna was still falling, and the closer to the ground she got, the faster she fell. She could see the look in Azrael's eyes. She had to either take his arms and live, or keep falling and die. She continued to swing the dagger, trying to stop Azrael from reaching her. No way in hell would she let this monster save her. Not in a million years. Then she heard an explosion at the top of the cliff. She smiled, but to Azrael it may have seemed more like a smirk. A magnificent black dragon leaped from the top of the cliff and spread his wings. He roared again, unleashed a beam of fire from his mouth, and flapped his wings furiously to fly down to her. Looking up at his shape imprinted against the blue sky as she fell, Alyna smiled. It was a view to die for. She had never seen a creature so beautiful. It was Caedmon. He wasn't hers, but she could claim a part of his make because she had helped turn him into a shapeshifter. He dipped down low beneath her falling path, and she landed on his back. They didn't need to communicate. She knew exactly what to do. Azrael was still in a downward dive. She used Caedmon's back to jump upward toward Azrael, plunging the dagger into his heart. Caedmon caught her again on his back, and he soared upward so fast that Azrael had no chance but to hang from the tip of the dagger. At the top of the cliff, Alyna pushed Azrael's body onto the rocks. He was almost gone. She charged after him to finish the job. With the last of his strength, Azrael stood up and swung his wings again. A storm of poisonous black thorns flew at Alyna. She could see the thorns, but had nothing with which to block them. She could jump off the cliff again, but that wasn't an ideal solution. The dragon came from behind her and flew forward, blocking the thorns. As they rained down on the cold rock, the dragon charged at the dark angel, letting out another loud roar. All Alyna saw was the angel's head, ripped from its body, rolling toward her feet. The eyes were still open, and the mouth still spoke.
"You're my successor. You'll become who I am, and continue my legacy, Caedmon."
She stabbed the dagger into his head, but it wouldn't shut up. She stabbed it once more and then flipped it over the cliff. Azrael's voice continued to echo in the air.
"You're mine. Your soul belongs to me forever."
Chapter 33. Orla grinned as she witnessed the sight of Caedmon as a magnificent dragon with Alyna on his back, the two of them descending to the ground from the top of the cliff. She had always adored Caedmon when he was a child, but as an adult, just like his father, he was every woman's dream. She hadn't known Alyna for long, but she knew a good woman when she met one. She hadn't known Caedmon's late wife. Thus it wasn't fair for her to comment on their relationship. The army from the underworld exploded into dust right in front of them. She knew then that Alyna and Caedmon had killed the Dark Angel. She didn't know how they'd done it, and she didn't care. She was proud of them. Caedmon landed softly on the ground. He stood as tall as a 3-story-high building. The size of him blocked the light all the way to the corner of the street. Orla tried to make sense of it. She hadn't known much about shapeshifting before Lorcan. After he was turned, she had spent every waking moment studying the creatures. She didn't know how much, but there was one thing she was certain about. An individual shifted into one creature, and that creature only. There was no such thing as dynamic shifting, where a person turned into a lion one day and a dragon the next. The nature of shape-shifting, if she could call it that, didn't work that way. By the look in Caedmon's eyes right now, he was in total control of his actions. That meant shifting into the form of an animal, and shifting back again was his choice. Orla figured he didn't want to shift back now, because he would be naked in broad daylight, with hundreds of people around. Plus, as a dragon, he looked magnificent. She looked at Alyna. In the short period she'd known her, she had never seen her look so happy. She hoped the feeling would stay a long time for her, because in her experience, warm-hearted feelings never lasted long on Earth, especially in such a destructive time as now. Orla looked back at Caedmon, and everyone cheered. Alyna was trying to make her way down to the ground from Caedmon's back. He swung his tail around, putting the pointy tip against his back to make a path so that Alyna could walk down as graciously as a princess. But before she stepped down from the spine of the dragon, she turned, reached for his head, and kissed him from behind his ear. The crowd roared in excitement. Orla thought she saw Alyna blush a bit. But as usual, she pushed her feelings aside and stepped down to the ground. Then Orla's heart skipped a beat. She saw the look in Caedmon's eyes. Even in dragon form, the look was the same. It was the look he always had when he had to let go of his favorite sweets. It ran in the family. His uncle Tig had a problem with sugar intake. Orla didn't know what it was, but it seemed serious. And his father, as head of the family, had banned sugar from Tig's diet. Unfortunately, Caedmon was diagnosed with something similar, and thus his parents had banned all sweets. The problem for him was that he loved lollipops. Whenever he could sneak into the inter-universal transport to visit her, he would pout his lips and blink pitifully teary eyes at her. And the next thing she knew, she had given him a lollipop. Then one day, he'd seen a documentary screen where his father had struggled emotionally when Tig had almost died. The look on his father's face on the screen haunted Caedmon so much that as a 3-year-old, he turned down his sweet treat for the first time. He did not want his loved ones to suffer because he had indulged himself with a sweet for the sheer pleasure of it. That look was the one she saw now on the dragon's face. At 3 years old, or 30, Caedmon was the same, and it broke her heart. After casting a glance over the crowd, the dragon turned around. Alyna sensed it instantly. "Caedmon, what's wrong?" Orla rushed toward her. "He wants to go. Let him." "No, no, he has to tell me what's wrong. Why is he upset? He can control the shifting now. Or can't he?" She looked up. "Caedmon, talk to me." "He can't talk while he's a dragon, you see." "No, I don't see. I don't understand. He was just fine before." "Caedmon, talk to me." The dragon started to gallop away. Alyna charged after it. "Caedmon, you can't leave. Not like this. Stop, Caedmon." He didn't seem to hear her. "He understands me. I'm sure of it. He is in control of all this," Alyna cried out. Orla tried to hold Alyna back. "He might be able to shift back, but something happened that changed him. He needs to go. Let him go. If you need to bite me again to snap back, Alyna said to Caedmon.
Then do it. I'm ready. She ran after the dragon, who flapped his wings and started to take off. Caedmon, don't go. You have to talk to me. What's wrong? The dragon flew off into the sky. Alyna ran on the ground after him until she flopped to the ground with exhaustion. Orla sat down next to her. Caedmon, please don't go, she muttered in desperation. I love you. She turned toward Orla. Do you think he could hear me?
No, darling.
I said I love him. I've never said that before. What did I do wrong? Why did he leave me? The Dark Angel has turned him into one of his, but I don't mind. I don't care what he turns into. I love him just the way he is, and the way he will be. Do you think he can hear me?
No, darling. He's gone.
Orla let her lean on her shoulder, and Alyna wept. In front of hundreds of men, in front of her people, she felt no shame in showing her emotional side. She didn't need to live up to anyone's standards. She did what was right for her. Her love had just left. She had the right to cry, and she didn't give a shit about how others thought she should behave as a leader. Orla patted her back. He'll come to terms with it. He'll come back. I'm sure of it.
Shade of Darkness. Mage of Bloodstone Trilogy. Epilogue.
Chapter 1. Caedmon landed on top of a mountain far from New Australia. His navigation was based purely on the natural instincts of the animal whose form he used. He shifted back to human form, then stood in front of a cave and waited. Soon he felt a rush of cool air across his skin. "You're here," he said. A distant female voice said, "You're good, Caedmon. You caught on to the situation quickly. I should have approached you earlier." "At the peak, you said if I came here, you'd tell me the truth about my wife." He heard a soft chuckle. "You're a very smart man, Caedmon. Yes, I am prepared to tell you the truth about Sedna." He shifted his stance. He didn't want to reveal too much of his anxiety to this creature, whatever it was. The incident with Sedna was the only reason he'd come here. He didn't want to accept that she was dead. But somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew it was a painful truth he had to face. "Who are you? How can I be so sure that you're about to tell me is the truth? You might say anything to get me to kill the fallen angel for you." "Oh no, Caedmon. He doesn't deserve to be called an angel. That would be a disgrace to the House of Gods." He walked along the edge of the large stone that jutted out from the top of the mountain like a balcony, and he peered into the empty cave from where he heard the woman's voice. "Who are you?" he asked. "Given you can't see me, what's the point in knowing who I am?" "Visibility is just a dimension. You're an entity with influence. I can't take your word if I don't know who you are." He heard a chuckle before the voice continued. "The person who raised me called me Thunder. But don't worry. If you don't upset me, you're safe from my thunder strikes." He frowned. Then he heard a soft laugh. "Don't assume the power of thunder always comes from Thor." He shook his head. "I don't know anything about the magical world, or who Thor is, and I don't care. But if you can tell me about Sedna, we can close this deal and pretend we never met." "One more thing before that can happen." Caedmon laughed. "I knew it! It was a trick. A scam from the magical world." "I don't cheat." He felt a blast, and then an incredible force of light hit him hard, forcing him off the cliff. He needed wings to avoid the impact of the fall, but he didn't want to shift back into a dragon. He concentrated and spread his arms wide. He felt his body lighten, and he turned into a feathered animal.
He flapped his wings and flew back up the mountain. After landing, he shifted back to his own body. The eagle suits you. Do you know what kind of shape-shifting creature you've become, Caedmon? He nodded. My shape is in flux, controlled by my mind and my needs. Very good. You know your strength. In other words, Caedmon said with a smile, don't strike me again. You have no idea what I can become to strike back. Noted. I'll be straight with you. I need your help in return for what I did for you at the peak. Caedmon was pleased with his new ability, but he also wanted the power of his silver blood back. With it, he could do a lot of damage to any kind of creature. But until then, he would be forced to compromise to stay safe. He forced a smile. How can I help? I want the Scorpio key. Caedmon chuckled. Well, I can't let you have it. The mage tribe has been taking care of it for centuries. A lot of people died for that key, and my wife sacrificed herself because of a fake key. And now you expect me to help you get it? What kind of insane request is that? How can you be so sure this one is the real one? Have you ever seen the real key? There was a pause. Silence. I take that as a no. The good news, Caedmon, is that the key in this temple is real. It cannot fall into the wrong hands. Who are you really? All you need to know is that I helped create the key. I know what it's made of. I can control it. No one else can. If I'm not mistaken, the leader of the mage tribe is the only one who can summon the key. Thunder laughed. You're absolutely correct, Caedmon. The key accepts only one guardian. So yes, it's either me or it's Alyna. It cannot be both. And you assume she would willingly hand the key over to you? Caedmon couldn't help but laugh. No, you'll have to convince her to give it to me. I'm not going to even try to do that, Thunder. You're saying I owe you because you helped me at the peak. I accept that. But I won't help you fight Alyna. I won't fight her for you. So what else can I do for you? I'm not afraid of fighting her. But it isn't fair because I don't have a form to fight her. Ask Alyna. Given her code of ethics, do you think she would fight a formless woman? Well, you're giving me no solution here. How about you give me access to a form? I'm sure that would be easy enough for you to do. Wouldn't it, Caedmon? Do you mean by taking someone's body? Even if I had such power, I wouldn't do that for you. No, Caedmon, just give me access to the cross zone of the multiverse. I'll find a cemetery somewhere where unclaimed creatures' bodies lie scattered around. They're unclaimed anyway, so why not use them? Then you'll use that body to fight Alyna, knowing I will be on her side? You have to meet me halfway here, Caedmon. You have only to give me a form. You don't need to fight for me, but neither should you fight for Alyna against me. That's only fair. Caedmon contemplated, and then he nodded. You may go to the border of the cross zone. I'll ask my uncle to issue a pass for you. Thank you, Caedmon. You won't regret this. And then, silence. Guessing the woman had gone, Caedmon turned, shifted into eagle form, and flew along the mountainside. Chapter 2. Today was the day of the summoning ceremony. Alyna pushed her body up from the floor and completed her fitness routines. Her strength had returned. Physically, she was now 100%. She looked at her body in the mirrored wall, assessing the healing process of the more than 20 puncture wounds she'd suffered from Caedmon's teeth. Or rather, the teeth of the lion were-creature he was forced to turn into. It had only been a few days since he had flown away in dragon form, but it felt like decades. Her bodily wounds were completely healed, but what about her spiritual wounds? She normally wouldn't brood over injuries, whether they be physical or emotional, but this was a different time. Pukak had gone. The mage tribe was in chaos. They now worked with Thesis, their lifetime opponent, to guarantee the ceremony operated smoothly. Everything seemed to be in place and ready, except for her. Alyna shook her head. She couldn't afford to have anything cloud her judgment today. Whether she wanted this leadership or not, it was her responsibility to see the event through. It was the least she could do for Pukak. "There you are! You're not going to the ceremony without anything in your stomach." Orla's voice, soothing like an Irish lullaby, drifted in from the doorway. The woman, beautiful with a perfectly oval face, striking eyes, and long dark hair, was impossible to dislike. She always had an exotic aura around her, cheerful, happy, and appealing. "I'm just about done here. We have a bit of time left, but I need to use that time to set up a plan with Nathan." "Thank you, Orla. I'll be okay." Orla smiled. "When Caedmon comes back, I don't want him to blame me for letting you get too skinny. I know the majority of that 5'11" frame of yours is muscles. You won't lose those. But you do have some sizzling curves, and if you don't eat enough, you'll lose them. That's an unbearable loss for a female creature of any kind." "How I look has nothing to do with Caedmon or what he thinks, Orla. I know what I said at the peak, but that was in one of my weak moments. It won't happen again." "Saying you love someone is a weakness? What kind of insanity is that? Is it the mage thing? You'd be better off converting to sorcery. Dark magic would never be so silly. I thought your love for Lorcan was subject to a dark magic curse before. The two of you almost didn't make it out of Ireland alive." Orla laughed. "Well, the moral of that lesson is that dark magic didn't prevent us from loving. It just said there is a price attached to love, and it challenged us to see whether we were prepared to pay the price. Obviously we were, and we beat the hell out of it." Alyna smiled. "All right, I can accept that love is bravery in your terms, but let's talk about that later. I've got to go now." "Alyna," she stopped at the door and turned back. "Yes, Orla? Love isn't bravery. Accepting it is. And in that sense, you aren't a brave girl. I don't know Caedmon's wife, but I know his father, and thus I could say I know the sentimental DNA of the LeBlanc men. They fall head over heels for strong women." "Look, Orla, I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't exactly have time for love talk right now." "Now is the time, Alyna. You have to make a decision." "Like what?" "You can't be the mage of Bloodstone." "But I'm the leader. Am I the mage of Bloodstone?" Orla shook her head. "Your previous leader didn't have a chance to give you the full picture of what you're taking on, did he?" Alyna had a feeling she wasn't going to like what she was about to hear. "Can we talk about this later? We're coming really close to the time I need to be at the temple." Orla nodded. "Yes, it's the time to seal your destiny. The Bloodstone wakes every few hundred years, and every time it takes a guardian. It could be any creature. In this case, because you're a mage, you'll become the mage of Bloodstone. And it's an eternal role. You'll protect the key, and you'll belong to it forever. You will not be able to have a soulmate, a life partner, or your family." "Why not?" "The key was made from the Scorpio King's blood from the Bloodstone Mountain. He's the most sadistic evil creature in history. Don't you know anything about the legend, Alyna?" "Kinda. Actually, no. Pukak never told me. But if being the guardian has such consequences, why do so many creatures of all kinds kill for the opportunity?" "Power, Alyna. The Scorpion King will work for you and give you whatever you want within his power, of which he has plenty. All he asks is your complete devotion to him. It's your choice, really. So how do I know if I am the Mage of Bloodstone? When the key rises, it will cast a shadow on the one taken as guardian. You can summon the key, but don't let it cast its shadow on you if you don't want to be the mage. But it has to take someone, right? So will it then cast a shadow on someone else? Let it take whom it wants. And most importantly, it has to be a person who wants that kind of power. But the problem is, yes, I know what you're going to say, Alyna. What if the person who takes the power is a badass? Well, then you have effectively handed over invincible power to evil. Alyna whirled on her heels, pacing back and forth. You're making me dizzy. Do you have any suggestions, Orla? No. I'm best at pointing out problems. Most of the time, Lorcan and Kieran, and in this case Caedmon, would be the problem solvers. Well, that's not very helpful. Sorry, I know. All right, I really have to go. I'll see how things turn out. She turned to leave. Alyna? Yes? In case you become the Mage of Bloodstone, and in case you lose your memory and all connection with your current life, can I tell Caedmon what you said at the peak? Can I tell him you said you love him? That would be the last truth you spoke when you were still with us. Alyna looked at Orla, whose eyes had darkened. The smile had gone from Orla's face, and her tone was serious. She really didn't want Alyna to become the Mage of Bloodstone. No, you can't tell him what I said. You don't have my permission, whether I'm dead or alive. She turned and walked out of the room before Orla could call her again. Chapter 3. Just before noon, Alyna walked around the outside of the temple one last time. She had rehearsed things several times in her mind, but still she didn't want anything to go wrong with the ceremony. Nathan had done the same, but he walked in the other direction. They met at the main entrance of the temple. Alyna and Nathan arranged all the people they could gather and assigned them to strategic places in the temple. Although Amarak and Athesis together formed the strongest private security agency in the region, if they could give people tremendous power, as Orla had said, she had to be very careful. Power motivated people a great deal, and with it they could do the unimaginable. She looked to the top of the temple and could see the sunlight reflecting off its shiny white roof. She knew the interior of the temple was made of ice, but she hadn't noticed the white stone roof before. During the ceremony, that gigantic domed roof would open when she summoned the key. The dome was so enormous she couldn't imagine how it could move.
Magnificent, isn't it?
Nathan said. Yes, and we have to make sure it stays like that for as long as we can manage.
Are you sure about this, Alyna?
About what?
Being the Mage of Bloodstone?
You know about that? Nathan chuckled.
It's not exactly a secret. I think because you never wanted the leadership, Pukak didn't want to bother you with it.
Do you want the power, Nathan?
If I say yes, you'll beat the hell out of me. If I say no, you won't believe me anyway.
She smiled. I believe you. I know you're not that kind of person. He shrugged.
No one with a right mind would want to be the guardian of a piece of stone made out of a dead king's blood.
So why are you here?
I can't say no to Amarak leadership.
Even if taking the leadership means you might have to be the stone's guardian?
Nathan looked at her and smiled. You know what, Alyna? If you stop worrying about doing the right things, your life would be a lot easier.
Are you planning something I should know about?
There you go again. I'm not even going near the stone, Alyna.
He looked off into the distance and pointed at some moving shadows.
We've got company.
Alyna waved to her people, telling them to get into their appointed positions. Let's get inside, she said to Nathan. She gestured the door to open and walked into the ice-cold air of the temple. Inside, all the high-ranked branch leaders were waiting in position. Alyna was pleased. They looked ready. Everyone was excited, anticipating an event that would never happen again in their lifetime. The magnificent round area of the temple lit up, not from an interior light, but from light the roof let in. She had never noticed that before. The domed roof allowed the light to penetrate, but filtered the temperature so the heat never reached the ice inside. The icy lake in the middle of the temple that held the key at the bottom seemed to awaken. Maybe it was just her imagination. It was almost noon. It was about time. Alyna stepped into a raised platform. She looked around at the people inside the temple and concentrated. "Before I begin, if any one of you intend to claim guardianship of the stone, make yourself known to me now." An old mage standing at the far end raised his hand.
"Don't you want it, Alyna?"
She nodded. "Of course I do. So if you declare your intention, I'll fight you, and you can claim guardianship if you beat me. If you don't declare, and you get in the way in the middle of the ceremony, I'll have no choice but to kill you." The man nodded and said nothing else. "Anyone?" she asked. Silence. Nathan cast a glance at her, a quirk at the corner of his mouth. He understood her intention. She didn't want to be busy fighting internal people during the ceremony, and she didn't want them to claim guardianship since she hadn't had time to screen them. As for what she would do when the key chose someone, she had no clue. She had no desire to become the Mage of Bloodstone. It was time. The temple shuddered, and the domed roof started to split in the center. Sunlight shone into the temple, directly onto the frozen lake. The sunbeams streamed in on an angle, as it was not quite noon yet. Alyna concentrated and lifted her hands, palms down. She did what a mage leader was supposed to do. She summoned the Scorpio key. She could feel the vibration of energy. Something was awakening at the bottom of the lake. The rumbling noise of the crowd grew louder and louder, but it wasn't because of the lake. They were being attacked from outside the temple. She looked at Nathan. He nodded and exited the temple. A handful of the branch leaders followed him outside. More noise echoed in, this time with more shouting, roaring, weapon clashing, and gunfire. The Scorpio key had awakened. She could see the shape of the gigantic piece of ice gradually rising to the surface of the icy water. Nathan charged back into the temple and ordered the door closed behind him. She looked at the door and saw no one was with him. He shook his head, letting her know she had lost her branch leaders. Then he rushed toward the middle of the temple, almost too close to the lake. Before she could question his action, he pointed his gun at the open roof and fired. As he did, a handful of creatures and shapeshifters from the other side of town dropped to the floor. More emerged from the edges of the open roof. Alyna's hands were still connected with the source energy, summoning the key. She couldn't release it. She stood transfixed, watching her men either make their way to the roof and fight, or fight the creatures who had reached the floor of the temple. Creatures were everywhere, in all shapes and forms. They jumped down from the roof like heavy drops of rain. They were outnumbered. She had lost several more men, and Nathan was wounded. She could see them fighting at the edge of the roof. Those creatures on the floor, if they were free and alive, didn't touch Alyna. They needed her to complete the summoning of the key. They stood around and waited. She knew their plans now. They'd wait until the summoning was completed, and then they would challenge her leadership. If they beat her and took the leadership, they would be considered for guardianship. She had no problem with fighting one-on-one, but if they came to her all at once, or if even they took turns, she didn't know how long she would last. She couldn't afford to lose her concentration now. She needed to complete the process. She wanted to help her men in the fight, but no one could summon the key but her. So she continued. She didn't underestimate the attack. She was just ill-informed about how many greedy creatures there were. Chapter 4. Alyna could see the key. It floated on the water, partially submerged. It looked like a gigantic column of ice made of blood. Inside the ice, Alyna could see the shape of a scorpion. A large, human-shaped eye in the middle of the scorpion's head opened. It looked at her. But the process had not completed yet. Her energy was still connected with the summoning, and the key was still rising from the water. The commotion outside and on the roof subsided. She looked up, and a wave of relief washed over her when she saw Caedmon in his long black coat standing at the edge of the roof. His raven hair was tied back, and his striking gray eyes smiled at her. The image of him, a dark angel imprinted against the blue sky, made her stomach quiver. He had come back for her. Not only that, the subsided commotion told her that Caedmon hadn't come back by himself, but had brought a force with him to help her, an army of the kind the LeBlanc's money could buy. He shot a hook over the edge of the roof and came down using a rope. He moved so fast it looked as if he were flying, but he wasn't. He'd come back to her in human form, not animal, and that made her deliriously happy. He was in control of his body. Then she heard the sound of rushing water and a snapping sound from the lake. The scorpion key had completely surfaced. She was pushed back, and her energy disconnected from the key. The people inside the temple gasped as they realized what had just happened. The key glowed in crimson red. The sun hung in the sky at noon and shone down on top of it. The key started to spin. The energy and the aura of the dead king engulfed the temple, causing the creatures to slump to their knees and start praying. In that moment, some of them had forfeited the idea of challenging her and claiming guardianship. Good, she thought. Caedmon approached her. You looked magnificent in the shade of the bloodstone. On top of the ice column, a gigantic pair of wings emerged and grew. That was the moment. She knew it. It was casting a shadow, and it was reaching out for her. She looked at Caedmon. At the peak, before you flew away, Caedmon, you wouldn't have heard it. But I said, I heard you, Alyna. I did. If you don't hear from me again, those were my last words. I'll keep my words no matter what happens. What do you mean? They heard roars from the back of the room. All the creatures had come back to reality after being mesmerized by the rising Scorpio key. They charged at Alyna, weapons in hand, demanding a challenge of her leadership. Caedmon whirled around, pushing her toward his back. Nathan descended from the roof and rushed toward them. He shouted at Caedmon as he ran. Don't back her up against that bloody key. Alyna saw the shadow of the wings under the sun reaching for her, and the blood ice column that held the key was now releasing a strong force, pulling her closer to the lake and closer to the shadow. Caedmon turned and grabbed her before she could be pulled away. It tugged at only her, and no one else. The stone wanted her. Nathan charged between Caedmon and the upcoming challengers. His anger and his ferocity stopped the group of attacking creatures. It was only for a short moment, but it was enough time for Caedmon to pull her aside. What's happening, Alyna? Why is the key pulling you? It wants to take possession of the mage leader, Caedmon. If it casts its shadow on me, it'll make me Mage of Bloodstone. She was pulled again. It was incredibly strong. Caedmon held her back, but he was skidding toward the lake as well. Nathan gathered more people on the ground and put down almost all the other creatures. The rest ran for their lives. Nathan opened the temple door and hurled them out. He then closed the doors and rushed toward Caedmon and Alyna. Let go, Caedmon. I don't want it to pull you in too, Alyna said. He said nothing and continued to hold her tight. From the roof, a woman's voice said, I challenge Alyna's leadership. The pull on Alyna immediately stopped. Alyna looked up to the roof and saw a woman her age standing at the edge. Judging by her gait, The aura around her, and the way the light tripped over her skin, Alyna knew she was up against a prominent mage. This woman was important enough that the Bloodstone considered taking her as a guardian if she won the challenge. The woman jumped down to the floor, light as a feather. Without saying another word, she charged at Alyna. At the start of every fight, Alyna instinctively knew whether she had the upper hand or was likely to lose. She was afraid she was feeling the latter at the moment, but she stepped forward and took the challenge. She'd do her best. She didn't want guardianship, but she couldn't let an evil creature claim the power either. This internal conflict weakened her. She suffered several blows from the woman. She was focused on the fight and didn't have time to see what Caedmon and Nathan were doing. She noticed an unusual quietness around her. Then she heard a bang from above. The key started to spin and cast its shadowy wings again. Alyna and the woman stopped fighting for a moment. When the woman looked up, Alyna glanced to one side and saw Caedmon. He seemed to be concentrating on his glowing wrist unit, and she didn't know when Orla had entered the temple, but she suddenly stood next to Caedmon and Nathan. Alyna looked up and saw a large ring of light beaming down from above. The Scorpio key was spinning, but unlike before when it displayed its power by trying to grab a guardian, this time it seemed like it spun to defend itself from a stronger suction from above. The key was being pulled upward. The ice around the base of its column cracked and broke. Alyna looked at Caedmon and saw him smiling at her. He was taking the key to Eudays. Lorcan must have made arrangements. There was no need for her to worry about guardianship. The shadows of the wings continued to whirl as the key spun. It was still seeking a guardian, but it no longer had any pull. Alyna felt a sudden blow to her abdomen. The woman had given her a two-leg kick, sending her to the floor. While she was down, the woman charged toward the wing's shadow. Alyna scrambled to her feet and grabbed the woman. They fought again. The woman once again dominated the fight. The entire column of ice with the scorpion inside lifted from the icy surface. Alyna heard a haunting cry, like the Scorpion King was calling for the guardian to come to him. The woman pounded a second hard kick on Alyna, and then left her to jump into the shadow of the wings. Before the woman's body reached the shadow, however, Alyna heard a loud bang and saw a blinding white spark, and then a gigantic light blade came from below and sliced straight through the ice column and through the scorpion inside, cutting off its head. The column broke in half, fell to the floor, and exploded into thousands of pieces. Alyna watched as Caedmon slumped to the floor. She recalled Orla telling her Caedmon was the top-ranked Silver Blood commander in Eudays. His Silver Blood energy was his innate talent. Caedmon was still adapting to this new strategy, though, and thus every strike took a lot out of him. She was sure he had used his energy to create the light blade that destroyed the Scorpio key, so that the woman, whoever she was, couldn't claim the guardianship. The woman roared in anger and turned toward Caedmon, who appeared to be quite weakened after the strike. Orla and Nathan helped him to his feet. Not paying attention to the woman, Alyna rushed toward Caedmon, and the woman swung a sidekick at her temple. Alyna nearly passed out. The woman then directed her animosity at Caedmon, Nathan, and Orla. In a few short, quick moves, Orla and Nathan were thrown to the far corner of the room. Then the woman faced Caedmon. Blood trickled from his nose and ears. He could hardly stand straight. The woman came at him with several harsh blows. He blocked, but didn't fight back at all. Alyna knew the difference between being defensive and being defeated. Caedmon was weak, but she knew his modus operandi for fighting. His actions suggested to her that he didn't want to fight the woman, for reasons unknown to her. The woman continued her attack. With each blow, Caedmon withdrew, moving several feet back. And then the woman took a few steps back. Alyna knew her intention. She needed the extra space to gain momentum for a two-leg kick at Caedmon. Orla had once told Alyna that Silver Blood commanders had a weak point when they had their energy on, and she could tell this wouldn't be just any kick. It would be deadly. Hoping to destroy the Scorpion Key, Caedmon had turned his energy on. Alyna didn't know where Caedmon's fatal point was, but she had a strange feeling that this woman knew, and that she was going to take his life with her next move. Alyna couldn't stand for that. She grabbed a shard of blood ice, charged at the woman, and stabbed her from behind. The ice pierced through her body into her heart. She stopped and dropped dead at Alyna's feet. Her body glowed and then disintegrated into nothingness. Caedmon dropped to the floor as well and was totally out. What Alyna couldn't quite understand was the hurt in Caedmon's eyes when she killed the woman. Yes, she had stabbed her from behind, something she had never done before in her life. But it was to save his life, so she thought it was justifiable. Orla and Nathan limped toward her. Lorcan walked in from the entrance of the temple. He had just come back via a portal and had observed the whole scene from his control panel. He rushed to Orla.
"Are you okay?"
he fussed. "Yes," Orla said, and turned to Caedmon to check on him.
"He should be okay, physically,"
Lorcan said. "What do you mean?" Orla asked. Lorcan looked at Alyna.
"Thanks, Alyna. If you hadn't taken her out, that blow would have been lethal. Caedmon owes you his life again. He will just have to get past what you've done."
"What exactly did I do, Lorcan?"
"The woman you just killed is Sedna, his wife."
Chapter 5.
God damn it,
Alyna thought as she stood up from the pavement behind her house. The corner of the wall that had collapsed when Caedmon turned for the first time was still there. She could have the wall fixed, but she knew her relationship with Caedmon was unfixable. She didn't have a lot of experience in relationships, but it didn't take much to know that when a man came here because of his wife, and then she stabbed his wife in the heart right in front of him, it was a definite deal-breaker. Her fat, lazy cat sauntered out and sat next to her. "I'm going inside now, Lazy." The cat ignored her and started licking its paws. She shrugged. Lazy might be the only friend she had left now. She sat back down next to him. "Where do you think Caedmon is now? Home in Eudays?" No response from Lazy, which didn't surprise her. Then the cat stopped washing. He stood on all fours, his hair stood up, and his tail pointed straight up into the air. That was a sign that Teacher was calling her. She had a feeling Teacher might come to her with answers. The cat loped into the dark alley. She followed right behind. Alyna felt a rush of cool air over her skin, and her surroundings suddenly changed. She knew she had stepped through some kind of gateway to a place she couldn't normally see. She was in a long, dark, narrow tunnel. The wall was made of large, rough rocks. The light was so dim, she had to work hard to follow Lazy's dark tail. After walking for a while, she stepped out into some sort of compartment with cells lined up along the far wall. She had seen this before in books when she researched the human legal and law enforcement system in ancient times. If she recalled correctly, it was called a prison. But such a place wasn't needed in her time. Why was there a prison here? And why did Teacher bring her here? She heard the faint crackling sound of a fire. She turned around, but couldn't find Lazy anymore. Out of nowhere, a fire ignited in the middle of the room. "Teacher?"
"Yes, Alyna. I called you here to ask you a favor,"
said a soothing female voice. "I don't need a favor," said a harsher, younger female voice. "It's impossible to have a conversation when I can't see who I'm talking to," Alyna said. She felt another wave of cold air wash over her. Then she saw a beautiful young woman shackled to the wall with chains. Her form was transparent and flickering. Alyna thought she might be partially here, and partially in another place she didn't know of. Still, she couldn't see Teacher.
"That's Thunder, Alyna. Like you, she's my student.
But she's not a mage. She is a descendant of angels. So you're saying she isn't an angel? Like disqualified as an angel? She heard a soft chuckle. Yes, you could say so, Alyna. Her parents were killed. She was raised by the Keymaster who made the Scorpio key you're protecting. Alyna narrowed her eyes. Okay, so how can I help? Thunder looked at Alyna through narrowed eyes. I don't need your help. I helped make the key, and I can destroy it if I want to. It's mine. Why are you angry at me? Alyna asked. Because you don't deserve the stone. I don't want it. So why didn't you let me take the guardianship? Oh, so it was you. So Caedmon's wife actually died then, and you took her body. But why? I searched for the key for thousands of years because I promised Keymaster. I knew it would end up with a mage tribe. But that was all I knew. I went from one tribe to another. I've walked the earth for as long as I can remember. What did Sedna ever do? Do? Alyna asked. Well, I assume she didn't want to be the Mage of Bloodstone. Oh, she didn't get that close. She couldn't even tell the fake key from the real one. Because she didn't make the evil key, she did nothing to deserve him. Alyna took a step back. So this is about Caedmon. You met Caedmon back then, but he chose Sedna. Thunder yanked at the chains. It wasn't a fair choice. He chose her only because he couldn't see me. What did she have that I didn't? A physical form? Thunder growled. Alyna turned to where she'd heard Teacher's voice before. Teacher, what exactly do you want me to do? I'm certainly not interested in this woman's rant. There's nothing you can do, Teacher, Thunder grunted as she yanked at the chains. I've made several mistakes. I killed many people because of the key. I knew Sedna had the fake key, but I let her think otherwise. Then I told her it was going to blow you days up, so she would take it and jump into the oblivion. See, it was me. It's all me. Why did you want to kill Caedmon at the temple? Thunder laughed. Is that naivete or stupidity, Alyna? Do you think I'd kill Caedmon? Alyna stepped closer to Thunder and looked at her in her flickering form. You wanted to make me kill Sedna in front of Caedmon, killing two birds with one stone. What I don't have, nobody can have. Ideally, I wanted to do that after I took the key, but given Caedmon destroyed the key, I have nothing else to live for. Thunder laughed. Now I'll go to hell for my sins. The first of my angel kind to get there. Care to accompany me, Alyna? Enjoy hell, then, Alyna said. Teacher, I'm afraid whatever you'd ask me to do for this woman, I can't. But you owe me a favor, Alyna, and now I am asking for it. I ask you to pardon her for the sins she committed against you. She will be punished, but at least she had a chance to redeem herself. I do not seek redemption, Teacher. Alyna shook her head. I'm afraid I can't repay you with this favor. Do whatever you want with me, Teacher. But this woman needs to go to hell. Alyna turned and walked away. At the entrance of the long tunnel, she stopped and turned around. Teacher? Yes, Alyna. Is Thunder immortal? Yes. Will she always be a magical creature? You haven't turned her into anything else? No. Can you promise me she will stay a magical creature forever, that you won't turn her under any circumstances? If so, then I'll pardon her. No, I don't want your pardon. Teacher? Alyna asked. Yes, I promise. Alyna nodded. Then, Thunder, I forgive you for the sins you committed against me. Consider yourself pardoned. The chains broke loose. Thunder stormed out in the form of a wriggling spirit and flew into the dark tunnel, leaving behind a haunting wail. Why did you change your mind, Alyna?
teacher asked. She shrugged. Given that you care for her, I just wanted to do a good deed for the day. Can I now consider myself free from debts? Yes, Alyna. You won't regret this. Regret isn't a word in my dictionary. She picked up her cat, who had come back into the room and rubbed up against her legs. Goodbye, teacher. She refrained from having any thoughts when she left the tunnel, just in case teacher was a mind reader. She didn't want teacher to know that she understood the pain of living a mortal life, and never having those you love was a worse punishment than hell. Caedmon would never take Thunder to the multiverse, and as a magical creature, she couldn't cross to his world without his permission. Going to hell would have been too easy for Thunder, and Alyna would then have no chance to beat that woman to mud. She believed if Thunder hadn't taken Sedna's form, and she'd had a fair chance to fight, she would have pounded on that woman until she announced defeat. Chapter 6. Caedmon looked at the magnificent arched stone door of the museum. Who would have thought this architecture survived for thousands of years in England? There were some replicas in new days, because ancestors of the LeBlancs had brought them from Earth to the universe, but they didn't feel the same. He grew up not knowing Earth's culture, let alone its architecture, but the very first moment he laid eyes on Earth, he fell in love with the place. Then he fell for the people living there. Then he met Sedna, a mage from Greenland. Before he knew it, they were married, and he was about to have a family. And then the whole thing was taken away from him. And then came Alyna. Caedmon shook his head and pushed the thought aside. He'd come here for a reason, and he needed to complete his plan. He walked into the museum, past the exhibit of ancient cultures. Artifacts were displayed behind security screens. A while ago, it was the artifacts he had come here for, with the hope of learning more about the Scorpio King and manipulating his way into obtaining it. Now he knew what it was, and he only hoped Lorcan's time-traveling plan worked. In a few seconds, he would meet Sedna by accident. Previously, he had engaged in conversation with her, and then later on he asked her out. Now he had to undo the scenario. If he never engaged in conversation with her, never asked her out, her life would never have taken the turn it did, and she would not have to die because of the fake key. It was easy, in theory. He kept walking. There she was, mesmerized by a small statue that she thought was the work of an ancient artist. Previously, he had approached her and initiated a conversation. He knew the statue wasn't man-made. It was the frozen form of Zealot creatures when they died in combat. That was how he had originally started talking to her, asking her how she knew she could be so sure it was a work of art. She's beautiful, Caedmon thought, back then and now. When Alyna stabbed her in the heart in the temple, he knew it was only her body that had been taken by Thunder, but it still hurt. He wasn't sure which was more painful, watching Sedna jump into an explosion or watching her die in front of him. His emotions were still raw, but he had to control them. He kept walking. She stared at the statue and didn't seem to notice that he was approaching. Good. He kept walking, and it felt as if he were wearing shoes of stone. Just as he walked past, he heard her say, "Excuse me." He stopped. He couldn't just keep walking. He turned around slowly. "Yes?" he asked and smiled at her. "Is this yours?" She was holding a museum pass in her hand. "Without it, you can't get into the VIP area," she pointed ahead. "That's where you're heading." He shook his head. No, I don't think so. But thank you." She frowned. "But you haven't even checked your pocket." He smiled again. "I don't have a ticket." "You didn't buy a ticket?" "No, I mean, I'm not a museum visitor. I'm here for the business, with the museum, of course." She nodded. "All right, then." "Thank you again." He turned and walked away, making sure not to look as if he was hurrying.
"Excuse me, I think that's mine,"
a male voice said from behind him. He took a quick look over his shoulder as he walked away and saw a man approaching Sedna. He was a decent-looking man, Caedmon thought, polite, intelligent. He did a quick scan with his microchip and was sure the man was not a creature from the multiverse.
"Are you sure this is the work of an artist?"
The man said exactly what Caedmon had said in the past. Caedmon shook his head and walked away as fast as he could. Sedna's life had turned for the better, and there was no way in hell he would interfere with that. He couldn't explain it, but he felt deliriously happy as he walked away from the museum. There she was. Alyna stood on the staircase outside of the museum. She wasn't in combat clothes. Her hair was down, embracing her shoulders. She smiled at him. He approached. "In the future Earth, do they have time-traveling tours?" She smiled. "Not yet, but it's a good business idea." Then her smile faded. "Lorcan arranged this trip for me because I need to talk to you before you go back to Eudays." He nodded. "I'm listening." "In the temple, I thought—" "I know, I understand. I figured it out. There's no need for an explanation." "How so?" They heard a laugh from Sedna from behind them as she walked out of the museum with the man she had just met. The two of them were headed toward the cafe at the far end of the street. Alyna looked at the couple and then turned to Caedmon. He smiled at her.
"Sedna and I never met."
She looked away and smiled. It might have been the sunshine on her face, but Caedmon thought he saw her blushing. She shrugged. "Now that I don't need to explain that anymore, my work here is done. I'll ask Lorcan to take me back." He nodded. "Thank you for coming, and thanks for the time you spent with me. I know you have a lot to take care of now that you're the leader of Amarak, but if you have time to spare, could we have a cup of coffee? I'll introduce you to some food from the Earth's ancient past." She smiled. "Sure, I've got time. I handed over the leadership to Nathan. He's more capable than I am when it comes to doing business." "So you're out of a job." "You shouldn't grin when you say that to others. You'll get a punch in the face, Caedmon." "But no, I'm not out of a job. I want to open a small dojo and teach martial arts." He nodded.
"Well, I'm looking for a commander-in-chief for one of my frontline troops. They need serious training. Would you consider the position?"
"Can I think about it?"
"No, I need an answer now. The job is very competitive."
She nodded. "All right, then. I'll make sure I'm qualified. How do I do that?"
"Here's the first test."
He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. A storm of sensation washed over him. He'd kissed a mage before, but it was nothing in comparison with what he was experiencing this time. He wasn't sure who was qualifying whom. He could only ensure that he was doing his level best and lived up to the reputation of the LeBlancs when it came to loving their women.
Thank you for joining us on this journey through The Prince's Redemption, a supernatural fantasy romance by D.N. Leo. We hope this tale of love, redemption, and transformation across realms has touched your heart as much as it has touched ours. If you've enjoyed this adventure through the multiverse, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. D.N. Leo loves hearing from her readers, so don't forget to leave a comment below sharing your thoughts about Caedmon and Alyna's story. What was your favorite moment? Which character resonated with you the most? Looking for more captivating stories from the Multiverse Collection? Check out our playlist, Multiverse Collection series, where you'll find more enchanting tales of love, magic, and destiny spanning across different realms. Each story stands alone, but together they weave a rich tapestry of interconnected worlds and hearts. Don't forget to hit the notification bell to stay updated on future releases and never miss another magical journey through the multiverse. This has been Catherine Edwards narrating for D.N. Leo. Until our next adventure across realms, keep believing in the magic of love.